National Assembly is a very important arm of the government. I mean, yes, they talk about the three branches which you have elaborated on, which is the executive, judiciary, and of course the parliament or the National Assembly. Significance of it, and in my view, the voting public in the Gambia pay particular attention.
Africa is not an exception. Definitely the Gambia cannot be an exception. So people say people are more concentrated on having their daily bread. Let's just concentrate on our own business, get what I can eat for the day, take care of my family. Politics is not really something we should be very forced about. Since we have voted for the president, it does not matter who is in parliament. It can be NPP, it can be any other party, it can be PDOIS, but we have the president. And so things should go on normally. I think that perception has to change. So I think those two factors played some pivotal role while the turnout was low. So if we could improve public education, and people would know that Parliament is probably the most important arm, and you have to elect very serious and competent people going to the House of Parliament. Like we have somebody who has retired now. A lot of people, he's one of the most respected parliamentarians in the Gambia, Honorable Alifa Salah, and let's have more of people like that who speak to issues, who people respect, who stand up for something that they believe. But if you have a lot of people who do not debate, do not follow debate sessions. I've been to other places in Africa, and you go to parliament, you see some people just sitting down. Probably the only thing they do, all those in favor say aye, say ayes, the ayes have it, or they say nay. That's very bad. When you have very serious people who engage in debate, then you have very good laws. If the Gambia does not have a new constitution now, it's because of the caliber of people who are in the National Assembly. If the Gambia does not have an anti-corruption act right now, it's because of the caliber of people who are in the National Assembly. If there are several other laws that could have been passed, but these people just take a back seat. They say, okay, let things just go on as usual. But you have people who debate, people who are serious, who are competent enough. I'm sure a lot of good laws will come up. And even if you want to have good laws, you look at the competence of the people. Do these people actually understand the issues? Can they speak to the laws? Because crafting laws, it has its own dynamics. You don't need to be a lawyer necessarily, but you need to get some level of understanding and patriotism for your country, where you look at your party and forget about the party you belong to and speak to the issues for the betterment of the Gambia. So I think Gambia has a young democracy, I always say. It's 2017, as far as I'm concerned, that's a personal opinion. 2017 was when to the Gambia,
yes,
because the 20-year period of Jammeh, there was a gap there. So it's going to take time to grow and develop. But I'm sure gradually public education and emphasis on education, I'm sure things will improve.
Certainly, I couldn't agree with you more, Chris. Dauda, you come in for Wolamko Nakorosiroto presidential election. Jamami Nat, Molmi Daka Fuji, Vidara Kati Faydu Ramal Biji, Rupatare, but Everton, Montoro Water to La Sabanan, Delia Caprefa. But be Caprefa, Mamiko, Wolamko, Momo was there. If I didn't get a man, I can load from Yadolon Dieta. It is a miracle,
well, akita kutimia lonko akuma tabakele bao bi kabire samanda as a young reporter until benu filo nkono kata carte fighting kralto bare niaje molka men fo mol mi yalonko wole finti ta carte fayoke idoya battle compared to the presidential election tumola ikarango jele you count people akamonto ko ikamol keme count ade nyirango nyokono bar bi ni tada je kajala ko effort 2-3 minutes kamo clean jayena uketa ko timi yalon ko fam voting process ni atariata num bakele andum factor mi yalon ko wala fanan contributor jang aketa ko timi yalon ko ika fay momoye woronta manke ko timi yalon ko akuma ta bakele because niaje mol fintita presidential election wato menna e yajala ko jamaya lon ko wala be modi min dal malon ko wo keta modi mi yalon ko is one ka president tombong wo ko kilinati bare mum pato fay mol soto wala keta mol mi yalon ko wala mu député andon ñun amira fahamro ñu dasata bakele nanata election of fanna la mol yamira ko presidential election wala ko mayta dorna because bi niaje mo jama be sirin so ko dol be wafiru la andon dol tate la business sol mota fono la ko kafo ko be sun karo kono bare jama bi jele ka be bamboni sun karo ko male bari wo ntenga jele ko is not an excuse because be son karonyo kono bari kata carte fay wo mam minute luluta bawo ifinti tale la sula dole data ko topoto nan wo nyaawo nyani fana nyanta kadale e carte fay ke because ila o carte killing ase banko ni murundu no koma ila o carte killing fana ase banko ni sambano nyaato aketa kutimbi alon ko national assembly akumma ta bakele ngamira civic education nyanta tamala nyin dulato la pour kaf molle finti ka jamamul kaccandi kalon ko e mol kaccandi membe dendi national assembly election mune mu national assembly election munat na mol ka carte fa député le akuma ta bakele because jama bi jel ni nyinin ka député la do ko ti malo fang so yamira wo mo sifa ate jare la pour eta e carte fay ate ba mira la ko député bi jel mi yalo ko jolbe ci sirin député bu ngoto ka salary receive doron na wo manke kuti so o fana mu facteur mi yalo ko because mol ni mo man fahamu roso do kuoto ata kumandila aba fola nyima is not important so obviously wo keta fanati mi yalo ko ngamira Gambia i nyanta do ko kala je bakele molla mindset i nyanta falin le kaja ko din dipiso ko no ni be mo kila le bun kono manke ko momo i ko le kila bun kono ika mo kila bun kono mi yalo ko ila tala le din ngol siata nyawanyan ni so kono ika mo le tombo mi yalo ko ila tala le na tata le bun kono ya ki min na ba jarala le so député carte fana keta woti andum député bu ngoto fana lu walle kada daje ñin lu wal keta lu walti mi yalon ko banku dingo la nyanto ite leka dada banku nyal nyata ite leka approve ni memo kodoti budgeto fanala so ni mo select kake ate député bu ngonin tole we don't expect everyone to know everything e manyan na ka fale ko député jani ke select yanta everything no la yanta ko be understand but you should at least yanta fahamu roso to la jele mi yalo ko wala besi fahamu roti minen mi député la do ko woti because during nomination no niaje député dol bi jel ston dol la fang imala mune mu député la 3 functions te so wo mo sifal andon ni ya fo nyamen dorong luwa jamal bi jel mi yalo ko ngajal sanjulul ko man tono luwal mi yalon ko itata no national assembly men be ko anti corruption bill and women representation fana o bill fana tata no parliament lo so amanna ka pass constitution no nyim fana draft constitution o fana tata jela amanna pass fem mo sabu député la fahamu rolo because be député bu ngoto e ka tara jelo be sirene ni nyin dol ko yes iko yes nyaaji be mel ko yes wala siata doro iko yes ni nyaaji be mel ko no wala siata iko no femo sabu because ni man fahamu roso do kuoto dron ita debate no la député bu ngoketa bu ngoti mi yalon ko debate la nyanta kala je baw ngalon ne
wala ni hakeli yirwa kachati wala
miral kendol mi yalon ko because because luwal bijel mi yalon ko mo kiline membal parliament on mo kiline sa fono al nga nyin luwa si fajibe bari debate ni nana da say al khajibe ko nyin luwa ni même propose na fa kumata le bang fa man kuma bam bari ka dol jele do ngala ne ko patile ka mo samba nang mo ya elect bari ni tata député bu ngoto inyanta kala ne ko patila interest anim public la interest inyanta ko faram fansi bakele yalla ne ko patila interest is just small bari public la interest inyanta ko kantala bakele o patile samba je ngalon ne o kumata bakele bari nanata banko la nyatota najibe femme samba je natara hani amam pati nyi febo bari banku din kendol banku dingol febo inyanta ka support le bari député bu ngoro sometimes ni tata je fang during debate ite fang ka frustrate le ikam modol je mi alon ko ila fahamu romansia ite debate la iba jala ko karfula ite fang ite objection of fang kala je at parliament do they will just be sitting there yes no so ngamira sa Gambia mol nyanta billale ngalon ko democracy abe muruka at Gambia banko kana bari mol nyanta ka fahamu le fanan iko ni lafta falendiro la ikanyinin it will not come easy so they said change begins with you ni lafta ku kendola iko ku kendola bara bari ni lafta ku kendola iko ebe ku jaw bara kanne obviously you will never get that you have to reap what you got. Turnout is very low at doyata bakele ando molbi jami alon ko carte faydula nyi asiyata bakele ani dulal bi jami alon ko e kam mol jele e carte register da damin do be sirine e nyaabe molbe carte fayola dol bi jele so bi kabir nga carte fayo ke doro I was very happy ndunta taxi kono amusi ni fula jeje wol ko marché to ta wala ko mata ka parlemento kata ka mo député el tombo because andu ko because ni député ni tata ikela kunkilin interest ko wolle kandidate national assembly so nyimbe keta ko timi alon ko akumata bake andu national assembly fana ni elect na yanda kamulo ila moli kalon ne ka foye ko ni neketa kuti ila député they have 4 functions wala keta kuti mi alon ko bari kayir wanati ila tundolto wo manke la primary functions bari ida ise da bula no ko le mi alon ko ise development no natije bari ka jele ko dol bijele ni be carte nyini kay ka fu molle ko nale carte fanye be bo holo dilala nale carte fanye be silo dada nale carte fanye so wo be keta ko mi alon ko at the end of the day ite to keno la so wo ka jikinna tinya bakele so wo fanan is a factor mi alon ko nyim fora Turnout it contributes a lot so ngamira député yanda menkela mo isulata fe na nya saye ejiketa na nyaanya ne jikobe tinyale so hani next day ninge promise kudo la itela lanna so it is very important and also deputy nying ila doko mi menti fana to protect the integrity of the because parliament nying aketa bungoti mi yalon ko atele gana kumata de democracy la fanala because itele nyanto so mi yalon ko ye sembo sotele ka president bondi fa bar president man sembo so pour ga député bondi mi yalon ko mo le elect na to nyimbe mo nyanta kalon ne nga understand because and ka carte fayoke wumu ila nyantote make ko kuti mi yalon ko mo dole ka foye ta carte fay ila nyantolo so Gambian ko I think mo nyanta ku jama kala we have a lot to do because carte fayo ni definitely the voter turnout was very low and mi yalon ko wala mu observable team and dolbi je mi yalon ko wala be do ko ke kam pour kaje ko predictional wala ya predict le prior to this iko nyinang député carte fanying the voter turnout is expected to be low so andum bi mobe yajele ngamira andum nyil keta molti mi yalon ko fana ila doko wolo bawo ika fintile ka mol nyinenka ide ibida carte faylo ba foytita so wo ye data men collect nan ikana ka muru mol ka iko report le bari jama ni a report ika mol jela social media ika tara jela bi dia mola dro ka foko this is not true at the end of the day because the banku din kendo nyanta carte fayle ni man carte fayke you have no voice because your vote is a voice bare jama be je sadly ika jala mel bu ka carte fayke wala ka si social media ka government criticize ka député criticize ka banko criticize at the end of the day ite niya nyenen ka yemene ke banko e fang voters card be buli bu ka carte fayke so at the end of the day ka jala ko wol fanan keta molti mi alon ko i contribute la banko la ko matala because banku din kendo ñanda carte fayla so
jërëjëf Balde li nga wax loolu am na solo torop waaye ñu dellu si OB van bi ñu xool président Barrow sànni woon na carte tey si Banjul Central ñu indil ñu report boobu buñ fa jógee itam Aliou Momar Ndiaye bu IEC ñu teglante ñaari interview yooyu ay nekk si van bi boolu ñu mën a jottali président Barrow bi mu demoon di sànni carte Banjul ngeen teg ci Aliou Momar Ndiaye interview am bi tam ñaar yooyu buñ ci jógee ñu dellu si waat fii incha allah
independent candidates who have participated in this election, testing in previous National Assembly elections. That is a clear indication that Gambia have moved on. Our democracy is moving. That means the field is level, and I think that is very good going forward, because it was a transition period. Now the transition is over. We have consolidated ourselves. We have built a strong foundation. Moving forward, it is very, very, very clear, and I will call on the Gambians to come out in their numbers as the way they did in the presidential election. This is as important as the presidential election. So we call on everybody to come out and vote. Vote peacefully. Go home and listen to the results. This is my advice, and we thank the Gambian people, definitely.
As far as we are concerned, our mandate is to make sure that we conduct in Foni. The IEC conducted a survey headed by the CEO, Mr. Samu Jangjai. And throughout all the places we went, there was not a single problem that would deter them from voting. And inshallah, they are there peacefully. Well, again, no, but most of them have gone back. That's why we cannot deny them from voting. And we cannot stop those auto vote from voting because 2 or 3 people have moved from village to village. So as far as we are concerned, it's being done transparently, freely and fairly.
Mr. Yeah, during the presidency election, some political leaders claim the figures that the party against them and the figures you announced, it is a bit different.
Well, they can whatever they like. But we are saying, after the counting of the votes, we give each agent a copy of the results of that particular session. So you cannot complain. People can complain whatever they want to complain. As far as I'm concerned, again, this is from the because the regions, the areas in the regions are responsible. But then they'll sell the result to me. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Why are you holiday?
I together and try to prioritize from them because I'm just a servant of them. I cannot decide and say this is what I want for my people. My people say, okay, we want this to be our priority. Go to the government and make sure and push it. Last year, when I was taking it, it's road infrastructure and health was a problem. Was lots of problems, but these are the 2 that were mainly prioritized. And I think I have achieved that because health, I am able to lobby, convince government, influence their programs and projects to have at least 3 ambulances in my constituency and 2 new clinics. And I have renovated through my own effort to renovate other health facilities. Road connection is just pushed because it's a capital investment. It's just pushed to the government. I have pushed to the government. Government agrees and they surveyed it now and they give me the assurance come may need. If they still want health to continue, because there are still some gaps, we continue with that. But I know I'm very optimistic because by looking at the condition of the constituency, road infrastructure is a problem. I think it's going to be one of the priorities that I'll push it to them for them to include it in their priorities.
I think the guys, you need to put the volume down on the television. Yes. Thank you so much. Welcome back to this broadcast with the Fatu Network and Paradise TV. And we are joined by Said Mati Jau, Center for Research and Policy, but also observer today, I suppose, in the Situation Room. And of course, Mr. Damfa here, now very interested with the research and the publications that have recently been done. Both of you, welcome very much to the election house here in Kanifing at the IEC. And we'll begin with you, Said Mati, your analysis of the voter turnout. Chris did a really good job trying to compare the presidential and the parliamentary elections today. And boy, oh boy, the difference is so revealing.
Well, of course, I mean, as expected, because it has been tradition that presidential elections usually carry more interest in terms of the voter turnout, because in this country also it seems, it's not only in Gambia, but it seems like globally people kind of rank elections where presidential elections are usually seen to be to carry more interest. But today I was really during the presidential election I spent almost 2 hours on the line, but today I just went straight and then casted my vote. But of course, not surprising also, we've seen this trend, especially from the 2017 election, where you have in the rural communities as well. So community turnout was really disappointing, but of course it was also expected in terms of the fact that a lot of people even did not know the candidates that much. So I think these were all factors that contributed to the low turnout.
I think you are spot on with that. But are we coming from the highest voter turnout with the presidential and perhaps the lowest voter turnout with today's elections?
Yeah. I mean, I think we'll see that. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see that. I mean, it shows. Just look at I spent 2 hours during the presidential election on the queue, and today I did not spend single minute on the queue. I just went straight and then I voted. So even me and my own personal experience, I mean, I
very skeptical. But I saw a lot of reference being made this time around, and your survey has been quoted quite a lot more. That means that there is some sort of impact that people have seen with your presidential survey in comparison to the National Assembly. What are your views, and how do you see the public reaction?
The public action generally has not been as harsh as the presidential one. You know, if you like, and I think that is as a result of the trust that people begin to have. Because when we presented that survey results, barely, very few people know about Cyprus. And there's a lot of questions. It's almost near to exact the public trust on Cyprus, definitely, suit up. But with these polls, obviously, there are some, few reaction from some voters, who has just rubbish, the entire, the survey. But, not.
Do you share the same view that Ramadan itself must have had an impact? Because past midday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you don't expect women to vote, generally.
Yeah, I think Ramadan would have an impact, but overall I think I cannot entirely blame Ramadan for this, low voter turnout. I mean, we should understand, even our poll, for example, we do not only look at the parliamentary, we look at the assessment of government as well, in key sectors. So apparently there seems to be quite a lot of dissatisfaction, among the population of this country. So at some point, in fact, some of our respondents, if you call them, they would just hang on and then say, look, we are not interested. In fact, we are not interested in this kind of elections again. So I know, there seems to be generally some kind of dissatisfaction among the population, and people becoming, not interested in, in the voting process itself. Could also be another factor, I think.
Thank you very much. Ñu dellu si yow Said Mati li ñu doon waxtaanee sànq mooy ne gis nañ ne nit ñi taxuñ koo fulal sànnum carte député yi parce que boo seetloo bu présidentiel bi seetlu woon nañ ne ni ñu ñëw sànni carte bari woon nañ bari joo xam ne kenn mënutoon a wax sax ne lii du woon ne nit ñi amuñ ci aajo wala amuñ ci itte loolu amoon waaye boo toogee nga ne danga koo misaal ak li xew tey di nga gis ne dafa mel ni ne comme bu dee bëccëg sax nit mun na ko waxee moom loo si seetlu loo si jàngat.
waaw loolu dégg la maa ngi doon wax ne sax ne comme man su ma jëlee suma personal expérience si presidential bi I spend naa daanaka ñaari waxtu 2 hours maa ngi si line bi te ñu ku nekk dina mun a wax loolu waaye tey da nga gis ne dama dem rek ma sànni waaye dañ dee wax ne saa yu nekk elections ñu ko organiser fii ak yeneen am na ñu dee wane sax yeneen parti si àdduna bi ne nit yi dañ dee rank maanaam dañ dee gënale elections yi ne bii moo gën a am important toppa si bii toppa si beneen bi te soo xoolee ñun si suñ dëkk bi fii am nañ presidential bi da nga am national assembly bi da nga am local election bi so even suñ demee si local election bi sax da ngaa gis ne turnout bi tamit dina gën a bon si lu may xayma dina gën a bon ni nu mel ni si national assembly bi te loolu lu ko waral mooy ne benn bokk na si nit yi ñàkk a xam ne the importance of this election maanaam nu election si amee njëriñ si réew parce que National Assembly mooy pencum réew and pencum réew foofu la ñuy waxee soxla nit yi foofu la ñuy segga foofu la ñoo defaree luwaay foofu la ñoo waaye still nit yi xamuñ lan mooy njëriñ bi so dañ jàppee ne président bi danaa moo amee xaalis bi boobu moo gën a important waaye tamit leneen loo xam ne tamit xëy na contribuer na si loolu mooy ne soo xoolee presidential election bi daanaka benn constituency la woon ñëpp daanaka si benn constituency lañ doon am mu nekk nga am 6 candidates yi ñëpp boobu lañ nekkoon di xool muy ne nga nekk Basse nga nekk Serekunda benn nit nga doon sànnil waaye tey soo xoolee National Assembly bi yaa ngay gis ne 53 constituency foofu la election si nekk di xewee te loolu mooy wane ne election bi local la at the local level la nekk so da nga gis ne tamit nit yi ñàkk a génn benn mu ngay wane xëj na amuñ daat pas-pas si seen localité wala xëj na tamit xamuñ candidates yoo xam ne ñu ngi nekk di taxaw bokk na si tamit ne xëj na comme Damfaalum doon jéem a wax ne mais bi xëj na satisfy yu ñu with the whole process moo tax tamit génnuñ am na ñeneen tamit ñu ngi wax Ramadan bi waaye man tamit bugguma bileem Ramadan bi too much parce que fii nii fooguma ne Ramadan or mun naa tere nit yi dem defi lan lañ bugg a def foog naa ne ñàkkaa fulal élection bi daanaka moo gën a ëppa si ne leneen ak leneen moo fa nekk xëj na tamit ñeneen ñi suñ leen laajee mais bi ñoom after mun nañoo defaat beneen sauvé pour laaj ñi di lu tax génnuñ pour pour si élection bi waaye problème la te yàgg na fi ne parlement nit yi daanaka duñ dee génn boobu mun nañoo daane leen.
Chris, we'll come back to you. You were talking about the importance of the National Assembly in your view and how much value it adds. And you went as far as saying it should be even more important than the executive itself, talking about the three arms of government. But this low voter turnout, does it not translate to the dissatisfaction of the public or the lack of interest of the general public in this process? Or in fact, perhaps not even trusting the process in the first instance? Because it seems to be very resounding, but it seems to also be the fact that almost the whole country had agreed to not participate as it were.
Yeah, I don't think so entirely. It might be dissatisfaction in some quarters on how elections were conducted or are being conducted, particularly when it comes to the presidential elections. Many people took a cue from the presidential elections. People were dissatisfied with certain things that happened, and they translated that to the parliamentary elections. But I do not think that is entirely is an important component of government. People just think the executive wields all the power. The president, most people don't even know it's the National Assembly that makes some of the laws. They think they're just there maybe to advise the president, which is a role the National Assembly plays. But it has a lot of functions that people should understand, that it's a powerful component. People think the president makes all the decisions. The president decides what happens. The president has these supreme powers, and the National Assembly is not as powerful as the president. That's what people think. That's why people are interested in having a president. When they have a president, like I said, when they have a president, it's two ways. The party that wins, now the NPP and its coalition partners, think we have a president. It's really not important to get the National Assembly. We can do what we want, even without the National Assembly. That's the notion. The only person or the only group of parties that are fussy about the National Assembly are members of the opposition, because they see it as an opportunity to get something. Because I remember the leader of the opposition, the main opposition party, UDP government, to account. That's what he was saying over and over. We can't allow them to have a ride. And if the opposition just sits back and say, okay, we have lost the presidential elections, let's relax. The government also has the parliament. It will be like a rubber stamp parliament, because it's very difficult in the African setting for the president to want something to pass, and it comes to parliament, he has his members of parliament, and they don't rubber stamp it. That's why most times people might not like it, but I always like an atmosphere where one party has the executive, another party has the legislature. So I would wish, generally, I could say this because nobody will get at me, unlike you. I would wish the National Assembly is I would wish the National Assembly is dominated by the opposition. You have a lot of UP guys there. So when Bao goes to Parliament with certain laws, even if it's good laws, they have to scrutinize it, show that they are doing their job. But if we have a Parliament that has just MPP and its partners, most of the parliamentarians would not even bother to look at it's from the president, let's just pass it. So I think that factor plays a very significant role. The importance, people should know that the parliament is there to not only make laws, it serves as checkmate to the executive. So if you have a president you are dissatisfied with for whatever reason, it's good you have members of parliament who can checkmate the president. That's how the decisions the president takes. I remember reading a case that happened here in the Gambia before I came here, and they had the president, I think, sacking one of the members of parliament. She went to court, and the court overturned the decision, saying you do not have the right to remove a member of parliament. But this is the same parliament that can sit down and say, we have had enough of this president, he must go. And they can do it if they want to. That's how powerful the National Assembly is. So the National Assembly needs to know its role, needs to know its functions. It also has oversight functions. It also has functions like they deal with the budget. They determine how government spends money. So it's not only about passing laws. They determine how government spends money. They tell government, okay, if you are allocating 15% of our national budget to education, why should we be allocating 15% to education? They can even summon the president and ask him questions. They can summon ministers. If the Minister of Health, for example, let's say there are lots of hospitals that are in very bad shape. Recently, I heard there was a strike action, some junior workers in the health sector. Yeah. The National Assembly can summon the Minister of Health and say, come and explain to us. If you do not have people who are competent enough, it's difficult to do these things. These are the messages that should meet the people. They know that this is the importance of the House of Parliament.
So proper
checks and balances. Yeah. So when you have people who, check and balance the executive, it creates the balance. Well, that's the essence of democracy. The three arms of government should be equal. Well, by theory, they are not equal by practice, we all know. But they should be equal. The executive should be able to play its function. The legislature should be able to check the executive. It checks the judiciary. Each of them has its role. But I always say the National Assembly is very important because it can determine who goes to State House or who is taken out of State House. Even if the president wins, if the National Assembly decides we're going to change somebody at State House, they can do it. They have that collective power because they represent the people directly. We vote for the president too, yes, but collectively, that's why whenever you have important legislation, you have important treaties. If Gambia wants to sign an agreement with any country, they want to take a loan from any country, it goes to Parliament. It's like going to the people, the president saying, I want to take a loan, but the people should agree. They represent us. In yesteryears when there was not a lot of population like this, they had all the people who gather and they go to them directly. But now because of the crowd, the population, like you have a representative. That's why you have one person representing you. That's why people should be able to put people who can hold to account. People don't know the functions, so they would rather vote for somebody who goes to their funerals, who goes to their wedding ceremonies, who they can relate with. And most of the politicians now who want to go to the National Assembly do not tell people their roles. They come promising, I'll make roads, I'll build hospitals, and that's not their function. You should know that it is not the role of the member of parliament to come and make roads and hospitals. They don't even have the money in the first place. Most of these projects are done by government, maybe through the local councils. So if you know the functions and how important they are, then you send important people. But because people do not know their function, they think, okay, this is just another arm of government. They're not very necessary. We have won the presidential elections. Let's just send anybody. So you should put people there who might not be competent. So let's start a campaign now on educating people about the importance and the functions of the National Assembly. And if you have a strong National Assembly, it does not matter, I always say it does not matter who is president. You can have a very bad president, for example, and you have a good National Assembly, they can correct some ills. That is why if we even go to international politics, go to the United States of America, they had a president who was very erratic in the person of Donald Trump. But certain things did not happen. Certain things did not happen. Because even his own party, when he went to the House of Representatives, said, no, we don't think this is right. So if we could just get that important, let people know that if you have serious people in parliament, they could change the destiny of a nation. They could make very good laws. Like I keep repeating, the Gambia does not have a new constitution because of the people who were in parliament. There's people who were in parliament who thought that we need to have a constitution. Even if the president does not want, they could get a new constitution. They could get that 2/3 majority or more to get a new constitution. Yeah. Because when you pass
I'm going to bring Wale in. See,
yeah.
he in fact would agree with you or not in terms of the commentary that he's made.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
Well, I really agree with what he is saying.
You're not going to disagree because you're
it's all about electing the competent leaders to represent the parliament, because I will quote from the constitution. Section 102A is saying that the National Assembly will serve as an advisory to the president. And if you check out section 63, subsection 3, it also says that the National Assembly can also pass a vote of no confidence and sack the president. If you go to section 63, 67, 2, it also gives the National Assembly members the power to impeach the president when he violated the laws, and also when he violated the oath or he misused the office. But all these things can happen when those representatives are competent and they know that this is their right. So I would totally agree with Chris that it is very, very important. This is not about the president all alone. The president can pass a law, but if the National Assembly members, they have the know-how and they also have the country at heart, they will also pass these things. They will force the president to do something that will benefit the country. But if they don't have the knowledge and if you don't have the knowledge, you will not even exercise your duties. Something will be your duty, but at the end of the day, how will you exercise it? This is why it is very, very important when electing a representative, you should look at the educational background of that person. You must understand, at the end of the day, you will be at the house, though things like introducing the local language is very important. But the constitution is not written in the local language. So you must have the understanding. This is very, very important. And the functions, for you to execute them, you must know this. And if you don't know, to be honest, you will be there. When people say yes, you say yes. When people say no, you say no. At the end of the day, you are just like a dead fish in the ocean. Wherever the waves take you, that's where you will go. So this is something that is very important.
It is, absolutely. Dafa, alkanim do kukuto min kesilang. Kiskis rolo. Dosa fa momo rolo. Dosa fa lo mi lukare. Ale sefer follow ke gani president election benaka. Aka munta alkam mon le mininka. Ali hakilo kumbe.
But I will seize this opportunity to thank all the parties, independent candidates who have participated in this election. It's unprecedented, the numbers we have for this election. If you look at the independent candidate alone, it's about 85 candidates. It is more than all candidates who were contesting in previous National Assembly elections. That is a clear indication that Gambia have moved on. Our democracy is moving. That means the field is level, and I think that is very good going forward, because it was a transition period. Now the transition is over. We have consolidated ourselves. We have built a strong foundation moving forward. It is very, very, very clear, and I will call on the Gambians to come out in their numbers as the way they did in the presidential election. This is
know what the results are going to be, and I think I've done what is required, I've done what is necessary. I've taught the length and breadth of the constituency, and my campaign was typically grassroots based, and which is the winning way, and I've done that. So obviously standing here, I feel it's just a matter of officializing or formalizing to declare the win. I know I'm going to win because I've done the work. Well, not at all. No matter what the turnout is, I know I'm going to win. No matter how many people come out, I know the majority of the people that are going to come out to vote will vote for Nene Freedom because they've realized, they've listened, they've looked among all the candidates, and I'm sure they have realized that the best candidate that can go there and represent them is Nene Freedom. So whatever the number is, I know I'm going to win. But again, this is not the force, it's a trend. Normally people really don't come out to vote in any other election but presidential. And again, I think it's about awareness, it's about understanding, knowing how important this particular election is. People just think it's presidential and that's about it. But this is the most important election that anybody can vote in a country or in an election. And I think we need to, all of us, the media, all of us need to intensify the sensitization for people to have the understanding and grasp how important. So next time they can come out and vote. I think every election is important because you're given an opportunity to exercise your constitutional right of choosing or participating. So it's important. But this one, I always say, is the most important because it's about National Assembly. It's about where you make laws. It's about where you hold the executive to account. That's the only institution that is mandated by the Constitution to be able to do important. So
Well, actually, the voting process is going on smoothly. The turnout is a little bit low, but you can attribute it to the Ramadan. Most of the people have already played Fajr, so they are at least in bed by now. But by 12, going to 1, 2, 3, 4, they will have already come out to vote.
Okay.
Well, vote bi mu ngi normal. Duga sina sani na karta. Normally, dara xewut fi yépp a ngi normal. Ñi ñaan yé ñu bena bena. Waaye nag soo gisee nit ñi génnuñ bu baax si weeri koor lañ nekk te julli nañ fajar tëdd nañ boori 12 ñu jóg bala boori tisbaar bu weesoo soo ñëwee di nga fekk kiw bi ñu ngi dugal nga fekk nit ñi eewoo nañ.
Okay. How confident do you have?
Well, winning is imminent. Winning is imminent. Victory is ours. Mooy li ma wax ni si angale rek win moom boobu mënut a ñaaka. Waaw win moom win nañ ko pare. Yàlla defal nañu ko. Inshallah.
I have sent my agenda program, I have sent my manifesto, I have given them my biography. Whatever I was supposed to do, we have done it. So now it's left to the electorate to choose a leader who will make sure he will take care of all their needs and then their problems in their places. Because a leader, choosing a leader means you are giving that person your voice. means you are giving that person your power. That person should be ready to work for you. You should not choose based on sentiments. So today they will decide on what they want. If they want a leader who will go and represent them well, we'll know today. If they want another representative, we'll know today. But I believe they understand our message, and then I believe we will vote in favor of them. Because if they vote in favor of a person who has a good character, who will represent them well, that is in favor of them. So I believe that.
First and foremost, thank you, Almighty Allah, for making us healthy. And it's very elated.
So if you're not there, you're not interested.
And in general, people of this country. That's my ambition, that's my mission, is to serve the general interest of everyone in this country, and that for almost 2 decades now. I'm well known in Kalinin, and people know me really do for the community. I participate in communal work and development issues. And then we've seen for the 5 years, Kalinin have many challenges. We have been underrepresented as far as Member of Parliament is concerned, and then this has been an issue, and Kalinin deserves a good representative. And then throughout my consultation with people, I was filled with confidence that they needed somebody like me there to buckle up, to buckle down, and do my best to alleviate some of those concerns and constraints in regards to good representation at the level of the National Assembly, as well as leadership that's lacking in Kalinin constituency. So I have a good feedback in regards to it, because the power belongs to the people. I have a good positive feedback from the people that I am the right candidate. It cannot be compared with the presidential. Sometimes this is some of it has been my campaign messages, that sometimes the turnout during presidential elections is far from what prevails in parliamentary or any other elections. And this is something we all have to advocate for the Gambians to embrace the importance of parliamentary elections. But sometimes, this voter apathy is caused by the fact that people don't see the value the National Assembly brings in their National Assembly member brings into their lives. So they see like they are just voting for the sake of voting, but they don't see any value that the National Assembly representative is adding to the lives and well-being of the people. And this is the narrative we all have to change. And to change that, we need to be a good representative of the people at the level of the National Assembly, so that people see that it is important to select good representatives to represent us at the National Assembly, as well as try to solve the issues of the constituency. So this has been an issue, but also within Ramadan, people are coming, the flow of people is going smoothly, but it's way below the presidential elections.
On an important point, and I want you to pick up from there, Said, talking about why the voter turnout has been significantly low this year. Is it because people don't believe in the system, in the government, in the National Assembly, in their performance? And it's telling that part of the just concluded National Assembly fifth one has not done well in their view, over 30% of the public. You know, are people just now saying we have a presidential system and the president has now become alpha and omega and nothing else matters? Once we have a president, you might as well go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally, I mean, people have seen the value of election. That election is perhaps the best way to elect leaders. But of course, like we said, during the presidential election, we've seen the extent to which people trust the electoral system. That's why we saw 90%. But for me, I still believe it's the fact that we rank elections in this country, that presidency is the most important, followed by the National Assembly, and then you have the local government. And that's how, I mean, if you're comparing the turnout over the period, this has, you know, this how exactly it has been. I think the turnout for 2017 parliamentary election, you know, was about 46% or thereabout, and then the 2016 presidential election, even though it was very low, compared to the 2011 turnout, which was about 56 or thereabout, percentage was still higher than the parliamentary election that was done in a new Gambia, sort of. So I think, I mean, there could be perhaps a combination of factors, and one, I think, is the lack of interest or the lack of understanding of the importance of parliamentary election, and I think Chris also was hinting at that as well. And so I have also seen that people did not even understand or even know the candidates that were contesting as well. So even though there have been a lot of radio talk shows, there have been a lot of advertisement, almost every day I hear your voice on the radio telling people about the importance of this election. And surveys also show that majority, about 75% of the population listening to radio. So the message about the election is, people got it. They know that it was today, but of course it has to do with the lack of interest. But I also say that it has to do with the fact that unlike the presidency, which was one constituency, now people are more focused on the individual, necessarily see it as important to go back during the parliamentary to vote. One, they don't understand or they don't know the candidates that are running, and we have seen a lot of that. And even I think Gambia participated their preliminary you know, observation report also highlighted that the lack of voter education and the lack of understanding about the National Assembly has contributed to that. So I mean, at this point, I mean, we can just highlight this, but the factors are many. But this has also shown that historical trend where people have not been really coming out to participate in National Assembly elections in the country.
Chris, since you are allowed to be critical,
yeah.
you have no stakes.
Yes.
But I want to believe that the opposition had played a very huge role in the presidential campaign, more particularly the UDP. The level of interest and participation and the euphoria that they had created in the presidential, I don't think the opposition were that eager this time around or invested that level of resources and time to it. What are your views?
Yeah, I agree with you. They did not put as much effort in the National Assembly elections as they did for presidential elections. I think probably for two reasons. The first reason, they had put all their efforts on their energy to campaign for presidential elections, which they lost. And it takes courage to go back to the drawing board and take your time, you know, and get that energy again to go back. I think secondly, what affected the opposition, we don't know the results, and so we might not know if it really affected the opposition. But the second thing I think is they are banking on some idea that we have lost the presidential elections. Things are difficult, although it's everywhere, but you still look at your locality, things are difficult in the country, food prices are high, fuel increase, and various other factors. People might sympathize with us, not necessarily because they love the opposition party, but things are difficult. Yes, let's see whether we could, you know, change some things that we probably had done wrong. We voted and have the president now with NPP, but things are still difficult. Maybe if we could just change our mind and put a lot of opposition members in the National Assembly, things would change. So maybe they are banking on that, which is really not a good thing to do because you don't quite know. It's just supposition, thinking, okay. And I also think the opposition wasted a lot of time with other trivialities than focusing on the important issues Example, I followed the court case that they pursued. It was good, but having lost the case, appealing, and people were focused on that. Say we should have the presidency. So even the members of the party, when they lost now, see no reason why they should really bother, because they had their doubts, they had issues with the IC and everybody. But most times when you lose elections, I think you look internally. What did we do wrong? What did we not do very well? Could we have had a better candidate? Could we have had better policies? Could we have strategized well? They don't look at that most times. They just blame other people. Yeah, the IC, blame other people around. And that weakens your position. But when you go into elections and agree and accept that, yes, I lost these elections, whatever the issues are, but just accept that, yeah, we lost these elections. So we have to do more to win upcoming elections. I think that helps you. But the opposition has still not come to that realization that, yes, we have lost the presidential elections. We can only have a bite after 5 years. And they have not focused on looking at those other basic things that they may have left out while they lost the elections. They just think people will be sympathetic. And that's what happened most of the time. Now they sit back and tell people things are difficult. You voted for a president now, but things are difficult. So if you want to go vote for the same party again. So they're banking on that, which is not very good for politics. They should come out and put a lot more pressure, because they owe the people of Gambia a responsibility. They are also part of the government. An opposition party is government in waiting, and they have a role to play. Because if they do not checkmate the current government is just going to do what they want to do.
Politics,
and
Chris,
do a lot
is
of
very
things.
expensive business.
Definitely.
And now we've realized that Gambian elections is phenomenally expensive. Really. And the opposition really, and of course, in other countries there is some little funding for the opposition party. In Gambia, there's no such thing. I think, so I can understand, imagine, say somebody like SFL saying, okay, I've given it a good run. I think he's one of those wealthy young people, by all standards. Gave it a good run for the president, said, oh, for the parliamentary, I'm not sure, let me reserve myself for another 5 years, because I have probably spent too much money for which I have no return. If I had invested that in a property, I probably would have rent on it or something. So politics has become expensive.
I would agree when you speak about smaller parties. This is one of the oldest political parties. It's very established. It's been around for a long time. I'm sure it has members who fund the party. It has people abroad. It has some source of funding. It's not one of these small parties that just one of the largest scouts I have seen. So we should be able to weather the storm, even in the opposition, put resources together and go into campaign and give the government some more for their money. They should be able to do that. They owe Gambians that. Because it is only them who could stand up and the other parties together to whatever excesses the government has, if at all the government has any form of excesses. But they need to help checkmate the government. Okay, you are doing this, but this is not what you should be doing. They should be like a shadow government, checking the government in power. So I think saying they may not be funded, I don't think so when it comes to the UDP. You might say that's probably for PDOIS, which in size is a smaller party, the GDC and other parties, but UDP, a lot more is expected of them.
Yeah, here to the issue is, I mean, not a lot of people contribute to political parties. People expect to eat from parties and not necessarily to give parties. I mean, I think like after 2017 election, we did a study on the cost of parliamentary politics. I mean, of course, it's very high. We saw that it was increasing. But interestingly, this year also, we've seen the change of tactic. We've seen a lot of, house-to-house campaign, which also reduces costs. And in some constituencies where we've seen that parties will agree that this one will go, 2 days into the community, and then the other go 2 days. So I think those also contributed, but I agree. What parties need to do is to see how much they can raise from their members. And it is expected that larger parties are likely to raise much more money from their members, but provided that members are willing to provide to the party and otherwise. But here, NPP is, predominantly, you'll see at some point it might be predominantly financed by Barrow, or, UDP being predominantly financed by, richer members of the party and not ordinarily like every other member of the party. But it could also be different within them because, like he said, they are very strengthen, especially at the grassroots, which also can contribute to that. And APRC before also, I mean, especially if you look at those that are on the other side now, I mean, they also been raising a lot of money at the local level membership, but generally people do not contribute much to political parties. Maybe this is changing, but previously this has been the case.
Now, we'll come back to you, Damfa. Now, in these cases, what is more telling for you as far as perception of the voter is concerned?
If you look at our research, we have looked at various issues, and some of the issues have also been highlighted by Chris that also came out in our research. For example, about the Supreme Court ruling, and then interestingly, overwhelming majority, about 66%, are satisfied, with the judicial ruling of that. And looking at, for example, the trust for the judiciary, for example, is about 60%. And even the IEC, where they came under heavy criticism, the trust for IEC as well was about 66%, from our respondents. So clearly you can see, despite all those hurdles here and there, public confidence in our institutions, is very high. Both, the IEC, the judiciary, and so on. Now, the other issue, that came out during our survey, in terms of what, the population is expecting from the sixth legislation. And the issue that came out, clearly is, the anti-corruption bill and the constitutional amendment. The anti-corruption was about 78%, and the constitutional amendment is about 60 from our respondents. So clearly, people know what they actually want. So I mean, the population are to me, I mean, are very much aware, even though less than 50% of our respondents are illiterate from our country, but they are very much aware of what is happening around the environment. So if you look at the general perception on our key sectors as well, for example, if you look at the price hike, the perception on that was quite revealing. I think a significant amount of our respondents think that the government is not doing enough to address the issue of price hike. The security sector issue as well, and also came out, and the majority of our respondents as well, especially with the economic, the West Coast and the LRR are very much, the region that were, vocal in terms of their rejection of those things. So I mean, looking at the other sectors like, a license given to the EU and the Chinese to fish and others, again, that question also came out, and then overwhelmingly, people also rejected, that idea. So generally, issues of national interest came out clearly in our survey, and it becomes overwhelmingly, across the region. I mean, what we have also observed in our poll is that, like URR, for example, are very much sympathetic to the government. Most of these issues, if you, try to, disaggregate them into regions, you realize that, I mean, URR, is more sympathetic, to government. So, there are a lot of.
What would be the reasoning?
I mean, interestingly, I have to, when we, disaggregate them into regions, I always look at these regions. I mean, one thing I want to conclude, perhaps maybe, tons of barrel. Even the price hike to them, it is okay. You understand? Yes. The URR. So, I mean, that has resonated, in their support for the ruling party. Even the, the key constituencies that we expected that the opposition might win, like in Woolly West, in our poll, it was NPP. You understand? So, I mean, quite a lot, were revealed in our poll, and quite interesting though.
It is, absolutely. Balde, we're coming back to you now, and I wanted you to look at the politics of region, of religion, of tribe, really, because we don't want to accept it for the most part, but we know it plays into our body politics very well. When we talk about, is this a Mandinka, is this a Manjago, is this a Fula, is this a Wolof? Do you think that also has a bearing to what we are talking about, not having quality people in the National Assembly? Because now we are voting because Sumawaila. We are voting because we are neighbors. We are voting because we are from the same tribe or from the same region, etc. How do you think that affects the politics, especially of the National Assembly?
Well, interesting, and I'm very glad that you raised this question. It is something that is a contributing factor. During the presidential tour, we also these are issues that have been raised. I can remember just the recently concluded tour. The president made this clear. Tribe is something that is contributing. He made this clear at a particular meeting in Kiang that it is only the Mandinkas that did not vote for him, and it's a factor. Tribal politics is something that is contributing to this, because people believe that once I am a Mandinka, I should be UDP. If I am a Fula, I should be GDC. And if I am a Jola, I should be APRC. It is the hard fact. Most people will disagree with this, but it is, if you go to communities, this is what people will be discussing. Mandinkas believe that they should support UDP. Some believe that, no, I should not support UDP based on because I'm a Mandinka. And if you go to certain regions, especially like Kiang, it's a UDP dominated that region. And then who are the majority there? They are the Mandinkas. So if you go to Fonyi, there you have the Jolas, and APRC have been dominating that region for years. So if you go to URR, that's where the Sarangholes are. And the Sarangholes, to be honest, any meeting where you go, for them is Baro, is Baro, is Baro. Based on what we observed on the ground was that due to the development initiative that the Baro government was able to bring into their doorsteps, like the constructions of roads and bridges, they really appreciate him. And now they don't consider the price hikes and stuff like that. For them, it's Baro. And this is during this.
Baro cannot go wrong. I think
yes,
you want
and
to.
Baro cannot go wrong.
I just want to add something on this tribal thing. Even our polls, although but because in the questionnaire we will ask the tribe you belong to. Now, when we cross tabulate this data, interestingly we have seen, you can see a tribal line completely ruled out, because most of the Mandinkas align to UDP, Fullers and other to NPP. Research have also shown that. Now, the other thing I just want to highlight, currently we are working on a research with the University of Frankfurt on the impact of election on our social cohesion. So it is an experimental research that we are doing in the Fonyi. Now, the idea is it's a pilot project, and during maybe in the local government election, we want to roll out a full-blown research, try to see how the ethnicity play out in our politics. Quite a very interesting research.
I tend to agree to an extent that it plays. But of course, if you look at our, if you talk about ethnicity, you also have to talk about region, because people live, ethnic groups live in regions. Like Fonyi, you're talking about dominantly Jola, and most likely, most of the candidates that will be contesting most likely might be Jolas. And how do you define ethnicity when all the candidates are Jolas or Fullers, for instance? Like during the Nyamina by-election, we have, how would you consider ethnicity when two of the candidates were both Fullers in that instance? I think, sometimes, of course, many research have shown, separate research have shown, and even Afrobarometer, when you do the analysis, you will see that. But the same way you use ethnicity, when you use region, you'll also see similar patterns because of the settlement, the nature of our settlement. The nature of the way we settle. And I think when we talk about ethnic politics, we are talking about where one particular group largely supports candidates from a similar group. And in this case, how would you define the fact that a lot of other people supported Barrow
Bakau is different from the politics in Fonyi. The politics in Fonyi is different from the politics in Sandu or in another place. And all of these different, and I'm happy that you guys are looking at it at that level, at that grassroots, because then it will show. Because naturally these are the factors that contribute. And historically, of course, there was a study in 1987 that was done in Serekunda, in particular, but it did not show the strength. Where I see that it is showing when it comes to the survey, but when you use region again, you might likely see the same.
Yeah, but with this experimental research that I'm talking about, definitely you should be able to.
Especially if that's within the Fonyi alone. So that, and then looking at the cohesion angle of it, I think it's...
And that research is like, it's not actually asking question, no. It's trying to play a game.
Yeah.
The research itself is an experiment we're doing, so it's like in a game form. You send them a credit to your respondents. You see them how they share that. Would you want to give to a tribe, for example, or to another tribe? In that game form, you try to depict, some kind of, a lab work to be, done to establish, the real issue of ethnicity in our politics.
I will appreciate that research because it will show sense. But I think it has been very easy, particularly among politicians. Of course, they do consider this when they are selecting candidates and all those things in the different regions. That's why I'm saying, like, if we're understanding politics in this country, we need to also push it to the local. And that's what they are trying to do with the experiment in Fonyi, which will show us, exactly. But again, if we're looking at defining ethnic politics based on candidate and where they're coming from and who is supporting them, I think within the overall context, because I want to support anybody because they are friends. But of course, the other aspect that we need to also look at is that social cohesion. And social cohesion is about ethnic relationship and how that has played significantly over the period. And prior to now, we see like people from here will go and contest somewhere differently, where they have no business with the ethnicity, yet they were being elected. And of course, things might be changing, but for me to easily conclude ethnicity is playing that significant role, I will not dismiss it entirely, but I'm going to put a question mark until that question comes in.
Let's swing to Balde. While we're waiting, it seems chairman could be down any moment and the announcement of results could commence anytime soon. But we'll go to you, Balde. As soon as chairman comes, we'll of course cut directly to them as they commence the announcement of results.
Yeah, it is just interesting. When we say ethnic it plays a part in Gambian politics. We're not saying it plays the majority of the parts, but it has a say in Gambian politics. Just of recent, we have seen a change in the way of politics in this country. Just, I can say 4 years ago, in those years, though I was very young, but then sometimes,
you were very young?
yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm just 23 years.
Okay, 4 years. Okay, yes,
yeah.
You're right.
So
in
in those days, I can say I was very young.
Yes.
But then, if you go to certain parties, you go to certain programs, you understand these. These are issues that people don't want to discuss in public. But when it comes to family level, you will have people discussing this. Because I can even remember my family. I have to tell everybody that each one, you have the right to support any party you want to support. If you come to the house, if they're discussing about UDP, if you are not supporting UDP, just keep quiet, allow them, let them discuss. You support the party you want to support. Allow others to support the party they want to support. This is not something that people talk in public, but then at family levels, I believe the researchers should do a lot on this area, and they will come out with a finding that will indicate that ethnicity plays a part in Gambian politics as well.
Actually, there was a research that was of playing ethnic politics, while in reality, it wasn't much about that. Like, how would you explain how Yaya Jammeh has been winning election in this country? He's been winning in Badibu, he's been winning in some other places.
And he comes from a minority tribe.
So for me, I'm asking these questions. I'm giving examples to show that, like, today we talk about this all the time. And it's more like accusing each other of, playing tribal politics and all that. But usually sometimes some of the example might not really stand when you look at historically how people have been voting in this country. Jammeh is from the Jola, but he has been winning elections severally in this country. And for me, these are the issues that I am, not convinced
I mean,
too much.
Chris is itching.
I understand when you want to take the debate to some other level, saying
But
let's
not
look
to
at the
Germany, right?
religion and all that. But I still think we should accept it that ethnicity plays a pivotal role in politics. It's not only in the Gambia; it's everywhere. What happens? Politicians most times
Everywhere in Africa, because tribes mainly
most
African
times when
now.
they don't have anything to sell, they play on the tribal card. They always say, I'm your son, I'm your daughter. They try to find that connection, and tribe comes with connections. If I know I'm Madinka, for example, and Dauda is Madinka, you feel that bond. He's like more of a brother than somebody else from another tribe. So they use that as an advantage, to manipulate people and get what they want. So tribe definitely plays a role. What we should be able to dissect is the fact that it's not very important. They create it as if it's important. In places where tribes are really important, people don't even marry across tribal lines. But just showing that it's not important, it only comes up when it comes to politics.
Yes, in
you
Gambia,
see people
definitely.
Fullers marry Madinkas or Jolas or whatever across
We are very
the board.
mixed, yes.
People just marry. But when it comes to politics, then there's nothing to talk about. You see candidates coming up with, oh, I'm your son, I'm son of the soil, and they try to play the tribal card. They only use it for politics. When politics is done, we are one and the same people. Yeah. So it really plays a role.
Listen, that's why I'm saying there are a lot of questions that I'm asking. At some point, Jawara, if you look at, I'm talking about historically, the way that election has been run in this country. There was somebody like Gambia Muslim Congress, for instance. I am Gabaja historically. He at one point he wanted to say I'm a Muslim and all that. He went to election in Banjul and then lost the election. And Jawara is Mandinka historically. He's Mandinka, but he's been voted for by a lot of people because the kind of politics that he built was more of consensual building, understanding that people live in different parts of the country, and that's why all these people belong to a country, and he brought them together. And that's why the PPP was, even though initially it was based on regionalism, that the rural versus the urban, but eventually it changed into a national party. And when it became a national party, it captured the national, framework. Even today, NPP, if you look at it, especially in the last election, it might have been that. Nobody can convince me that Mandinkas did not vote for NPP. I don't know what ethnic group Barrow belongs to, but it's the same. So we are not dismissing the fact that ethnicity play, but to what extent is it playing its role within the politics is the question. And I have given example of studies that was done in Serekunda in 1987, where we've seen that even though, most ACUs were the way urban people support parties is different from the way rural communities support, because urban are seen as being more sophisticated, being affected by the economy and all those different stuff. So their ideas and ways of doing things could be largely different from those within the rural communities. And so these are the issues that I'm saying that if we are looking at ethnicity within our politics, we need to look at it broadly and historically as well. And that's why I also give example of Jammeh. So I'm not dismissing, and that's why I also want us to treat politics at the local level. And that's why I'm waiting for your experiment.
Yeah, but personally, I said, even that ethnicity, our last president, we never released that part of the research because it's quite sensitive, and sometimes it may not necessarily be as widespread as people might think. But again, there is no doubt that we definitely have, ethnic politics, in the Gambia. You understand? But unless, just like I said, research is conducted, maybe we will know at what extent, is it, but.
léegi foog naa ñu wéy ci waxtaan bi tuuti dam fa xaw ma sa olof bi naka la mel. ñu bàyyi la si soose bi rek. waaw kon ñu tàmbale si Balde. Balde li ñoo wax ni mooy politique xeet. ne dëgg la am na doole Gambie parce que nit ki dafa xool ne Balde laa Balde nga ñoo bokk deret Pël laa Pël nga soose laa soose nga olof la dëkkandoor lañ ñoo bokk benn gox loolu lu seet di wax ni mooy ne moom si seetloom dëgg la dina war a am sax waaye gëmut ne loolu mooy li gën a am doole si politique bi mu ne am na yeneen yoo xam ne war nañ koo seet jàngaat ko loolu na firnde ne dëgg la politique xeet sax mun naa am waaye taxul ne bëri joo xam ne dinañu war a jaaxal.
waaw nekk na dafa am laajte bu mu laajte fii nii laajte bu ama soxla la because comme wax na ne si history loolu waaye suñ waxee ne xeet dafa am faana boo xamante ne mu ngi koo jëfandikoo si politique waxuñ ne loo nekk na loo xamante ne moo contrôle politique waaye tam def dee contribute because da nga gis ne recently sax si sélection yi candidates yi nii da nga dee dégg spéculation yu bari ñeneen ñi ngi wax ne parti bi dañ tànn kii te kii nii la based on nepotism te loolu nekk na loo xamante ne during this election nomination loolu waral na loolu nekk na loo xam ne sax mu tax independent candidates yi ñu bari si at bi because Gambia I'm not sure we have ever witnessed at boo xamante ne ñu am up to 83 independent candidates within the constituencies da nga dem yeneen gox yi sax nga am fa ñaari independent candidates ñoom ñoo xam nekkoon na ñoo xamante ne tamit dañ fayloon pour application pour parti yi tànn leen te ba pare at the end of the day parti yi jëluñ leen soo ñu mer ba pare ñu am ñoo xamante ne si société bi tamit ñoo nekk di wax gaay ne dem leen ngeen taxaw independent ñun dinañ leen support pour ngeen mun a am carte yoo xamante ne war ngeen ko am parti bi tànnuñ leen waaye lii nekk na loo xamante ne suñu waxee ne politique mu ngi play part definitely mënuñoo wax ne is playing a major part but tam def dee contribute foofu so ba pare kon soo xoolee ne politique bi nu moo demee léegi moom nit ñi ñu ngi si jàngal lu bari waaye at yu passé yi nii da nga gis yeneen kër yi sax because man fu ma yaroo time boobu noonu su waxee ne politique UDP ñu ngi am fii meeting suma famille bi duñ doon dem nekk na ndaw boo xamante ne time boobu maa ngi dem school su ma wàccee dama day dem si meeting bi su ma ñëwee famille bi dañ ma lay laajte foo jógee nii yow meeting UDP nga demee soo noonu ak noonu te nekk na loo xamante waaye nit ñi dañ ci dee jànga te time to time da nga gis ne mindset si comme moo tax ñu dem school bi dafa important because soo nekkee xale boo xamante yaa ngi dem school obviously da ngaa ba pare comme ñu ne mag bu bëggut a dem tool soo ko yóbbee si tool bi sax bagage bu mu war a yóbbu du ko yóbbu soo dafa war ne fàtte naa li te su demee du def dara stepping stone suñ xale yi suñ duggee si politique rek da ngaa gis ne lu bari ñu ngi koo jooytu si politique dina si génn because soo waxee mbiri tribe man su ma nekkee maa ngi amee different friends so religion also suñu waxee religion also boobu moom aw ma si benn problème waaye da ngaa gis ne xale yi ñu magandoor ñu nekk di ànda di def lu nekk soo ñooñu obviously mënuñoo convince gars ne kii du sa mboka kii du sa lii dañoo wax ne you just speaking this language book language is just identification pour ñu mun a xamante rek kii joolaa la te ba pare te da mu andi tamit jokin relationship daa gis ne assez fula man su ma demee si Joola society mun naa wax ne joolaa yi yéen xamu leen dara te nga gis ne loolu tamit daf dee andi loo xamante ne daam dina indi lu bari
jërëjëf Balde foog naa léegi ñu ngi seetlu ne chairman mu ngi dem ak CEO ak ñim àndal xam naa ne Obi-Wan bi suñu mënee linkal gars yi ñu xool yaakaar naa ne results yi nañ tàmbale di ñëw si yenn constituency wóor na ma ne loolu la ñoo wax si ñu may leen bu ko defee ñu mën a delloo suñu analysis yi ñu xool Chris, it would seem that the chairman is going to the podium. I am sure announcement of some results would take place. I'm sure he would have a significant number of results now. So let's listen in to what they have to say.
How are you?
Okay, hello, good evening everyone. Welcome to the IEC. And this is elections 2022 for the National Assembly. So the chairman would shortly, he would do the statement for some of the constituencies. And before that, I would like to welcome you all to the IEC, to the Elections House, and also to this August gathering. The chairman will be taking us to the results as they trickle in. So right now, we'll just do the ones that are available for now. On that note, I would like to welcome the chairman to make the announcements. Welcome, chairman.
Thank you, Pa. I'm good to you all. I, Ali Omar Njai, chairman of the Independent Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Jajambure constituency is as follows. Ibrahim M. Sayo, NPP, 345 votes, 345. JRI, Fenka, UDP, 236 votes. Ibrahim Traore, independent, 177 votes, 177. Omar Jame, independent, 359 votes, 359. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer for the Janyamburi administrative area. The results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Franca Conte, NPP, agent for NPP. Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP. Mamadou B. Sar, agent for UDP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Nyambure constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Omar Jame has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for the Nyambure constituency in the Nyambure administrative area. Date 9 April 2022, signed Ali Omar Njai, Chairman.
Well, these are the results for Janjambure constituency, and they are as follows. Ibrahim A. Sajo, NPP, 345 votes. Jarai Fayinke, UDP, 236 votes. Ibrahim B. Traore, independent, 177 votes. And Omar Jame, independent, 359 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer in the Janjambure administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Mamadou O.A. Sar, agent for UDP. And it was signed by the chairman, IEC Alaji Omar Njai.
Another result, I, Ali Omar Njai, chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Kiang East constituency is as follows. Lamin Sane, NPP, 1,534 votes, 1,534. Yaya Gasama, UDP, 1,925 votes, 1,925. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Matako administrative area. And the results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Mamadou Sar, agent for UDP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kiang East constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Yaya Gasama has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang East constituency in the Matako administrative area.
Yaya Gazama, UDP, 1,925 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Mansakonko area administrative area. The results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Fanka Conte, NPP agent, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Mamadou D.A. Sar, agent for UDP. Have received the highest number of votes in Kiang East constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022. Yahya Gazama has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang East constituency in the Mansa Konko administrative area. Signed, Ali Momar Njai, Chairman IEC.
Okay, thank you very much. For now, that's what we have. So we'll announce as those are trickling in. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you.
Very much. That was the announcement of results by Chairman Aliu Moman Jai of the Independent Electoral Commission. We have two interesting reports that came in, results. I was assuming that we were going to have a few results together, but it would seem it was going to be a long night. It brings memories of the presidential elections banker. Interestingly, Janjambure is won by an independent candidate. Isn't that the case? I thought it is, right?
Yeah.
So that will be very interesting. So welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yes. So we were talking, and one of the things that it was actually Balde who were raising it, that we have over 80 independent candidates, and most of them are candidates because they're not happy with the party choices, or they go independent. But it's paying dividend if the first result.
But you know, with these things, all politics is local. It's only in the presidential election that you tend not to necessarily see those dynamics playing, because it's the one that creates more excitement and the whole nation participates in it. Everybody's focused on it. But you have to also understand, that's where it's so different from the parliamentary elections. Because with the parliamentary elections, what tends to happen is the voter turnout is always lower. You have fewer people voting. And this is not just Gambia, even in the United States, usually you have a 60% voter turnout for presidential, and then maybe between 39 and 35 and 40% turnout for congressional elections. And the same pattern really holds true here in the Gambia too. So that's what tends to happen. What that means is that the local political apparatus, or whatever apparatus you are looking at, will play a key role in who gets to win and who doesn't get to win. Like he rightly said, some of these independents are independents, or most of them, I would say almost probably all of them, are independent simply because they go to these congresses, they are supposed, they expected to win their party's nomination, and then they end up not getting it. And what that does is it creates a fraction. What that means is you have a vote split that tends to happen, because obviously they have their supporters, co-supporters from this very political party that did not choose them as the candidate. So all it takes is that person really having the grassroots go out there and really canvass votes for them, and they can squeak in a win. It's always very, very tough for one simple reason though, and that is that most of the time these independents tend to be very popular in one area and not so popular in all the other areas, because they are only known in a certain locality. But a place like Janjambure that's very, very small, and it's like Banjul. If you are an independent in Banjul or in Janjambure, in a very small locality where you don't have many, many voters, it's not so difficult for an independent to make it in a place like that. Why? Because being known in one area means you are well known in all the areas, because it's a small area. Independents always tend to struggle like in places like Sanimentre. That is very big. So just because you are well known,
because you are from Sanimentre?
Well, yes, absolutely. But just because you are well known in Burfoot doesn't mean you are well known in Sukuta. So people in Burfoot can vote for you.
Yeah, it's a big.
Exactly. But a place like Janjambure is a very, very small constituency when you compare it to other places. In fact, how many voters? Have been 2,000 or something like this?
1,000.
Something like that. It's a very, very small area. So that means any popular guy in the neighborhood is actually popular throughout the whole district. So it's very easy for that person to go door to door and squeak in a win, which is much more. So you will see, when you see independents winning, there's a pretty good chance you will see them winning in places like that, where the number of votes actually there are not many, or voters that is. In a place like Sanimentre or other places, the Brikama and big places like that, independents will find it very, very, very difficult to win. Unless, like for instance, in the case of Busimbala, where the guy is an independent, but wink, wink, if he's a UDP candidate, you could see a guy like that squeaking a win, somehow. Because
are you hinting some knowledge that you already know, and you're just...
I am not.
Because we've been strictly warned that we cannot say results ahead of the
No,
IEC
I'm just analyzing the situation as the fact that it could happen in those places.
Absolutely.
Because there are always some dynamic at play. And you have to study that, look at that much carefully and much closely to see what is actually trending. So, but anyway, that's my take.
Gambia participates. Marnyang, welcome to this Fatu Network Paradise TV broadcast on election night. And we've done, you know Damfa, he's been here from the beginning with us. You know Said Matijau, and of course the critical Banka Mane. And we've been talking, and you know, conversation is going towards the low voter turnout, tribal politics, and the whole works. So we're going to keep this conversation going as and when the chairman comes out with new results. We analyze those results as well. So we want to say welcome to you on this platform. And we'll be dribbling within Mandinka, Wolof, and English so that everybody is evened out with the conversations. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Haruna. I appreciate it. And I look forward to receiving some very simple questions, although because you don't give simple questions, so...
No, I do. I'm actually one of the most patient journalists in this country. I ask a question, I just relax and just listen. You take the whole...
You pose a critical question and then lay back. That's what good journalists do.
So we'll come to you, but Damfa, Kiang East, any surprises?
No surprise, because in our polls, we predicted that UDP was going to win, and they have won. And it was expected. Kiang generally, like we predicted, Kiang East, Kiang West, even though Kiang Central, we predicted that an independent is going to win. You know, but like Janjambure, for example, you know, there was a tie during our poll, and then it was inconclusive. And then it can also, you know, if you look at the NPP and the independent, it was quite close. 14 votes. It was quite close. So I mean, I think our prediction, you know, being inconclusive, you know, could also make sense here, because, you know, if you look at it, it was
14
it was very close.
It's a close
match. So the result so far, no surprises.
Any surprises?
I mean, for me, I think the surplus pool has been guiding me, and I've been always trying to compare what is coming out or what even I'm seeing on Facebook. But I'm like you said, we have to wait for the IEC, and so far we are seeing that. But I think also the independent candidate, Omar, is a young person. I think he was largely supported by the youth. But this also shows perhaps you know that. That as much as we think being an incumbent, people will always vote for who they want, and this is what I believe in this country, and this is also what is also showing here. It is expected perhaps that is a rural community, and largely the NPP candidate will win, but we saw that the independent has won, and of course. Not a surprise.
No surprises. Yeah. Mar, before you came and before the announcement of the first two results, we were talking about the role that tribal politics plays in our body politics. And then we were talking about finance as well, but we didn't delve deep into that. So we'll bring that a bit later on. But for now, do you think tribal politics plays a key role? You know, because one of the highlights by Damfa and Balde before he left was the fact that, you know, politics has been run in this country in such a way that, you know, the community where you're from, your tribe, the region, plays a significant role in electing you. For example, with their surveys, they've seen how sympathetic the URR is to President Barrow, for example, and perhaps because he comes from that region. Our people are here as well. Mar, hold on for a moment. So we have Musa Jeng and Coach Pasamba Jao. Gentlemen, hello and how are you? Hi. Coach, you first. Hello. I'm not sure they hear us. So when they're working on the connection with the guys, so they could hear us. So Mar, what your response?
I mean, definitely. I think this is not a new topic that we have been discussing over the past years. We've seen how this has been used, especially during the 2021 president's election, just the 11th hour before the election day. We've seen how a government officer was actually campaigning using tribal sentiments to actually poison the minds of voters to vote for the NPP. So this is really, it has been one of the tool that politicians have been using to, canvass votes to their advantage. So I think really it has been going on, and really sometimes we shy away from talking about it, but that is the hard fact. And also if you look at the voting patterns of the results,
But unfortunately, I'm very much disappointed with this.
tag the surname of a candidate and where the person is actually from, and if they actually get to be elected from a particular settlement that's actually in relation to that person's background, social background, then you really sometimes can make this kind of prediction that you cannot actually take that out of the equation. So these things have been happening, and I think really it's a dirty politics that really have been giving results to those that use this tool. So I think really this is not a new thing that we've been experiencing.
In fact, our people, can you guys hear us, Coach and Musa?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can definitely hear you.
Yes.
I guess
Can
the
you hear us
question is,
though?
can you hear us? Oh.
Okay, hear you. But if you can hear us, Coach, you can go ahead. We are now talking. We have two results in. Janjambure has gone independent. Kiang East has gone UDP. But we were talking about the role that tribal politics, tribe and tribal sentiments play in our body politics.
Well, I think that is nothing new in our politics. It is something that has been used, and it is unfortunate. But identity politics is something that's definitely being used in our Gambian politics for a very, very, very long time. Even if you go as far back as the Jawara days, we know that there was a time when Jawara was the leader of the PPP when he was being accused of being pretty much Banjul-niced. And then, of course, we saw how the NCP came into the political scene and what they tried to do in our politics. And Jammeh also did it. Use these anti-Mandinka sentiments, telling voters if all the other tribes come together, we are more than the Mandinka. So this has happened. And like Mar rightly said, during the last elections, the NPP used it a lot. In fact, they used it to, in fact, paint the UDP as this nationalist, Mandinka nationalist party that if elected, they would go after this tribe or that tribe. So it has always happened. And I think sometimes our people fall victim for it and then vote that way.
Hello, Musa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Again, Ramadan Mubarak to all of you. For a minute there, we thought that we've been forgotten. But again, I've listened to Coach, and I share the same sentiments. For anybody to think that tribal politics doesn't play in the Gambia, you must be living in La La Land. Just like even in mature democracies, they do have racial politics as well. Now, it's not the be-all and the end-all. It's a question of how do you presidential election. Tribal politics was used by the NPP, and they did. The problem was UDP did not really have a very good answer to it. They could have handled it in a certain way that it wouldn't really make a whole lot of difference. So tribal politics, yes, but it's not the be-all and the end-all. There are other factors. There is inducement. There is, because again, our politics is not issue-oriented per se. So it really comes down to how do you manage the tribal politics. If you go in, let's say, in a place like Kaur, in Salum, Lower Salum, the NPP candidate happens to be a Mandinka, and he tends to win a lot of votes from Olof and from the Wharf Town and some of these other smaller villages that maybe the majority are Wolofs. But again, there are other factors at play. Tribal politics, yes. But if you really would have to come up with a strategy to counter it. Unfortunately, during the presidential election, this is where I think UDP did not do a very good job at it. They allowed themselves to be boxed in and defined. And unfortunately, they did not have the answer to it, unfortunately. again, tribal politics, yes, but it's not the be-all and the end-all. And after hearing the two new results, I mean, I'm having what I call hope, because we want to make sure that there's a strong opposition in the National Assembly.
ñu dem si olof parce que mel na ne yow kenn rek yaa wax ne politique yi xeet maanaam am na waaye taxula ëppul daal comme ni ko nit ñi di xayma waaye mel na ne maar li mu wax passe
ne politique bi identity bokk na si te identity du nekkul ne affaire yi xeet rek la moo doon man lu ma wax mooy ne weddiwuma ne affaire yi xeet bokk na si suñ politique waaye nekkul ne comme Moussa fu mu daanelee nekkul ne loolu moo dee déterminer lu nekk gis nañ fi vote for development gis nañ fi lu nekk waaye tamit soo xoolee ethnic ak tribal lifin bi man I prefer to use ethnic soo xoolee ethnic lifin bi da ngaa gis ne accusation la moo nekk rek ñun ñu jànga ñooy ñëw di wax lifin bi bugg a xaajale nit yi rek di seet naka la ñoo seetee ne yow fii nga bokka kii fii la bokka te xoolee politique bi yàgg na faa nekk joxe woon naa exemple ne Gambia Muslim Congress ñu amoon na fi in Banjul si politics bu mu commencé in the 50s and you know about Muslim loolu la gaa doon use but at the end of the day I am Gaba Jahumpa lost to a Christian so loolu mu ngi laa woon ne yes as much as ne am na ñu daan use identity ba léegi ñu ngi use identity politics ñu ngi use ethnicity but loolu is not enough it's not enough pour mu determine naka la nit yi di war a saane joxe woon na exemple ne waaw dëgg la Jawara was Mandinka but Jawara was winning all over in other places naka nga explain that factor mais mu ngi doon win si olof yi mu ngi doon win si parce que man nu ma define ethnic politics mooy ne and na foog naa ne utee bi foofu la nekk nu ma ko define nekkul ne naka la ko nit yi di use waaye man naka laa ko define ak nu ma ko define mooy ne ethnic politics mooy ne kii si xeet bi la bokk te ñu ko toppa yëpp si waa xeet boobu la gaay ñu bëri si ñu ko toppa majority of ñu ko toppa si benn xeet boobu fu mu jógee foofu la gaay bokk te soo taxee ñu ne UDP is a Mandinka party parce que dañoo seet ne lawyer Ousainou Darboe Mandinka la but UDP is getting votes from different places tey gis nañ maa ngi doon joxe exemple benn taxawal nañ candidate koo xam ne Talinding is not Mandinka but win na foofu noonu lan moo what is the contributing factor wax naa ne Yaya Jammeh was a Jola waaye soo xoolee suñ presidential elections yi win not in many other places where yoo xam ne nekkul ne Jola yaa fa nekk so ñoom su fekkee ne disagreement bi fu moo mun a nekk moo nekk naka la ñoo define ethnic politics in this country and I think loolu moo fa nekk ba pare joxe woon naa exemple ne am na studies yuñ fi defoon in 1987 benn loolu yàgg na you know in Serekunda in particular ñu seen da ethnic politics mu ngi doon dox within this region so soo xoolee fii nii is a naka la diverse community so at the end of the day study boobu dafa wone ne well ethnic politics mun na waaye nekkul ne loo xam ne lu dëgër la so man lu ma gën a gëm ne moo dee gën a contribute si politics mooy affaire yi inducement wala mooy ne comme Jammeh lu mu daan wax rek soo ma votalutee no development and people will tend to vote for that patronage bi ak yooyu noonu yooyu moo dee drive politics bi to a larger extent than ethnicity parce que ethnicity tamit soo ko xoolee soo seetee ethnicity da nga war a xam ne tamit ñun in terms of suñ settlement si fii nii soo demee si Saloum olof yi ak ñeneen ñi ñoo fa gën a olof yi ñoo fa ëppa nga dem Upper River most likely da ngaa find ne Saraxule yaa fa ëppa nga dem Fooñi Joola yaa fa ëppa te mostly parties yu dee taxawal candidate usually dañ dee taxawal candidate from the same ethnic group joxe naa fi exemple in Ñaamina during the by election for instance Ñaamina West ñaari pôle ñoo taxaw naka ngay waxee ne foofu noonu tribal politics play na fa and how do you measure that so there are moo tax ma ne ñoom dam fa study bu gaay bugg a wax which is local comme Banka wax na ko tamit ne every politics is local so it's important ñu dem si local area yi ñu study politics at that local level ñu understand relationship bu fa exist den dinañ mun a wax ne fii day lii moo fi nekk di dox fii lay lii moo fi mun a nekk waaye tu wax ne dëkk bi lii moo fi nekk man de d'accord ba si loolu foog naa ne bu moom
d'accord la Banka
the more I listen to Said Mati, the more I gonna agree ak mom. Even though at the beginning, I was tilted towards Nyomar, because you see, I think what tends to happen with situations in all of them like man all of it ko set non so wara legele ma dugal ci angale waye luma wax moy ne soko setlo bu baaxa baaxa nga just mbir mi bu baax most of the time comme dafa am issue bu ci nek issue bobu lan nit ñi day jël ñu shift ko to tribe because using tribe nga ko day mëna explainer much easily for the average voter to mun ko understand. For instance, nga toog nga ne waaw UDP dañ bugg a delloo dañ leen bugg a delloo yéen yëpp suñ wiinee dañ ñu delloo leen.
waaw seen réew yi.
waaw seen réew whatever
ngeen dem Conakry.
that is exactly xam nga boobu su ko pol bi déggee
Sénégal.
exactly su ko pol bi déggee mu it conjures up images of these ramas bu fi daan am. ak yooyu noonu so moom can easily relate to the ones bi ñoom dañoo dem si ndey mbila mi ñu wax ko nu mu fa taajoo.
ah dégg nga olof kat.
non dégguma ko noonu dama ko dee gis non waaye li ci nekk mooy so da ngaa gis ne soo tribe there is an underlying issue bi nga xam ne boobu sax mooy issue bi. tribe bi is just a way of explaining it. Wow, exactly.
Wala liñ ci nama
mu ngoog. So da ngaa gis ne waaye in reality soo ko seetloo both of this is where I agree with him. Si digga du tribe per se. It's always an issue-based issue. If you go to Western countries, I mean, you hear it a lot. This anti-immigrant rhetoric that bu Trump amee woon. Su ko waxee rek minorities yi ñoo si dee gis seen bopp du tubaab yi. So da ngaa gis ne minorities for them dañ ko xoolee as a racist. because ñoo xam nañ ne wala wax na ne dañoo deelee nit ku ñuul yi seen dëkk waxu ko waaye the moment muy xëy yëfi immigration rek. Hispanics yi ak nit ku ñuul yi ñoo si dee gis seen bopp. How may I understand? So in the end it's tribal. In its crude form. But in reality, there is an underlying issue boobu noonu fu nga xam ne foofu mooy issue bi. And the moment nga laal foofu rek yow tribe bi dina si gis boppam and that's why politicians yi faral di miss the message. ñoom su ñoo discourse yii nii even though for them it's not tribal. UDP is not a tribalist party. They are not tribalist. I believe that. I don't believe that why UDP is tribalist like. But when this anti-immigration thing bi su ko gars yi waxee rek pol yi gis seen boppa joolaa yi gis seen boppa ñeneen ak ñeneen and that's why dem boobu jan took advantage of it ba mu leen ne waaw ñu suñu wiinee dañu naa yëfin dara pol yi dara moom mu dem si wax bi si boppam mbokk noonu because
mu toj yax bi
waaw mu toj kaas bi yëpp so politicians are not careful. Western politicians ñoo gën a ñoom dee tend Trump moom xam nga moom bokkut ci yooyu. waaye yi si des. ñoom dee tend to be a little bit more careful naka lañ dee couch message bi. su ko defee they don't lose massive voters in a certain unless they are pandering to a particular group. ñu xam ne ñooñu noonu lii mooy seen issue. so da ngaa gis ne loolu moo ci nekk most of the time it's not ethnicity per se. It is the issue in of itself. waaye issue bi. Because that tends to tilt more towards a certain ethnicity.
Harama indi sa waaji Musa ndey mbila mi ndey mbila bila am de.
Munela is the issue itself. Munela is the issue. But look, politicians they know how to count this language. Here in America they call it dog whistle. Don't you want to vote because man all of la or vote because of man sosela. We all know that the 2021 elections. Adama Barrow did not win the election because of policies much more superior. I do not really believe it. They know exactly what they were doing, whether it was demo by force or some of his, they allowed themselves to be boxed in. Now, do I believe in Gambians, tribal? Seriously, I do not believe that. But there are what I would call tribal sensitivities. Mooy li banque di wax noonu su ñu la yéen ñëpp nañ leen ramas delloo leen Sénégal ou delloo leen Mali ou delloo leen Guinée pour yi gis seen bopp olof yi gis seen bopp ñu ñëw ne leen gis nga li ñu leen a wax ñii suñ fi jëlee and they fear the fear factor. Clearly they're using the tribal card to divide. Xam nga li ma mean? So it doesn't matter whether you use them issues to couch it. At the end of the day, affaire bi fa la nekk. Now, Jawara, and somebody did, I think it was Jaw, said Mati Jaw. He kept going back, Jawara was Mandinka, but if you go in the provinces, ñepp ko doon votal head gu nekk. You see, at some point, people don't buy into that because gisewuñ Jawara rek ne kii Mandinka.
Yeah, interesting conversation. Wax ji moom xam nga maa ngi dégg seen di wax man suñ ne tribal politics miinu ne mbir mi yëpp sànni bi yëpp dañ ko wéer si kii stick ngir Jawara dafa am li nga xam ne moo nekkoon ci moom su fekkoon ne bàyyoon nga xelam politics dafa mel ni moom politique am moo gënoon a xelam a gënoon a màcc si politics ñu mu doon political li lay tax when Jawara came PPP was what Protectorate People's Party.
Yes.
It was the Protectorate People's Society. You change go to Protectorate People's Party. But buñ jëlee Jawara gis-gisam ne you know what lii suñ demee ne ñu ngi ooyee suñ bopp Protectorate People's Party. génne na ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk si Greater Banjul area bi. ne leen nañ wecci tur bi def ko People's Progressive Party su ko defee nit ñi ñëpp gis ci seen bopp.
Correct.
So Jawara was very clever in in his ability to bring everybody under one tent. And this is why at some point he was being accused of Nekoton, he was very clever. Because let's look at Jawara was a different case. Because when Jawara came, here was a guy, Yangiwa, the Gambia Muslim Congress, which is true. But then again, what that also shows, Gambians are not necessarily 100% married to same religion or same tribe.
Exactly.
And maybe the inter marriages in happens in community and how small a country we are, it is very difficult for a Said Matijao. Maybe Said Matijao, if you take his lineage, he's a Tukuror. Maybe a Pasam Matijao is a Wolof, and all you have all these things happening. But so again, CL and sister in CL, and at the end of the day, everybody comes together. But Jawara too, one thing, look at Jawara. Sadamane used to call him the man with the three walls. In that day, I think his first name was Sekou or whatever. Then he came to Dauda David Kwesi Jawara was a Christian at some point. But then Tona later to become Dauda Kereba Jawara, and Gambians gravitated towards him because to them, what they were seeing was not the Christian or the Muslim or the Mandinka or the Wolof, they knew this Jikoji. And you dealt with Jawara, you followed his politics. He used to frustrate the hell out of his opponents. He would not insult you. He just have some little dings you more living. What's this guy's name? The guy Saho, the first minister of justice.
Emil Saho.
Luai Wahon na Chidelu Jodok Gatam Jindabogbog. These are some of the things that they used to say. But again, Switch politics had evolved, but that doesn't mean tribe had never been used into politics. That doesn't again mean our whole politics is dominated by that. There are other contributing factors as to why people vote for people. And that's the thing. And mostly it is inducement or new likely. So he was just loved by everybody. I remember I had to go to my mom pour Nyawako. I'm going to Jawara mi yalla rek ko génné ba coup d'état ba amé mo dem ne ko ana sen yalla ji fum néwon bañ ko génné. But this was the thing. Yeah.
Mar lañ la indi bala sen mati di ñew lan nga fokk
man gi nga naka tuda dega bi moy kon ko nu ko waxé ak Moussa nekul nek tribe bi is a contributing factor waaye nekku ne loolu moo tax naka tuda nit ñi di génne pour sànni carte boo xoolee ñenn ñi tamit presidential election dañ gis ne Barrow is a unifier how community ba mu munti dem daf dee mun a lakka gaay lakka bi nga xamante ne they can understand bu dee si wolof mu lakkal ne wolof bu set bi nga xamante ne wolof yi dégg ne ko wolof yi gis seen boppa si Adama Barrow bu lakkee soose gis seen boppa si Adama Barrow bu lakkee pol yi gis seen boppa si Adama Barrow bu lakkee saraxule tamit noonu tamit so nit ñi dañ dem ne kii moom nekku na ki nga xamante ne day ñëw fii nii rek lakka ñu benn lakka yëpp dégg na ko so kii nii moom mun a omba nekk kilifa réew mi so loolu tamit nekk na li nga xamante ne nit ñi encourage na nit ñi pour gars yi génn ñu sànni karta te loolu nag kon naka tuda kii nu mu ko waxee banka nu mu ko waxee boo xoolee de UDP tamit kii naka tuda Ousainou Darboe dafay lakka olof bu set te dafay lakka tamit soose bu set waaye mais bi tamit avantage bu ko ñeneen ñi am mooy naka tuda lakka yu bari lu gars yi nekk di lakka waaye tamit naka la NPP successful si 21 elections yi mooy dañ dem nu position mind voters ne ñii ay Mandinka folks ren ñoom su gaay nekkee in the office man ni kay rek la gaay nekk di priorité xanaa gis loo ABCD and E bu gaay def moo tax kon nu ma ko waxee si Dembo Boña statement am lu mu def si la 11 hours loolu tamit ñu bari ñu doon wax ne dafa gën a tax sax nit ñi gaay génn to vote to endorse Barrow
mooy last card arrest
exactly so nga dem ba si last minute nga ne kii boo leen sànnee karta boo leen ko sànnee karta nii ak nii la gaay di def ñi nga xamante ne ñoom gis nañ seen bopp ne at least moo bi tamit perhaps dual citizen leen kon Gambia nu mu melee fii nii ñi nga xamante ne mun na am seen yaay wala seen baay ñoo nekk Gambian seen européen mu nekk ay Sénégalais Guinéen o Malien you name it ñooñu tamit gis ne ñun su lii amee dañooy ñàkk suñ naka tudd citizen wala suñ doole as Gambian so kon ko gars yi di waxee nu naan 2020 election was a referendum to either accept Darboe or reject it so kon nu ko gars yi waxee tamit ñu sànni Adama Barrow nekkul ne dañ ko sànni karta ngir support policy am wala programme yu gaay am non nit ñi ñu bari yu gaay doon def boo naroon def pour tem nga laajte ñu bari naan dañ sànni Adama Barrow pour mun a prevent a UDP government boo leen laajte lan moo tax ngeen bëgg a prevent a UDP government du la mun a wax du la war a wax directly because of tribe dañ lay jox other excuses so lii nekk na personally conversation yi nga xamante ne yaa ngi koy mun a am ak ñeneen nit ñi yi ñoo dee ñëw waaye tamit nga xool tamit Yaya Jammeh lan la doon def bu doon génne dem campagne maa ngi fàttali ko amoon na time mu génne book mu ne naka tura soosey jigéewuñu fii boo leen ko buggee naka tura daawut ma history baa ngi nii am na ku ko binda nekku leen founding fathers of the Gambia yaa ngi understand lu mu doon def mooy daf doon try to naka tura reduce down the power of the majority pour uplift the minority pour ñoom ñu mun a ekkati seen mbagga tamit ne fii nii naka tura am nañ fi doole te président bi ñu la àndal waaw président ñu la àndal so loolu dafa nekk deti cash bi nga xamante ne politique nañ ko day use dañ dee mën a joxe kon dañ dee mën a indose dañ dee mën a joxe xaalis joxe ay saako maalo joxe ak yeneen waaye lu gën a dangerous mooy seen mindset bu gaay de poison ñi nga andi ni development because leenam mooy dëgg bi ñun dañ dee identify suñu bopp as tribes boo génnee tey nga nuyu kenn ne la sant bi waa fan ngeen commencé di wax so noonu leen di identify suñu bopp so loolu dafa nekk li nga xamante ne Gambien tamit tuuti wuñu ko dañ ko jël mu nekk li nga am doole ba pare gars yi dañ ko soppa si seen xol te nag xeet benn xeet du dee bëgg a gis boppam as a minority
kenn bëgg ko xeeb
exactly xeet kenn bëgg ko xeeb so loolu bu amee nag bu ñu gisee ne politiciens yi ñu ngi commencé di andi mindset ne yéen xeet bii nii naka la beneen xeet bi daf leen bëgg a wàññi seen doole ne yéen waa nekku leen waa fii nii yaa ngi understand ba pare tamit bu fi gaa ñëwee seen doole dina wàññeeku ñooñu dañoo jóg la la gaay di jël seen carte la gaay di jël musu ñoo gis élection maybe tamit am young waaye musuma gis élection bi nga xam ne am neen almost 90% vote turnout for what naka tural si lan lañ koy mën a relate yaa ngi understand so dafa nekk li nga xamante ma ko doon wax élection bi kañ la daf laa wala December 1st mooy élection December 4 mooy élection bi waaye tey parlementaire ba ma doon ñëw fii ma ku ma àndal si biir hero ak naka tudd affaire yi xeet bu doon am noonu yëpp bu doon because loolu tam dafa nekk li nga xamante ne di moment politicien wax ko xibaar bi bu tasee ku nekk kër yëpp ko day jël kër di koy commencé di waxtaanee so loolu tam daf dee mun a nekk li nga xamante daf dee mun a naka tudd induce voters yi ñu mun a vote ki nga xamante ne ñoom foog ne kooku suñ ko sànnee kata gis neen seen boppa si kooku so really tribal issue bi naka tudd mun ne wax yeneen facteur waaye du nga ko mun a génne ne du dee mun a nekk as a contributing factor bu dee mun a pousse nit ñi ñu sànni karta du ma challenge waaye tey dama dem si benn police station
kon challenge nga
ma gis nit mu dugga si police station mu dugga mu génnaat gars yi polling officer ñu ne ko ne sànni karta mu ne déedéet ku ma naka kan nga nekk se mu ne non commencé gis nga mu ne wax leen ma kan moo fi nekk jox leen ma tur yi ñu wax ko tur yi mu toog calculer dugal sànni karta du ma si dépassé nag foofu laay mun a am si wax boobu
te kooku wóor na ma ne Paul la sëñ Mati yaa ngi bëggoon a ñëw balaa ñëw dem si Danfa
waaw man xam nga man dama kontaan ne tey ñu ngi wax élection ba pare ñu ngi discourse lii parce que yàgg na si dëkk bi ku nekkaa ngi lifi man benn pour man am na Gambien yu bëri ñu mel ni man faalewuma nit ban xeet la doon man seetuma loolu si nit in the first place loolu laaka ak lu mu munta mel loolu matawut waaw naa déggoo ñu mun a xam ba pare at the end of the day lu ñu war a jële dafa yàgga suñ dëkka dafa yàgga si dëkka bi and loolu important na pour ñu jox ko historical context and fu ma ko dee jëlee usually moo nekk ne ñun dañu war a understand ne fu xaajaloo bi njëkkaa amee mooy si colonial man tey dama dee wax ne suñ dëkka bi yëpp is an imperial state
soo gisee tey politiciens yi di continuer di repeat the same thing loo xam ne colonialiste yi daanaka ñoo ko fi sampa fii ñu ne waa Kombo ak Banjul ñoom ñoo njëkk a vote 10 years ñi vote nañ 10 years balaa people from di def commencé di vote parce que lu tax people from def nekkuñu woon di vote because and the majority of the people waaw gën a laata bi moo foo nekkoon parce que nu ñu doon doxalee mooy ne fii ñi ñoo nekk citizens ñi la ñoo nekk subjects parce que ñi la chief yi lañ leen bàyyee woon ñi la lii lañ leen bàyyee woon ba at the end of the day da ngaa gis ne loolu noonu moo taxoon ba soo xoolee PPP nu mu ñëwee ko wax na ko started as a protectorate party ne ñun gars yi protectorate yi lañ bañ so therefore ñun dañoo ñëw pour represent protectorate yi so moo tax ñu ñëw bu ñu doon ñëw soose yeeg joolaa yeeg ñi ne ñëpp a àndoon ne ok we are from the protectorate nañ leen move that waaye yaa ngay xool ne tey UP dañ naan win in Basse a lot of people were ñu ngi woon Basse and they were supporting UP and then Per Sarr of course use na xeeti Salum use na xeeti all of that and this is what we are saying ne politicians yi dañ ko dee use xeet pour jéem a xaajale but man gëmuma ne xeet doy na in this context boo xam ne dina ñëw pour seet pour naka la moo divider nit yi so bu ñu def fàtte historical context and nekkul Jawara rek lañ amoon wax naa Yaya Jammeh stratégie moo nekk vote for development.
Chris mu ne bul wax Yaya Jammeh.
Non damaa wax Yaya Jammeh parce que duñ ko mën a génne si suñu historical context I mean and it is a very most recent history. parce que soo ko xoolee tamit su fekkee ne dañoo xool ne in terms of the size of the ethnic group. nañ la wax ne Jolas are part of the minority groups even though they are not minority or mun naa nekk in between but daf daan win in many other places and what was he using mooy development tey soo gisee Barrow di win in Basse. It is because of the development lu mu fa nekk di yóbbu because loolu nit yi moo nekk seen interest soo génnee si dëkk bi nga wax nit yi foofu noonu lu ñoo wax moo nekk amuñ ndox amuñ lii seet nit yi soo ko gisee wax nañ fi accuse nañ kii ne xeet la lii ak lii la Dembo wax na fii lale waaye soo ko xoolee nit yi dañ toog ñu dal ne ndax dañ bugg a wécceeku yu gën a bëri wala ndax dañ war a mun a continuer pour stability and ñu bëri man gëm naa ne pour stability la gars yi dem àndal pour ñu vote pour dal because yéen da nga daan nekk si radio bi ngay wax sax ñu ne Barrow nit yi jaama lañ si seetuñu si xeet so da ngaa gis ne yooyu tamit is a contributing factor waaye da ngaa gis ne politiciens yi ak nit yi dañ commencé di noise ethnique ba kenn mun naa tuta déggal leneen waaye nit yi am nañ seen buga te man foog naa ne buga yooyu ñoo gën a fees ni affaire yi xeet kii fii la bokka wala kële fële la bokka but definitely man loolu laa gëm waaye tamit agree naa and foog naa ne ñun generally agree nañ ne of course xeet dina play part waaye naturally nekku ne mooy play the most effective part and I think ne conversation bi soo ko xoolee summarize yëpp ñun ñëpp foofu lañ nekk di demee
Danfa nga naite ya manike kaunto kacha nyimbita kandame si fatam fanso wala ka fuko mbadi ngolom nsi nyolom lom molom ko na politiko wala bata mandika ete mine mero
okumo nyinga sontala ngamira mu tonality because ni ajibe Gambia la politiko kata nyamen ando ni kata kolosirati second past presidential election bawo janin kata fe bina dole kisi so ka jibe kata fe wala nyamen even though mantra jibe kan siol ba kata fe kan nyamen bawo ni mo nyinin ka e boda min tole sio mo muneti yo long data nyin kono isa analyze no ko si jumale ya fe jumale so lo no Kabrina na kisu comparator then we saw a landslide for NPP for example so kujuma bi way interest ka kiskis fora nyin keta no nyaadile cause jama nyin ngaro kana wala nyama nyi winta no nyaadile science nyi beta na kiskis roke na raje ko dal show fan play out because generally mo ko mira even though o dol manke tonya the just as it's an tactics Moloka may use draw, a tribal card can only play. Like for example, here UDP GB, you come Mandinga Patilam. Even though in our research, a great amount of people be UDP. But again, it's like 2:1. The other one to NPP. Still, Jamaat me alonko Mandinga me alonko iba NPP. But then Nina GB menka for UDP come Mandinga Patilam. Here UDP from GB. Was always in Kafole. It's often they have not done enough, to try to dispel that kind of.
Musa Jangi wala fo. It from a box.
Yeah, a from box because it often they have not done enough, to try to, go see file correctly. So you want to use even the mobile force, a capitalist will come. You know, because even at a recent interview, I could it is deliberate on our site Kosifake. Because I could ni work wrong, you know, iba new total. And don't need that GBA for now. Because this tribal thing, yeah, GBA, let's say GDC, for example. GDC la election in 2016. Yeah, Katabaka they have done well. So neither GBA from the Lakiske to Namenje, when they like most of the other ethnic group. Because the for the Maninko needs to draw. Even though that is not true. So the rest of the people, I just that borrowers are win, no? So I'm manjari na empathy do support me imansia. So gradually, what effect level GDC can, you know, from presidential election near the performance. And our recent poll suggests that they are not going to even win a single seat in the National Assembly. So no one that
is very bold, Damfa.
Huh?
That is very bold.
Yes, that's what the perception has revealed, because maybe the GDC performance again, and then the support I mentioned like follow la Carola, a bit shifted to NPP. Clearly from the data it goes to Valgen. So I think that it's like it was yes. But even that, I mean MPP like BJ, because we have seen in the by-election. So the tendency is now that are 2021 elections, it's like, it was a vote against UDP and the rest of the country, because, they just try to isolate, UDP. That was the tactic. So the rest of the Franconian has to get to, NPP. That is why NPP had that landslide. You understand? Because Molly, I feel like that if they don't support NPP, the UDP, that was the belief. That tribal Franconi, you will establish. So the only way, prove more better NPP. So that is why, NPP had a landslide. But it doesn't necessarily mean that men be a fight MPP, left MPP. No, they're not. But they just want to deny UDP the vote. So what I think, if you look at this parliamentary election, coming the polls already, NPP la performance, independent are digital from our poll, and that is what we expect, because already, science particularly from is at the grassroots level, at the local level now, vote at all. So imagine science to science. So imagine of an photo jamal lebije me alonko as a design of how mobile win the nyame. But one thing clear I wouldn't draw, tribal, politics is very much evident in Gambian politics. Mota Bundinola, and then it becomes very much prominent, these days. Molkai, political use it deliberately, just to get, sympathy vote.
Banka, it's on time and song.
For the most part. Again, Mbamurla set matla kumula kanda bandindro. Tell us Banco Banyami, and in any Banco for that matter, and Western countries. Near a very large segment of the population of Mianco, there is dissatisfaction among them. Come mol mi alonko ya Italia we fangela ko yuruwa amay toluma. Pour que ñing sifa le bland diamo kono ka use pour que carte sur lomba wala ko ke a easy da bakela man ko le afango. So ba ko hani ne Trump wala ko jibe. Ikam ñeñi la ñing kungol fo. Mol min ke la moyala min ke wala ka believe ale wulije carte faya par mborinje. Jamalam ñi most of them ñi po white sol la twabul mi anko fentable. Wala because it only molele do kota because dissatisfaction wala. It only am yuruwa ha. Because ni wori fanka jibe andu jama babi je jama lamu mol mi alon ko mol ye possible ko to na lalle so ba ko wala nyum foro diamo ni aje diamo be jan cew ni akoto be jibe mini be ba wuru kam most of them be simply mi safa no be cew yurwa me ma ye fanje ko mu problem wodi ñi latin na yurwa me to ma ñi le business ol tay koto ñi le do kol tay koto ñi le kunya babte ya tay koto ni wol mam bo jang ati itol tas to non and ni wa fata drong walon ko ñin sidol ke fanjo diamo ko be ko ke wol mo telefon wol ke fanje ko tollam na lalte to fulol mi mboda jine ni mo abam mele ka ke ta ke ramas je ke sendi
han ka bi baka
banta so ni ko alanga ñi forol mi bi jangente be sen lale because tel kadaje be carte fel na banko kan ibe nyinkle be nkla business sol be to la be fenke mbur jan lalu you know ni an nuance sol jibe abe chobe mo le blame kan banko la problem wala problem yan ko man fo soto je man ko ke je dat je man ko fe kriye je because kanani banko kan kaddo ko ke ka kusoto pour ye fanya eta nyata di fangol wo ma nyata 30 ke 30 but ni te banko dingoti ite mo ke onata wewo ke drong aje jan drong ite problem ko ni wo sera banko dingol kono drong politicien no fananka use no pour ka fenke no ni NPP jibe NPP is a coalition, it's a rainbow coalition. Let's be honest about that too. Yeah. NPP lem party ti mialon ko during the elections ya itani mobe la ko mobe kunta jele comme ni maria fa nyami fuloli e fanjeje surwali e fanjeje jolali e fanjeje manjagoli e fanjeje sarawloli e fanjeje man ko li e fanjeje sio be taw e fanjeje MPP party ko non so atinali is very much easier pour NPP e bulo chodi ni sako ni party dol mialon comme UDP nyo ko wala ko be NPP boyndla wala be kumol foka mialon ko nyin sidol be fanjelo ko mo ko non ñinam problème o ñinde so anon ko ka manke sidiamo fongo ti passé issue le fongo ko kono dissatisfaction la mo mol mi anon ko ya je ko kole so jaba babi je banko ka ko nyama nalalu ko wolle ke bulo chodi wala dawoda so wala na ñim forna diamon to la politiko kono is nothing new itara ñim banko jama bakan ni economic conditions so bi je mi anon ko man mo jama ba favor ak atele ka diamote fornal always forna diamo la ka wuli fornal datale carte na banko din kaytol dol dila e fere ba carte fa fay kanne e business be to la be handul e to le maran na fango be la yani mburu fa ni sai kadi ke kamitle e ka je sari ben charge la jelle la yin fanko marse to fa on itara je sai ni so a be to because most people citizens itoli yurwa mema so foi most be blame la o yurwa le ma balial forenal jama babja ke wolti ninte mol mi an ko i brunta foreigner mol ko ne ko le describe as foreigners generally tabe caring wol jama lawti fulol lamu ani nyen sidol katawla adi amonyum tanna fulo fa be wolam de so the point I'm making is at the end of the day kabirin colonial days or British not all tarankono ya use basically divide and conquer me ka foten tribal near jibe they are tribal just like us Ukraine kelo mi be keri ani Russia tribal war it's tribal Russia itol ka kankare le fo Ukraine lo ka kankare le fo e ko la Russia mo min kan kan fo to Ukraine la tatale wala fenkela e wol be bulana Russia kono because tele kankili fo if you do that in Africa that's tribalism nde fam fania there is a reason Luhansk will know wala be blakan yeah near Luhansk will jiban Donetsk in Ukraine wala be because wala Russian la kankili so you tribalism tribal wala be carry so ni man fata fe ofen na ikany isul min gen ko jan cew abetu abul fanan ko lu nyama ito ka ko le ika ko man different name la so on telefona issue so le ben kono issue jima babi jen ka nyor tribal because aka easy word to proka explain it's much easier ko ha so man ninko fenke is much because one complex where you have taken a complex issue ya target ye fenko dila identity dia ko ninam that's it but ni ajibe in essence what I'm saying is issue le ko nyun kono wo issue minati generally mol mi alon ko development mema they are dissatisfied and they are trying to find out who is at fault here and the politician is helping them point the foreigner who is the foreigner is the fuller is the this the that so you don't be a foreigner but more me will ke fan identify ko will from originality so will this one against that one British ole ngina tarajang ya tarale ko dissatisfaction be keri I mean sorry not dissatisfaction but foreign in fanko iko for ko you know what let's exploit this so a division abi divide and conquer so ye division min benun jang bir colonial days bitol ye min create jang what the same division will be fanka because trouble all to you all to distance you have the Methodists you have the fanko and ni be mu different kara danko de ni ajbe jibe tribe wala ba be kono chaw abe mu wolti tribal fonds itele fancy segment or create within your dinol kono because il a fait fancy pregnant because the mal mambe so nyim fatam fanso mi ka yeten is no different abe kono tribal kono nyama abe kono nyama ntolle ka tarek mbukalo ba explain nyami because to lawda yin situation sifa ba explain ibalo issue tale ya another complexity be ya explain within the context of that complexity Bantolu is much easier because Rualamu, wala Fulolamu, wala Jolalamu, because and if you, the moment you are someone down to that, yeah, a very complex issue that they are narrowed down to just this. That's why I agree with him.
Okay.
Wala kabila ko amanke tribe ti, I tend to be sympathetic to a community because niya jibe amanke tribe per se. It's a fundamental underlying issue. Ningo address any day the economic issues, especially. More, the moment people start to see themselves getting advanced economically, you will see these barriers begin to get disintegrated. It a try for it.
Banta, akayenta banka, akayenta. Coach, we're going to go to political finance and money. But before then, if you want to say, if you have any comment or reactions to any of the comments going on here and the conversation.
You know, unlike Banka, I'm a very disciplined guy, so I mute my mic when I'm not speaking. I think we've really dealt with this issue, at least exhausted it to this level. I think it needs to be further discussed. Don't listen to anything that Banker says. I thought he was tired today. Anyway. But anyway, I think the finance part is something that I'm really interested in talking about because I know a thing about it, a thing or two about that issue. Because I think most of there is something that happened during these elections. People were election fatigued in that country. When we went into the presidential elections, a lot of people donated generously towards the political parties. I'm not talking about the NPP. The NPP had their source of funding and all that. They used state resources and all that. And Mari is here to back me up. But to the other parties, I'm a member of a political party. It was very easy to raise funds during the presidential elections. It was kind of difficult, but you could always get people who you can call and say, hey, we really need this, and say, okay, you know what, let me cash up you or let me sell you this amount of money. But when it came to the National Assembly elections, the political parties suffered massively. I think the two most funded political parties did the best, and that was the NPP, which really used state resources, and I think Gambia Participates dealt with that in their report and their press conference. And the UDP, I think their local branches were able to do very well in raising money for the party. But parties like DOI and all these others struggled a great deal. Even the UDP candidates struggled because what I did was I would go sometimes to check a candidate's GoFundMe. Now you look at Facebook, the candidate will be very popular, but you go to their GoFundMe page and you're seeing maybe £300 and maybe their target is to raise £10,000 and all these things. So the money was not coming. So candidates had to, for the most part, fend for themselves to be able to get through to these elections because the gap was too narrow between the National Assembly elections and the presidential elections. So people got really tired. So funding was not there. And I think this is why we need to have a rethink and maybe go back to what used to entail during the so-called First Republic, where all elections were held on the same day. That way the parties would not be stretched too thin. Because like you alluded to earlier, Haruna, I was listening to you talking about, political parties in the Gambia are not subsidized by the state. So you have to fend for yourself to be able to make it. But I can tell you for a fact that candidates were not fully funded. I'm not talking about any NPP, which allegedly gave their candidates each about $400,000. That's what I heard. I cannot substantiate this process. But I know my candidates, the DOI candidates and other candidates struggled massively on their own because the parties could not raise the money that was necessary to be able to fund them.
Musa, let's come to you.
Yeah.
Political financing, corruption, voter buying.
I listen to Banker very closely. And we have a business here in Atlanta where we kind of a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, and Cameroonians, they all come and use our place to have their parties. Usually, it's very tribal. With Nigeria, Igbos, they have their clubs, they're all Igbos. They have Yorubas, they're all Yorubas. Gambians, we are different. We are really, I could pretty much go on a limb. We are the least tribal within the African continent. I seriously do believe that. But that doesn't mean when it comes to politics, you cannot totally set that aside. You see, we tried. Ken bugut kula xeeb. Most of the time, people react because then foog ne dañ leen a xeebaate la. So that has to be factored in our politics. Let's say, for instance, if I want to run for president in the Gambia, I would love it if I can speak Manding fluently. Because for me to be able to talk to them, to tell them that I am your guy, I have to be able to communicate with them. So fekkee ne yow mënuloo làkka sose bu set and sell them your agenda. I'm not saying that duñ la votal de, but it becomes a little bit much more challenging. So those are just the realities. That is why even here in the US, they all speak English. But when you go to the South, as a politician, they change an accent bisa, just to kind of show the electorate that, I am one. But again, coming to finance, see, politics is all about. In fact, you are only considered a serious candidate so you raise halis. If you cannot raise funds, they are not going to take you seriously. I mean, that's just the reality. And we can see it. Look, the only reason they came out of nowhere, nobody knew Adam Barrow or NPP for that matter. The only reason why is because I think finance has a lot to do with it, and of course incumbency. And incumbency, finance comes with it. Because everybody believes, hey man, Kimo Ame State House coffers. I mean, there are things that they are doing. Adam Barrow opposition to Comuna. Let's call it for what it is. All right, so you need funds if you are going to be taken very seriously by our people. If you go to Kaur or any of these places and you want to have a big rally, you ray naki, talk benichini. I mean, people see you as a viable candidate. Why is it you as a Jimbu Jotut? I mean, you can't really even talk and pass. I mean, nothing is really happening. They are not going to take you seriously. Then you Kini is not really ready for prime time. Now, it doesn't mean who Halis, you will get the most votes. That's not how it works. In 2016, Jammeh had more money or funding than the opposition, but we were able to raise enough money to stay competitive. And then all the other factors will come in. The same thing, what I'm seeing now, if these results are right with the United Democratic Party and their performance, they didn't really have to compete dollar for dollar at Adama Barrow. But if they can have enough money to compete, then that is why you're going to see the difference. In the case of Doi, of course, like Pasamba said, the funding is not there, but they don't aggressively go out there and looking for those funds, then obviously the results, what you get is what you get. If you do not have funding, you can never be a serious candidate, whether it's in a mature democracy or even in more so in developing countries. So funding, it's pivotal, it's important. Really.
Thank you, Musa. We come to you, Damfa. Money, how important is it in Gambian politics?
Thank you very much. I think, politics and finance, money in general in politics is quite important. I mean, I remember myself and my were, working on a project on government's commitment on anti-corruption, and one area we've looked at was political finance. Quite interesting because if you look at it, for example, the ruling party, most of the time, they have resources at their disposal, where they can use and then, try to campaign, and get people along. It become quite easy for them, unlike the opposition parties, where they had to heavily rely, on their contribution on their members and some of the supports, especially from the diaspora. I mean, and one of the issues, of course, that people talk about, whether the state could, support political parties, in terms of that. Because another issue we also were looking at the time was, whether, for example, the political parties make available their accounts. How do they, raise funds and so on. I mean, that issue also had been an issue because I understand maybe one of the political parties said, I mean, for them to declare their, source of funding, would mean, the state giving them, some resources. Otherwise, it would not make sense for parties to, make known their source of funding. Because this is also quite important because for us, especially those in the anti-corruption crusade, we want to know, especially fundings coming from outside, who are those who are the main financiers, for example, of the political parties, because that is also important for us to know if there are going to be any conflict of interest, if there are, in case that particular party came to come to power. So we have seen signs of those things in the past. For example, during 2016, allegedly some businesses donated fleet of cars and so on. And whether they also be patronized by states in a way that may not follow due process. So political finance in general, yes, it is important, but people will support, give money to political parties. But again, it should be not be translated to the fact that they should also pay back in a way that does not conform with good practice. So money in general for parties definitely is important, and for the opposition, I think they have been struggling. In fact, one of the incidents I have, in fact, one of the a potential candidate, a UDP candidate was, he told me, in fact, we were discussing, and said he was dropped, to finance. So if you are not rich as they put it, you may not be very competitive, to challenge. So those issues are there. I think generally, especially this parliamentary election, parties, especially the opposition, they really struggle. And that, in a way, also limited or restricted, their political activities. And if you look at generally, even the low voter turnout we talk about, could be as a result of, parties not going all out, to campaign. We have seen euphoria during the presidential, and everything diminished, to zero, if you like. The interest there has dropped, and then, as a result of, lack of funding. So it is really impede, the atmosphere, that accompanying, political parties, the fanfare, and other things. In a way, if those things are supported, it can also enlighten a lot of people, and then people can even know their candidates, like Mar alluded to. People didn't know the polling booth, you don't know the candidates, itself.
That's the fuller man. So, Mar, we come to you, campaign finance, voter buying, and all of those things. I know Gambia participates really. You're changing the political dice, if you will, and you're bringing really new life and interesting perspective to our body politic, and it's really refreshing to see. So when it comes to money, voter buying, campaign finance, resource mobilization, what important role does the Dalasi play in votes and in politics?
Politics is a very expensive business, and you need that, legit money in order for you to be able to reach out to the voter population wherever they might be in a country. And this Dalasi is not easily accessible for those that are not in the state, because also there is a law that restricts political parties from mobilizing funds, because I believe in the Elections Act, political parties can only access funds or receive donations from Gambian corporations, Gambians or philanthropists, but then also it restricts them from receiving money from international institutions, or should I say companies. So that's the reason why you will hardly see political parties fulfilling Section 104 of the Elections Act, which actually makes it mandatory for them to make their audited accounts available to the IEC and then publish a copy of it on their website. Because if that is done, obviously, I'm not insinuating that they're also receiving funds from international organizations or businesses. But then also, the reason why the incumbent always have an edge or an advantage over political parties is the illegal use of state resources to mobilize votes. And this is something else that we have seen happening several times. For Jammeh, it was happening in broad daylight without no one questioning it. But now moving into a very democratic government, I believe the president must have heard the cry and the concern of the media and the civil society and citizens in the use of state resources for political campaign. And that's why when he was coming to this very premises in October 2021, he came with his NPP car, but then followed with, he was accompanied by ministers using government vehicles. But then going to campaign as well, he was using NPP car, but still now ministers you were using state resources. Now, coming down to the parliamentary elections, I mean, the perfect timing and the advantage that the president used was, how to call it, this meet the people store. If you look at the 2022 budget, there is a budget line item of $6 million for the president's visits to the provinces. But then the meet the people store is actually codified, I believe, in section 222, subsection 15 of the 1997 Constitution, and it makes it clear what the president should do when going for the Meet the People tour. Number one is to familiarize himself with the condition of the country, and then also the effect of government policies in our country. But then you see a president tweeting saying, I am going to meet the people to, number one, canvass votes, and then as well thank them for voting me into office while using state resources. So that actually violates that particular section in the Constitution, section 222, subsection 15, and then also section 91B of the Elections Act, which also says that no state property should be used for any political propaganda. Now, this has been happening every now and then. Why? Because there is no accountability when these things happen. And I think now when the National Audit Office or the Auditor General is auditing government accounts, they need to make sure that they audit. And then, look, that $6 million is, they can actually spend more than that, because the Public Finance Regulation of 2016 actually allows for environment, I believe 50% between budget, up to 75% between budget entities, and they can actually shift money from other hardcore budget entities. So sometimes this is where they also fool the parliamentarians. They will put a very small amount of money, $6 million is for Meet the People store. But now, in actual, when you look at the expenditure, it actually goes more than that, because they can actually via this money and then put it on the, so it can actually go up way more than that. So parliamentarians sometimes will look at it, oh, it's a small money. We don't have to pay much concern to it. So this is some of the very things that we need to have some parliamentarians that we need to look at these numbers, because the budget is a very complicated document with a lot of codes and figures that sometimes my board parliamentarians looking through them. So I think campaign financing is not actually regularized in this country, and the incumbents have always been using it at their advantage, because really this is not something else that we expect that the president will do. But I mean, going back to 2017, he did the same thing before the parliamentary elections, when they actually moved around the country to campaign for the coalition members. And that's what actually got them having the majority in the National Assembly. So it has been happening every now and then. But I think, for me, one of the recommendations that we've been making is for the IEC to regularize Section 91B of the Elections Act. Because number one, we have seen, how to call it, public officials leaving their office. Because, look, when we talk about campaign financing and, how to call it, political economy, if I can put it that way, you go to the office during Meet the People store, there are a lot of ministers going, and permanent secretary, if you like, accompanying the president. And then what they also do is, these directors and whatever you call them in the MDAs, the government always requests for them to surrender their vehicle at the Denton Bridge. That also limit their mobility and their productivity in administering state affairs. So I think really one thing that I actually made clear is the Meet the People store is a waste of resources, and we have already gathered a lot of evidence that it has now been shifted to become a political tour than what it was actually used. It was supposed to be, because I mean, why do you have to meet the people when you have the ministers and the ministries, where you have technocrats that can actually go their own budget? The president does not prepare, as an individual, he does not prepare his budget. You understand? So when the minister, and that's what we call participatory budgeting. You go to the people, you meet them, the people tell them, okay, this is what we are anticipating, this is what we wanted. Although all of those, inputs cannot be used, because you have to look at the resources that you have at hand. Now, when you meet them and you filter in those requests and you prioritize the key ones, you go back and then use that and then put it in the form of a policy, meaning you make it a proposal and you put it in the executive budget proposal. Then it goes to the cabinet. When they go through it, filter it, it goes to the parliament. Now, this is where parliament also plays a huge role, because no development comes to this country from the budget without the parliament actually approving it. So I think really they also need to be paying much attention to it. And then for me, I think moving forward, we've been having this conversation. We just need to find a way that we pass we engage parliamentarians to sponsor a motion to take off that particular provision in the constitution, because it's really a waste of resources that is actually, if I can put it away, an effort that is being duplicated, because the ministers actually do that as well. They go to the commission and meet the people in preparing their budget. So that's an issue. But then in terms to just go back to regularizing campaign financing, this is where we were actually recommending for the IAC to develop what we call a compliance department. So when you have this compliance department, whenever political parties, including the incumbents, are abusing state resources, we call it ASR, abuse of state resources, they can actually use sanctions and then hold them accountable. When this happens, you are putting a deterrence mechanism to make sure these things does not reoccur. But when you are actually opening up the boulevard, people driving without no speed limit, it will always keep happening. So I think that is the reason why the incumbent always use state resources at their advantage, and which is really it actually what it does is it creates a if I can put it this way, it actually makes gives the advantage to the president, but at the same time as well costs the confidence of the citizens in the integrity of the elections, because the president has used in being dished out both by the incumbent and even the opposition as well. This also makes some voters that are level-minded, that how to call it, they are actually not going to go out and vote, because of most of the things that is happening is that this politics of money. The one who has more money is actually the one that's going to be in power. If they get into power, what all they do is to look for more money and then keep themselves and then support those that have supported them in office. So I believe really this has been one of the areas that we've been paying much attention to, making a lot of recommendations. But now we are moving ahead and then not only stopping a recommendation, but really taking some actions against this.
Thank you, Mar. Said, any reactions?
Yeah. I mean, I think I agree with most of the issues that have been discussed, and I think also if we're talking about money in politics, we need to look at how money is received and also how it is spent. And in this country, I think most of the parties depend on the diaspora, likely to finance their parties, and we have seen it in the previous election. I will say maybe perhaps UDP and mostly the opposition. But the issue is, I feel, and this is because of the conversations that I've had with a lot of political parties, especially when we're looking at reforming the electoral, know who is giving money to parties, but we also need to know how parties are spending that money, because this is also critical. If we are talking about creating a level playing field in a democracy. Of course, based on some of the consultations, I mean, at some point, of course, some of these parties will think like as civil society, we are there just to waste their time. But we're also trying to see how best we can strengthen the democratic space to ensure that the incumbent will not have an advantage, like it is currently the case, advantage over other political parties. But interestingly, you have conversation with other political parties. Most of them will tell you, like, I mean, since the state is not giving us money, then nobody should control, should control our finance. And he talked about the study that they did. Equally, we did a study in 2018, 2019, where we're looking at the cost of parliamentary politics, looking at the factors that are driving politics in this country, where we focus on the parliament. And you see, of course, I will say like 2017 and now has changed, because I don't see people spending a lot of money on T-shirts in this election. I mean, because perhaps the pockets have run dry.
It has been significantly dull.
It has been significant. But compared to, 2017, you see a candidate will tell you like we spent like 750,000 in the campaign. So out spending 250,000 on T-shirts and all those stuff. So money in politics must be spent to educate people, to convince people to get the vote. But in this country, money is usually spent in a transactional way. Like, defal mama, like joh mama masani people, going to places and giving people $200 just so that they can. So that is
Facebook, the $500, and the person just said, broke it down, and I felt so bad to say they're buying your vote for $100 a year. I saw today some.
You hear you see all those things, and why that is the case, because politicians, one, I mean, it's like when you're looking at it, you have to look at it from both the perspective of the politician and also the perspective of the citizen. And I will blame it maybe perhaps on nice resources to advance your development, but instead people are looking at it as like, I mean, masane langatanema. And so in that aspect, they will expect that you do something for them. And even if you look at our, I mean, primary school or senior school politics, you also see this aspect, like no minty, no vote. You know, those are the elements that have been there. And this has been a culture that has dominated, and parties are so scared of changing. They feel like, I mean, if there is if there is accountability, if there is this, then they will lose the kind of funding that they are getting. And perhaps, and I think these are the issues that maybe is a work that Mar and others are also doing in terms of looking at the financial aspect, where they follow parties, because sometimes you receive money from companies, and that's not supposed to be based on the law. Or you receive money from non-Gambians. That's not supposed to be as part of that. Citizens must finance their own politics so that the politics can continue. But here, if you look at the cost of politics, it is mostly spent on that nature, the transactional nature. You know, like, I mean, Sanilma, Matanela. And sometimes we have this conversation on radio. You hear people say, well, we only see our politicians every 5 years, and therefore when they come, therefore we need to eat from them, because after that we don't see them. But for politicians, sometimes they don't deliver to the people because, one, they don't have the resources. What is the salary of a National Assembly member, for instance? It is not up to 75,000. Even though you have a constitutional development fund, I'm not sure how much that is. But like, you know, the National Assembly members are also been expected to spend a lot on social naming ceremonies, on all those things. And sometimes these are the factors why some things. But they also say that if they don't do that for the people, they are risking the fact that they might not be elected. So where do we go in this sense? So for me, I think, I mean, based on the recommendations that have been provided, I think there needs to be a law. There needs to be a law that, you know, looked at the whole, I mean, political process, particularly that there's a need to be a law on political parties, how they're going to be.
Are you in sync then with
Yeah, exactly. Law to be on political campaign financing, but political party financing as well.
But interestingly, neither government nor opposition are interested.
They are not interested
in those laws.
Yeah.
You know, both parties, whether government or the opposition.
Yeah.
No, well, why would the opposition not be interested?
Because he's quite interesting. Just like perhaps there could be some, you know, philanthropies which people might be interested to know, you know, after their election, whether they are going to
speculative investors.
Yes,
so they're investing actually.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, and naturally they will not want to disclose that.
Yeah. Okay. Let us not forget our people in the US. So Musa Jeng would like to bring you here. Musa, waxtaan bi lu ñoo waxtaanee mooy politique koppar. Xaalis bi nga xam ne moom la nit ñi jël di ko dugal si politique bi. te mu bañ a doon politique yi waxante dëgg wala politique yi wax lan nga mën a defar réew mi te nit ñi sànni la karta ndik kaddu yooyu ak liggéey loo dara defal réew mi waaye mu nekk politique boo xam ne enveloppe nga joxe wala xaalis nga joxe wala sax political party yi di jëlee xaalis feneen ak feneen di def naka sudut noonu ak koppar yooyu ba tax na dina xaw a doy waar daal nga xam ne politique bi yëpp xaalis a koo doxal te nekkatut sax xam-xam wala doxalin bu rafet wala éene bu rafet wala liggéey sax pour sa réew lu ci sa xalaat.
There is a reason why ñun comme I'm hearing myself for whatever reason.
Why baax na fii de.
Why election yi koppar moom inducement or equity envelope jox la pour nga votal ma obviously that doesn't help the system ba pare help put ñu ñun right. This is the reality. Now I was listening to the other gentleman moom mu ngi wax ne none of the opposition parties or government or the current government is interested in that. And the reality is this, as an opposition, for instance, in the absence of public financing, so fekkoon ne government bi dafa ñëw ne ku nekk sooy run elections, this is the amount of money biñ laa jox pour nga dem nga electionné ko. Then in that case, I can understand pour parti bi ubbi seen books yi pour yow nga ñëw seet how they raising their funds. Waaye su fekkee ne public financing nekku fa, I think it would be very, I don't think it would be very fair, Tamit, for opposition parties, for the government to come and say, okay, we want to know exactly how you're raising your funds. I mean, man, that's where I kind of get a little bit, sympathetic with the opposition parties. Because you're joxuloo leen public financing, And without a doubt, the current government is using state resources. I'm not going to meet the farmer store, supposedly funded by taxpayers. President Banco used the politics. I mean, this store had nothing to do with anything. It was all politics. Opposition parties in they don't have that privilege. So for them to kind of trying to see how they are raising their funds. Now, this is going to be difficult because the system, when it comes to things that are transparent and structured, it's not like that. It's in every aspect. So it's not only politics per se. I mean, just look at corruption in general. Whether you're talking about public institutions or even within government, we're having a hard time handling corruption as it is. So again, I mean, in elections too, I think it's gonna be difficult. Really, does it make a difference? Like I was saying the other time, yes, it does. So Amur Halis, the chances are you're gonna have it very difficult. Now, are we ever going to be able to eliminate it so that it becomes issue oriented? We just deal with issues. It's possible. Why not do you no day? I don't know how we're going to go about doing that. It's going to be very hard. Hello?
We are talking about parties, political parties. Government is not running for office, but parties are expected to be in government. So the issue moine, how do you control the finances you have you la party we nek di campaign pour ñu dem ci government? Because at the end of the day fofu la mo neké. Because if again they want to use the government as the incumbent, mom dafa nek incumbent rek, because opposition have been doing that. GDC spend a lot of millions bala mo nek even in government. So the nga gis those are the issues you have mu ngay ñew, and all of these people they are not interested, because then the same people will come and complain the incumbent is using that, and when they are in incumbency, you continue to do the same thing. So at what point should we put the brake? Where should we put the brake?
So said, Mandy, how do you do it? How do you do it? I mean, you're talking about how. Is the how that I have issues with?
Yeah, for me, the how should be that is because one, I feel that the laws are limited in terms of control the finances. Yeah. Okay, of course there is a provision where they have to submit their audited accounts. But then the issue more there is no law where they don't follow that through. Like where they're gonna get money, explain clearly how much should one individual contribute. Because at some point more for a neck. But the other problem more soon politics be fini is not like bank transaction you have cash based.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I mean there is challenge, but there is a need for parties to agree. Even attestation, but I mean, don't a problem. Attestation, everybody start complaining. No finance, everybody start complaining.
But how about public financing? Where do you stand on that? Let's say government basically giving parties funds, financing them.
Yeah, I think the law should be. I want that. I want that the government munna jox lolo, especially parties who have they've won certain seats in parliament. But maluma gina buga sax mo nek the government have funding for women you have ñu contest. In like yep. So government need to spend money on those things. I think the law dafa wara nek fofu nonu. But still, if government is not spending, at the end of the day, it is the citizens ak nit yi ñoo nek di joxe xaalis. Of course, nit yi dañ am that right pour ñu xam how parties yoo xam ne ñoo leen war a ñëw represent are getting money and how they are spending that money, even if government is not coming, because parties are government in waiting.
Yeah.
Okay, Coach, we'll bring you in here. What do you think?
Okay, here is the issue, and we have to look at this. In the US here, you have public finance control, how much you're going to spend and all that stuff. And if you agree to public financing, you are limited to how much money you can raise. So what candidates tend to do, they would opt out. You have the right to opt out of it. You will opt out of the public financing, meaning that the state is not going to, we need this much money to be able to get to 14 million or 50 million or whatever. And in New York, get excited and start sending our $25 and $30 and all that stuff. But not Nyakafied anyway. But, and some of us did, it's very easy to do that weekly because of it's coming the 25. So 25 they mun na ko joxe. But if you look at here in the United States, for example, where it is regulated, the incumbents from Nekani, if they were to use, let's say, Air Force One to go on a campaign, I think there's an understanding where some part of it you'll have to reimburse the state for using those resources. Even so, they may say from Nekani, and you're going to hold a rally, and the local, let's say, Yangedem Atlanta from Nekani, and of the Atlanta police Yofa, the campaign, from my understanding, is sent a bill because somebody has to cover for that overtime.
Yes.
In the Gambia, it's different, and this is where the problem is. Because now you say public financing, but how are you going to also curtail the state or the president, whoever is the incumbent, from abusing state resources for political interest? Because you have to also be able to do that. I understand the frustration. And like you said, yes, some politicians would say this when they made the same thing. Because what Adama Barrow is doing now is the same thing that Adama Barrow was criticizing in 2016. But today, conveniently, he does not want that to change because it is in his interest. And coming back to even like Mar was talking about, he was raising some very great points about this Meet the People store. 2017, it was not a problem to most of the people that are crying today because they were part of the group that was benefiting from it. And this is where ethics and integrity comes into play, where you are committed to the laws. This is why I always say, we don't need a leader that is kubahat, amir mandek and all that. We don't need that. We just need a leader who respects the laws. If you respect the laws, you don't have to do anything out of character. You just have to follow the laws and do what is right by the people. But the politics that we have in our country, the financing, look at what happened there in Banjul. The whole of Deba Banjul at night, our teams were covering this thing, following these people. I Robolko, Nakalatura, Saku Sukuriek, Saku, that's where they were distributing all over the place. And you ask yourself and this is where like what we say to people is, why should somebody who is coming to ask you for a job want to bribe you for that same position? And this is the thing. So I think that there are two things that must be linked. We have to, in the absence of political education, political inducement will become the order of the day. And when political inducement becomes the order of the day, people are competitive.
Correct.
So, meaning what is important for us to focus on, how do we educate our people to understand their worth, to understand the role of a National Assembly member. Their job is not put in the la Pompembeda. Their job is not put in the la Sakomalo. Their job is not to pay for your school fees and all this. Their job is you are giving them a job to go there, pull samba sa alal gi so that ken du ko kasara, sam bindal la luwa yo xamne na la mëna ar, def li nga xamne moy mëna yobbu réew mi ci kanam. But most people do not understand the role of a National Assembly member. Ki de du ko sandil suma ngente gi ñew ca. Ki de du ko sandil ken du ko gis. So ko nuyo sax du la tontu. This is what they tell you. But how is he doing international? Mom kay su fa demé dega daf lay wax dega de. Mom kay mom definitely liggéey bi why nak PRM bi it's not good. This is what they tell you. Our politics has been reduced to nothing but dem ngente dem dech. Joxe sako malo tiba post gene. That's the thing. And this has been happening since the PPP days. I've said it one time in the Gambia, where if you are a minister, your whole day at the office is doing what? You joge ka wur ñew ñu nga nuyu man de sama dom ja ni nga gene 500 jox ko mu jibi and your salary cannot even afford that. So you don't even spend the time to do the people's work. You are there giving kini transu giving ki tulalibar is not even the reason why you are appointed or elected into office. So I believe we have a lot of work to do in educating our people, because when the people understand the rules, then it becomes something else. In the United States here, you don't need to take your money to sponsor your elections. You declare your candidacy, you convince people, they donate to your campaign. Even Donald Trump and his billions, we saw what he was doing. He's very corrupt. He's one of the most corrupt people in the world. He went to an extent where Musa Jeng would send a credit card and say, I'm donating $28 is one time to cover, okay, we'll pay you. But by that time, they have already used the money for whatever they were supposed to use it for without your consent. So we have a lot of work to do. But in the absence of political education, these issues are going to continue because even those that are running for office, for the most part, do not even understand why they are running for office. You have people, Musa Ajeng sent candidate, you guys sent from Kaur. They cannot even read.
Are you kidding me? Why are you handpicking Kaur?
The guy who is representing you guy now from St. Kejige, St. Khamanakayi, he cannot,
but
if
look,
you give him the constitution, he cannot even read it. So that man doesn't even understand why he's elected in the National Assembly.
Even in mature democracies, there is always this likability element. Well, you know what I mean? So, I mean, having a good PR also do help. People are people. I mean, if you cannot connect with them, the chances are they're not going to vote for you. Even America, they go, oh, I like this guy. I mean, likability that's just human nature.
Hey, American presidents, you have to have the looks. I agree with that. But we'll come to you, Banka, and so we cap this political financing and we go to participation of women in our body politic. But we'll go with campaign financing with you, and then we'll begin with Damfa on women and how they participate in politics.
They will accuse you of this panel of being Manila.
Huh? So
no, but here's the way I look at it. When it comes to campaign financing or any of the issues, legal issues that we are dealing with, governance issues, if you want to call them that, the problem that we are having here, literally, is an issue of two issues. It's either the constitutional framework that we have or constitutional stipulations that have been used to address these things, or if we have that right, the enforcement of those stipulations. So generally, this is the problem that we've been having for generations. You know, currently, our current constitution, as it is written, and he just raised it, Section 222, subsection 15. Has provisions in it that allows for so many different things to happen. And then, you have the other section 91. There are loopholes all over the place when it comes to the current 1997 constitution.
Isn't that why we need a new constitution?
Absolutely. So literally what the problem that we are having is we have a constitution that has some serious issues in it. And the best time would have been when the coalition came in to actually address all these constitutional provisions, making sure that they are airtight. They don't allow for certain abuses to continue. Because this is, after all, the Ajame Constitution. So when he wrote this Constitution, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was looking at it with the eye to stay in power and to give him all the advantages that he needed to stay in power for as long as he wanted to stay in power. So if somebody else comes in, the first thing that we should have all done was to say, to level the playing field, we must go in and make sure that we change this constitution. So that, because the guy who put it in place, all the provisions that are in it were not done for the people, but for him. That 1997 constitution was written for Yahya Jammeh, and everything about it was for Yahya Jammeh and his desire to stay in power for as long as he could stay in power. This is the problem. Now then we go to the enforcement. Even when there is a constitutional provision to address these things, the enforcement mechanism is almost hopeless. Because, I mean, we are not enforcing any of these rules. And why have rules when you are not going to enforce them? Why have them in the first place? So it's a free-for-all. Anybody, it's not just the incumbent. Literally, everybody is abusing these laws. The exception would be DOI. I have to give it to them. Because they are the ones who read the Constitution. No. The court knows I hit DOI all the time, anytime, chance. But what I'm saying is, DOI is the only one that reads, that takes the Constitution as seriously as it needs to be taken. It's the only political party in this country, the Constitution as seriously as it needs to be taken. That's why they are much more, I would say, they will quote you the Constitution any minute because that's what they rely on for anything that they do. Khalifa is quote-unquote a constitutional expert, even in parliament, because he knows it inside out, because that's what they rely on for everything that they do. Now, for the rest, everybody, you cannot just make this a battle problem. All the parties are abusing these laws. And I believe that considering
But
what we
shouldn't
know now,
leadership by example be the mantra here?
unfortunately, that's what is not present. Knowing what we know now, if any of these political parties outside of DOI gets into power, they will abuse this same thing as much as Barrow and NPP is doing. So this goes across the board. It's a national problem. It's a shame that all the political parties are behaving the way they are. Because, I mean, trust me, these inducement of political parties, all the parties are doing.
So the other parties are complaining just because they don't have
They
access
don't
to
have
the
the
funds.
kind of resources, the kind of funds that Barrow has. They are in fact executing the same game plan at a low level because they don't have enough, as much resources as Barrow has, as NPP has. But they are committing the same crime.
Just look at GDC.
I don't want to go there, but we all know.
I mean,
Look, we all see these things here. We all know what is happening. They just don't have the resources that NPP has. But are committing the same crime. And outside of DOI, all the political parties, I said it, yes, I said it, all the political parties are committing literally the same crime. You can just talk about the degree to which they are committing these crimes and abusing the system. So the point that I'm making about this is we need to take our constitution and our laws seriously. And if we know there are deficiencies, we need to take the whole process of fixing that seriously. Because at the end of the day, if we don't, it comes back to bite all of us. And this what all these parties that are complaining now, remember when we had the coalition in power, they could have advocated for these things and pushed for constitutional reform. But what did they do? They literally went in and changed only those provisions. And I mean, you think we didn't have constitutional reform here? We did. But we went and surgically zeroed in on stuff that only they thought would benefit them as a political party or their party leaders. This is what happened. And unfortunately, by the time they raise hell about these things, because now it has come to bite them, now the incumbent is one enjoying a lot of these powers, it was already too late, technically. So we need to, I hope this will be a learning curve, or learning process for us, that we'll go back and realize that when we commit
doing
these
the right
sins,
thing is the right
we're
thing
not doing
all
it to
the time.
nobody but ourselves.
Yeah.
That you are in the position today, tomorrow you could be in power. Today you're in power, tomorrow you could be the opposition. So you just do the right thing because that's the only guarantee you have. So that tomorrow you know you are fully protected no matter what and who is in power. But if you don't do that, I'm telling you, these things can bite really, really, really bad.
And
That's why
they bite hard.
Absolutely. Republicans have done the same thing in the United States. I remember when these veto powers, they were talking about veto powers. Now all of a sudden Democrats are in office. They don't like the very things that they were advocating. And I'm like, you guys, you hypocrites. This is what exactly. But this is why you need to really just do the right thing. Period.
I agree.
And unfortunately, this is where we are failing miserably. And it's biting us as a country. And, now we are complaining and yelling and rapping about these things when we could have just dealt with them when we had there was no NPP, Barrow hadn't gotten the powers that he ended up having. We literally had a unique opportunity here and we blew it. That's what happened.
Yep.
We blew it. And now we are paying the price for it.
We are paying the price for it. We come to you, Damfa. Is politics, politician, the political community ready for a 50-50, male, female? Are we ready?
I doubt. In fact, in our survey, we asked this question whether government is committed for women leadership. Interestingly, almost half of the respondents said the government is not committed. And that also transcends if you get to the opposition camps as well. I mean, we have not, and interestingly, most of them are nowhere to be seen. And in fact, if you look at our survey as well and try to assess our fifth legislature, overwhelmingly, a good percentage, about 37%, said they are not happy with their performance, because we should understand that the National Assembly came on the heels of the fact that when the coup happened, we have seen how the anti-corruption, bill, how it was pushed out and so on and so forth. And again, from our survey again, the respondents also said their expectation on the sixth legislative, number one is anti-corruption bill, about 76%, and around 66 heads constitutional amendment. So this is telling you that people are interested, and one of those, reforms, of course, the women quota as well, to give a sensible representation of women in parliament, also had to die down. So that one I have to blame, all the political parties, for that. So, we have seen the government is not interested, and again, the opposition too have not, shown a sign that they are committed. We have seen their absence, at the parliament during those times and so on. So the issue of 50-50, I think it will continue to be a challenge in this country.
Mar?
For me, I think we are not ready for 50-50 in the National Assembly. First, we look at the number of candidates that are running for these parliamentary elections. We have a total of 246, out of which 19 of them are women. That is 7% of female candidates running for these elections. And those 7% are also not guaranteed that they're going to be in parliament. So, from the preliminary reports that are actually coming in, one or two have already been elected in the office. But for me, I think before the president actually goes into nominating female candidates to fill the National Assembly, I think the political party structures as well needs to make sure they put up some policies when going for parliamentary, female representation in the National Assembly. And then also you look at the National Assembly, they were also not interested in this constitutional amendment bill that was sponsored by Honorable Tuma Njai to include the female National Assembly. What did they do? The indirect way to say no to it was to boycott and not to actually appear at the National Assembly. So that's how the bill actually suffered, and then it was actually killed. And it could not actually go to the second reading. Also, you look at the sponsoring of these candidates. I think if I can recall off head, there are 3 independent candidates that are female. And I think the highest that has been sponsored is UDP, which is 7. No political party out of these 53 constituencies are sponsoring more than 10 candidates to run for these parliamentary elections. So what does that tell us? That there are some internal party issues in terms of females actually taking up leadership positions. So for me, like Damfa said, we really need to question the commitment of this party in supporting women. This should not just be used as a tool to be campaigning, mobilizing women and couples for them to be able to canvass votes for them. But then I think if we really wanted to see female representation, then it has to start with our internal party structures. And if that's not the case, I'm actually afraid that we might not even have the 8% female representation in the National Assembly, because the last time
I thought 30% was what we were pushing for, no?
We wouldn't have that because in our current National Assembly, I think it is 8%, and if you have to take off the ones that have been nominated, I think about 3 Yakumba Jete, and then that of the
Speaker,
the Speaker, and then the one those were nominated, and the other 2 were actually 2 or 3 were actually voted into office. So for me, really, if we wanted to see higher representatives of female in the National Assembly, it has to start with our internal party structure. And it's good that we are also seeing female candidates running on the independent candidates. And we might wait as well and see what the results are going to be. But yeah,
The other thing I wanted to add, I remember the Allen Johnson Service Foundation assigned us a research looking at women leadership in the Gambia. In fact, that's supposed to be a project for the entire Africa. So, surprised we were working on them on the Gambian project and looking at both the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative, and even the international organization that women are heading. And, we've done extensive literature review on those things, some of it dating back to the independence to see. And even at the, level of the National Assembly, you see, women in leadership position in committees, for example. When we did the research...
Within the subcommittees?
Yes, subcommittees. Yes. There is no woman except the Speaker. Apart from the Speaker, there is no other woman in Parliament, for example, heading a committee at the National Assembly.
I thought Yakumba was heading a committee.
I'm not sure that has to do with it, because we have the, the literature with us. It's only the Speaker. The Speaker has headed, about 3 to 4, 4, even the legal ones and so on. So, I mean, looking at the executive as well, the women leadership is also very low. You go to the judiciary as well. So, in general, if you look at women in leadership, in the different arms of government in this country, is quite limited. It's quite limited.
Okay, we're going to go to Coach. Coach, are you there? And do you believe affirmative action is a solution for participation of women in our politics?
That is a tough one, and here is why. I I believe that definitely we need to have more women participation
Can
in our
somebody help us
politics.
with Coach? We want to hear him.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I believe that we should have more women participation in politics, just like I want us to also have more youth participation in politics. I remember I attended a conference about 10 years ago here more than 10 years, maybe 15 years ago here in DC, and it was organized by a Sierra Leone group called 50-50. And what they were pushing for was to have 50-50 representation in the National Assembly, where 50% would be women, 50% would be men. Because the argument that they made was like who also want to participate in the process and run. We saw people like Nene Freda Gomez, Tumanjai, and all these other women, Yakuba Jaite, Fatou Sow Jobate, and all these people running for office. But for the most part, I believe that there are a lot of qualified women in the Gambia who maybe, just like the youth, who may not want to get their hands dirty. In that, I believe before just waiting to be handed a position through affirmative action, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm not opposed to it, or through nomination, why can't we also try our chance and try to run for offices? I understand that the cultural makeup of our country, where this religious thing is also getting in the way, but I believe that there are enough independently qualified women, especially people that are graduating from the Gambia University now. A lot of young women are graduating from there. They are all lawyers. They are not all going to be sitting in a chamber. We don't have ladies who can run for office in that country and get in the National Assembly. And I think they would do much more than some of the people that we have there. And I want to bring something here into perspective. During the last Congress of DOI, there was a resolution passed where we agreed now for every position, the head would either have to be a woman, or if it is a man, the deputy must have to be a youth under the age of 35. But it didn't take long for us to run into trouble to filling most of these positions. Because to find people, young people who were under the age of 35 who were ready to participate was a problem. Or to find women who also wanted to participate was a problem. So I believe we have to make politics to be something service, to be valuable to people, to see it as, this is something that I can participate in. If you look at the UDP, it has a lot of women in their executive, a lot of them, qualified women. But when it comes to running for office, it's a problem. Of course, they would use all these things to go after women. But Hillary Clinton, when she was running here for office, we had all the names that she's been called. And I think religion, most people do not want to talk about it, but Abrahamic religion has a lot to do with why most of our women do not participate in politics actively to run for office. Because you are considered to be, somebody who has to be somebody's wife, tal ndewo, tal and tal rare, and tal all those other things. Every other thing is extra. But I also believe that as we look at affirmative action, we should also try to encourage people to emulate the Tumanjais, the Yakuba Jaites, the Nene Fredes, and run for office, the Jimasata Sane Bojangs, and all these things for a very long time. Most of the women that have been getting in our politics have been people who've been nominated in the parliament by Jawara or Jame. And this notion of even keeping the presidency, the vice presidency for a woman, I think is nonsense. Let's look for substance and qualifications and encourage that we will be able to open the doors for people to run. This male-dominated National Assembly is never going to have that quota system. So what we should do, encourage women to run for office, support them so that they can win.
Said, you agree?
Yeah,
I think this country is a patriarchal society. I mean, it's not also inclusive. And if we're talking about women, then we have to talk about youth. Then we have to talk about people with disability. And I think this has continuously been the case. And so we're looking at it from that side, then you realize that, I mean, women have always been marginalized when it comes to education, when it comes to finances. And I feel one way that we can address the situation is through affirmative action. And affirmative action, what it does is to inspire generations to come forward. And some people will call it tokenism and all that. But I believe that any society that is progressing, that wants to, create changes, then it has to take affirmative action to ensure that, I mean, people that are left behind are also brought forward. Today, if you look at this country, women produce most of the food that we eat, but still they are marginalized. They don't have, they're the poorest. If you're looking at that, they're the poorest. When it comes to education, I mean, like most will go all the way to 6th grade and then they drop. And if you're looking at why a lot of women are not coming forward, one, the interest is there. The interest, I have had like several meetings with women politicians, training, but in most cases the qualifications from school, from an early stage. Of course, there's a need to bring women into the parties, but there's also that need to, at the society, at the family level, to start, I mean, educating our women, to start opening the ground for them so that they can be what they are, and that is being part of a society and being citizen. And I think this is the way that we need to go. So I believe in affirmative action, but I don't believe that it should be like a long-term solution. It must be a short-term solution to address this issue. But it also must start from political parties. Like Mar was saying, I mean, it's the women that do most of the mobilization. If you go to campaign, it is mostly the women that you will see. When it comes to the cooking, the activities of the party, it is mostly the women. But leadership behind. One, because they don't have the money. Secondly, maybe they don't have the education. And thirdly, maybe because the patriarchal nature of the society, that, I mean, a lot of those issues are are contributing factors. And I don't think like any society can progress if half of that society is left behind, and that is exactly why we are suffering here in this country. Yeah. Clearly.
Banka, we come to you before we go to Musa Jeng in the US. Your views?
Well, look, we are faced with a challenge that every country throughout the course of human history has been faced with. And that is this issue of women, their ability to break the glass ceiling, if you will. Even Western countries have been going through this. Hillary Clinton, I mean, when she ran for office, that's when the women truly in America realized how difficult it is for a woman to break through the glass ceiling. It's very problematic. The name calling, the condescension, the misogyny. I can go through a whole long list of stuff. So it's very, 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 very difficult for women to really get into the ring because of what they have to contend with. We're a mature democracy, let alone in the Gambia here, where obviously we all know how we tend to be when we are insensitive to these issues. We can be very, very crude when we deal with these issues. I mean, us the men, we feel entitled. And so a whole lot of issues that women in this country are dealing with. So what we need to do is what every country has started to do. And that is we need to come up with an affirmative action scheme. This is not tokenism. It has to be meaningful. That is something that is impactful. Something that really, really, really will show that we mean business. And that's why Tumanjai's bill I was very, very excited about. I've spoken about this a while back, defending the bill. Because I think what the bill does is it recognizes the fact, and just like every country does, a serious country that is, recognizes the fact that there is a problem and we need to provide a solution for it. We all know women participation in politics, the minorities, the disabled, differently able, as we like to call them, their participation in our politics here is very, very challenging. They are having some serious issues, having to get into the ring and having to win. So to do that, to get their voices heard, and to make sure they also have a seat at the table, we have to get creative about these things. And the way we get creative is to have, for instance, an affirmative action scheme where we assign a particular percentage of seats in our parliaments or any institution for that matter. And not just parliament, but all institutions. We should assign a percentage of seats through these different groups, so that they have a seat at the table, so that their voices are heard, so that their issues are also put on the table. Because we always tend to forget them, we always tend to not raise their issues, we always tend to not speak for them, we always tend to do things. I mean, here I always say this: one of the biggest challenges we have, and why we are also always having it very difficult to advance as a country. One of the key issues also is because of representation. We have a serious representation problem in this country. Most of the time, when we even set up anything, we always only want to hear from like-minded people. If I have a group, I only want to have people there who agree with me, who always just will say yes, and they are all in the kabono. Because we don't entertain the people with dissenting views, people with different ideas, people with somebody who's just gonna come in and put something on the table that is totally different from what we perceive to be the truth, perceived to be the good one. I mean, and you have to hear from people from all backgrounds, people from all different straits and strands and colors. So that's what now in this world of today, this current world, if you want to advance anything, you must hear from all sides, you must hear from everybody, even the ones that you totally are disgusted with. And I mean that. People you just cannot stand. You have to get their views on the table and make sure they're all part of the conversation. If you don't do that, it becomes a problem. Here we can always hide behind technicalities. Oh, women should also participate. They should. Yeah, that's easy to say, but I'm telling you, the women, the challenges that they are facing in this country.
Affirmative action.
Until that day, when we know representation in these processes or at the table has become easy, or the playing field, as we say, is leveled. Or close to level at least, so that we get comfortable with the idea that, and even at that point, we wouldn't have to tell the women or the differently able or the minorities to fully participate in this process. We wouldn't have to tell them. They will look at it and they will know, really, I have a fair shot here. Yeah. Institutions where we'll have 7% women participation.
Which is embarrassing.
We will not even have a single differently able person in the process. We will not have minorities participating fully, no Christians, for instance, none of those things. These are the problems we will continue to have. I call them problems because they are problems, and we need to recognize them as problems and start to get into solutions, mainly one of which is affirmative action.
I agree.
That's the only way forward.
And it's not often we agree. So before we delve into Wolof, we'll come to you, Musa Jeng. And Musa, do you think political parties themselves must begin, would you agree with Mar, that it's in the party structures itself that we must start to get women representation, to get fair play? And then the opposition would lead by example, since there are governments in waiting. And perhaps that will be the catalyst for change and have female representation. And interestingly, we're all men here talking about women issues. Musa.
Time. I seriously believe if we want to bring about, if we're serious about bringing women to be part of leadership, really, there is a need to compensate for what I call past discrimination. Like Said Matijau was saying, we live in a patriarchal society. I mean, men are seen to be dominating the political arena for years. I mean, I was just looking at Facebook, and I think it's Ture. She was also saying maybe we need to start with, do we really have female alcalos or female chiefs? Things like that. They're not. So the question is that if you leave it as it is, women, look, democracy, it's a managed process. You can manage it. We can do whatever we need to do as long as it suits our reality. We believe women are needed, especially when it comes to leadership. We want women in the National Assembly. I mean, this past election, I supported Tumanjai, Nene Freda Gomez. Not only that they are women, but they're extremely qualified. But I also know the reality, our political realities, the chances are they're going to have an uphill battle. People are not going to vote for them. So if we have to design and say at the party level that, look, fine, you need 53 National Assembly members. We are telling you 30% of them, they will have to be women. At the constituency level, they will go out of their way to recruit women. each political party. And I think that's where it starts. If we don't do that and we just leave it as it is, even in mature democracies, like I think Banker was saying, Hillary Clinton, the only reason why she lost the election has a lot to do with being female, I believe. So, I mean, America never had a female president. And they've been around with democracy for the past, what, 200, 400 years? So, if we're serious about getting women involved, I think we need to come up with, like Banker put it, a creative affirmative action of some sort to kind of open the gates, give women an opportunity to really come in and participate. If we do that, I think it'll be good for our democracy. And at the same time, and again, even when it comes to appointing governors too, the moment the society begin to see that this is common, I mean, again, the average Joe will see that, you know what, maybe I can eventually walk into a polling booth and vote for a woman. But again, I'm all for affirmative action. Affirmative action, I think is really needed. I mean, it wasn't just a few days ago that Biden basically said, as far as the Supreme Court nomination is concerned, I am going to make sure that it's going to be a black woman. I mean, call it tokenism all you want. But I think, I mean, that in itself tells you a lot, really.
Leadership la si muna ilif wala jiite si walum politique am si baat lu uteeg togga yeeg sabari yeeg feccoo yeeg ak indil ma ñu ma sànnil karta ndax jamono jotut ñu ne nañ ko xaaj ñaar genn wàll bi jigéen yi genn wàll bi góor yi si walum politique ak jiite ak ilifte bi politique si Gambia.
loolu dafa des trop si naka tudda si dëkk bi parce que boo xoolee naka tudda si historically si sun political party naka tudda góor yi ñoo dee taxaw nekk candidate ba 2016 ñu gis a female candidate waaye fan la kooku noonu mujjee mooy coalition bi tamit góor moo ko mujjee élif muy doon président Adama Barrow so nga gis ne loolu leena tamit mu fa yeneen saa parti yi dañ di am issue waaye yeneen saa tamit boobu noonu fit pour jigéen mun a génne ne damay taxaw nekk naka tura candidat pour nit ñi mun maa sànni kon banka nu mu waxee loo xamante ne amoon na US no naka sa kii nii naka Clinton ba mu génne ne dafay taxaw pour élection ñu ngi ko doon ooy ay tour Hillary Clinton ba mu génne ne dafay taxaw gars ñu ngi ko doon ooy ay tour so fii nii tamit nit ñi jigéen ñi am na boobu noonu naka tura ragal wala su ma ko mënee pour that way ne bu gaay génnee seen morom yi jigéen ñoo leen njëkk a xeex wala tamit société moo leen njëkk a xeex yeneen saa yi sax dañoo njëkk a jël permission si seen kilifa mu doon jëkkër bi wala mu doon kër bi exactly te société bi suñu la waxee loolu dañ naan place yi nguur du pour jigéen astuma suñu ne ngay taxaw pour élection so lu la gaay di wax mooy jigéen sa yàlla nga teral sa jëkkër nga ilif sa naka tudda ay njaboot mu teg la si yooni arjana waaye tamit boo ko xoolee si diine tamit foog naa tamit yonente yàlla ak suma yàlla tamit dafa jox jigéen place fi nga xamante ne sax égal na ko fa fi nga xamante ne tegu fa góor so foog naa ne daal si sun naka tudda jigéen yi léegi ñoo war a génn am boobu noonu fit mun a taxaw ne ñoom dañooy taxaw pour ñu mun a xeexal jigéen parce que doo mun a nekk ak góor nga mun a xam jigéen naka la nekk di fiiree so policy yi nga xamante ne ñu ngi koy make policy yooyu noonu sometimes dañu war a xool tamit naka la muy affecté ay jigéen wala women's bill bi nii bu gaay naka tudda constitution am même bill bu Touma Ndiaye doon sponsor la moo tax demu turu mooy because amuñu mos jigéen si biir assembly te góor ñu fa nekk ñu bari ñooñu support ñu loolu moo tax gaa gën a dem so mu nekk li nga xamante ne dafa doy waar te boo xoolee tamit political party yi seen doole si jigéen ñi la nekk jigéen ñi ñoo dee boot political party yi yàgg nañ di koy wax ne ñoom jigéen ñi ñoo leen boot parce que bu gaa yi dem naka tura campagne jigéen ñi ñoo dee commencé di def di mobilisation di def seen asso bi te asso boobu su bari seen xaalis la gaa yi di génne dépense ko jël nataali président bi wala candidat def ko si seen yére ba pare tamit bàyyi seen liggéey di campagnal kooku noonu so bu loolu amee tamit ñu dem ba élection war a am nga am naka tura 53 constituencies nga amee total of ñaari téeméer ñeent fukk ak juróom benn candidat si ñooyu noonu nga am si fukk ak juróom ñeent ñi nga xamante ne ñooy jigéen kese te ñooñu sax boo ko xoolee parti yi bu si gën a ëppale mooy UDP 6 mooy juróom benn candidat moom la taxawal mi nga xamante mooy jigéen ñu si des yëpp foog naa ñetta foog naa NPP foog ma foo la xam ma ñetta ñeneen ñi benn independent candidate tamit ñetta ñeneen ñi benn so loolu ñu wax mooy ñun sun nakatura structure yi parti yi seen structure yi dañ ko craft in a way that ne jigéen mooy tooga politique bi yëpp jox ko góor mu lekk kon nu mu nekk si biir néeg ñooy def liggéey bi yëpp bu paree ñu yàq ko jox la nga lekk te yow boo demee ba nga toog jigéen ñi léegi lu gars yi doon jooy pour que nga war a koo taxawal mu des yow xoolal candidat ñi nga xamante ne asuma ñu nekk National Assembly ñu daw si women's bill bi ni ñu si bëri boo xoolee seen time campagne jigéen moo leen taxawal léegi andi neen bill pour mun naa make sure ne ñu increase women participation or women representation si National Assembly
nga daw ko
rus ngaa wax ne bii nii naka tudda du ma ko support waaye nu may def mooy xaaral ma génn ma dem so loolu dafa nekk loolu dafa nekk li nga xamante ne dafa doy waa trop te foog naa ne daal kon bankaan mu ko waxee suñu war a jël affirmative action loolu moo nekk di only way foog naa fi nga xamante ne lii moo dina ko mën a safar parce que tamit bu ne ok ñun suñu secrétaire général bi wala suñ parti press officer bi jigéen la loolu mu lay defaral liggéey waaye léegi taxawal jigéen comme que yow daa nga ne jigéen moo la soxal taxawal jigéen ñi ñu mun a make sure ne naka tura nit ñi sànni leen ba pare tamit campagnal gaay kon ñun la gaay di campagne defal investal di same energy ak resources gaay ñoom tamit ñu mun a am doole bi nga xamante ne ñoo nekk si parlement because suñu amee a male dominated parliament right naka la ñoo mun a fili kon ni ko gaay de waxee ku gën a bari yërmande si doomi aadama si jigéen xoli jigéen moo gën a bari yërmande den xoli góor so yeneen policy yi nga xamante ne ñu ngi koy make ak yeneen budget yi nga xamante ne ñu ngi koy defar jigéen ñi tamit am nañ boobu noonu nakatura part bi nga xamante ne ñu ngi andi female perspective bi nga xamante ne ñun góor yi duñ ko mën a understand te boo xoolee suñu nekk tey nakatura am na yeneen décision yi nga xamante ne góor ñun dañ ko dee jël si out of nakatura xool even though we are nga professional mu nga am all those nakatura expertise ak background waaye yeneen saa bu sa xool boo jiitalee sa xool rek da nga dee make décision bi nga xamante ne da nga ko dee mujjee rëcc waaye tamit boo amee jigéen bi nga xamante ne mu fa toog booy jël décision boobu noonu mu lay delloo sa xel loolu dafay gën a tax ne décision bi ngeen di make dafay nekk stratégique ba so man foog naa ne daal moving forward jigéen ñu nekk si parti nakatura political party dañu war a make sure ne seen internal party policies yi ñu xool naka la ko gars yi di revisiter nga gis ne fii ñu plan ko to the local government elections ñu ngi am nakatura how many wards leen am ñu calculate ko xool out of that ñaata percentage moo war a nekk jigéen ñi nga xamante ne ñoom ñoo compétent moom la gars yi taxawal bu demee tamit moving to the next parliamentary election suñu amee 53 constituencies out of that si parti bu nekk gars yi dañoo sponsor 40 candidates lan moo war a nekk percentage bi nga xamante ne dafa war a nekk jigéen loolu dañ ko fa war a nekk seal and sign nga gis ne bu amee loolu dafay nekk waaye tamit foog lii nii mu nekk li nga xamante dafa war a door civil society du def loolu noonu di dem si political party ne def mu nekk ko advocate waaye ñu fa nekk si boppam ñoo ko war a taxawal so loolu mu nekk li nga xamante ne daal su amutee dina doy waar kon nu ko waxee fii nii fukk ak juróom-ñeenti jigéen te ñooñu daal doy na waar ba ñoom ñëpp
te lu ci ëpp sax duñ gagné
exactly
waaw parce que doole lañu leen nu mu waree seet nangu nga ak moom ndax
man kay waruma see yokk dara sax parce que foog naa ne wax bi yëpp la wax waaye man lu ma dee wax ne fii nii lu ñu ooyee ne dëkk bi patriarchie la ba pare dama gëm ne dëkk bi is not as inclusive nekkul ne suy wàllu jigéen yi la xale yeeg lu nekk nga gis ne yéen dañoo wax ne sa xaral bi sa waxtu jot xale yi nañ leen wax ne xaral bi sa waxtu jot jigéen yi ñu ne la fii du sa place amin so da ngaa gis ne yooyu man su nu ma ko gisee yooyu daf dee tardeel dëkk te jamono bi fuñ nekk gis naa jigéen yi soo xoolee dëkk bi tey foo munti laal jigéen yi ñoo fa nekk jigéen yi ñoo téye dëkk bi muy informal sector bi boo xam ne mu nekk di most basic foofu nga leen a fekk si garden yi si naako yi si parti yi foo munti laal rek ñoom ñoo ko nekk di doxal waaye at the end of the day suñu waxee ne nañ leen jiitu nañ leen isi xel because jiitee man nu ma ko gisee mooy nga isi xel di ànd ak nit yi di leen a yóbbu ci kanam te da ngaa gis ne ku usually ku xam problème nit yi mooy war a mun a ku am problème nit yi ba pare yëg nit yi moo war a mun a ànd ak nit yi waaye tey soo gisee I mean it's very difficult pour ñu ekkati mbiri jigéen yi wax na ko fii si bill buñ doon isi ñeneen ñi luñ ñu doon xasee sax ñun ñu si doon jéem a advocate moo nekk ne lii tokenism la lu tax ngeen a forcé lu tax ñu war a isi jigéen yi fii nii ak yooyu noonu na nit yi dem xeexal seen boppa na jigéen yi ñëw génn a bokk si parti yi may leen loolu du loolu rek te fii jigéen su waxee ne dafa bëgg a bokk si politique dinañ ko xasee xas bu nekk dinañ ko saaga façon saaga bu nekk di ba pare tey ñu ngi wax ne jigéen yi tey ñoo fi gën a ñàkk si dëkk bi seen tey da ngaa toog jigéen bala moo dem lopitaan dina xaar jëkkër ñëw mu jox ko xaalis dañu war nañoo toog si dëkk boobu noonu di seet yooyu noonu muy happen because at the end of the day if we don't take care of if we don't do what we are supposed to do da ngaa gis ne ñun dañoo gën a lor suñ famille yi because jigéen at the end of the day mooy the basic moo yore réew moo yore famille moo yore fu nekk and yaatal luñ leen daal man foog naa ne loolu la and we need to change that
foog ñu ubbi géew daal
waaw foog ñu ubbi géew bi nag bon nañ ko commencé si kër yi parce que dañu war a jàngal jigéen yi waaw because fii nii tamit beneen problème moo nekk duñ leen jàngal suñ leen jàngalutee da ngaa gis ne duñ mën a qualify because yéen ay foofu la fii majority of jigéen yi yëpp da ngaa gis ne dañoo dugg primary two ñu génnee ñu dem may la ñu sëy xale yu ndaw problème yu bëri ñu ngi leen koo teg at the end of the day ñu foog ne suñ société bi dina dem du mën a dem fenn and these are the realities yoo xam ne yooyu lañ war a wax these are the issues yoo xam ne yooyu lañ war a address because I mean coono bi bëri na fi and most of the people that are suffering ñoom ñoo nekk jigéen and one way boo xam ne mën nañoo mën a génne si coono boobu mooy ñu bokk si politique bi because suñ bokkee si politique bi comme banque lu mu doon wax da ngaa gis ne seen ideas yi dina ñëw ku nekk lu la naa métti nit yi dinañ ko xam and then ñu see ñu ko solve waaye if they not given the platform allowuñ leen pour ñu ñëw next minute bi suñ dugasee ñu si mun ba dugasi suñ ñëwee ñu ngi leen a xas di leen a bun xatal at the end of the day society bi du dem fen waaye family boo gis ne da ngaa gis ne ñëppaay loru as simple as that and loolu la ñu war a change dëkk bi góor yi moomuñ ko rek dëkk bi mag yi moomuñ ko rek dëkk bi xale yi moomuñ ko rek ñëpp a ko moom te ñëpp a war a bokk ànd ñu liggéey ko mu dem si kanam man loolu laa ko gisee
danfa politiko musol le dataro je ka ñaaton ka ya dila ka sembo dila ka kango dila politiko kon fo gambe banko bi apareta wolal ba ka fo nga ke kemoti tallulo musol tallulo kelo mbenga do ko ke banko eta
ñaam gambe man pare wala because ni yaji naw fo ni yaji be fon na gambe jam politiko kata ñamen han politika patiol fon damal ye jibe musulme yaron ko mo ñaaton ka position de amansia and then nder fane sauver men ke amamme na mo ñu kale fo masakunda ba pare de ka musulu ke pla leadership position de bang ke ñaaton ga place odo bare a talante o be ko masakunda man pare so ni tata na patiol fananto ni ajibe to nyalen patiol do ba katakan ba ni ajibe generally musol nyanta nyaton ga place to nyame ma to nyama aje so wati na fo musol me nan ko ki dabula politiko kono kallo abuka sia and then men fanan kallo wala fanan be bokana gagneno na qu'est-ce que do fanan ke ning ele Justice Salute Foundation Presidential Foundation men bala bida ka musol jibe Africa be ndo de Gambia jibe men ba nyaton ka place oto ni nata na député bungola karora cause na qu'est-ce que sero ñing amurta komale kabri 1965 cause ni ajibe Gambia député bungoto kabo 1965 fo sign speaker mention da is 11 bare wa 11 no kono musunani wodama kada speaker aye so ni nada na fana ni o fana kasaba musolu nani damma yolo sodo so ni ajibe fa musolu fa même bidje ato 58 ñamna musulul damale so kamen tandi hankabi na ñatonga place holto so ko na député bungoto musolla ñatonga place hansa amang ñafasi woto sa ñi ñande kala patir fongle do ko wolti kaje ko janim bita at the national level patir fongo dammal ya je ko dal ye kota di musolla me alon at least hana man talulo si ba tan saba ko men ko jamaa fu ñamen ni wo sotota
kemo kono
sidla tan saba ni wo sotota aw dal o fanan ba jeri wando ke bakke musolla ñato tala ka ñato nga place o fananta ni aji be fanan janin député bu ngo soronda di women kota bila banun parliament le ka kota di musolla at least fane happo sodo parliament
wala honorable Tuman Jay na tammi fi
amen samana man yaji be patiol be do yemantale during the proceeding o men tati do para ñato ta place o mada banko kan so keta problem bayati anim bata kuba so manyamen sa mbawo ni na society fana jibe hankabi it's a male dominated society so why musul fana na cool sama koma bakel bare comme ko set matiya fo nyame musol ni la sula kolem ni ejibe gaji noto ni la bata kolem bare ni to le fon ba nyaton ka place oto o be ma ko la problem wol memba kering pour ka address no jamaji man ka moyle because musol men ka fati ngoto o sifal bare ni to le fon ba nyaton ka place oto yo problem sifal e ba ya nyaare bo dol solf no lal wala na kuma da bake banko kan nimbita be ka funyo kan fofo ninkelle ma musol le man kebal le man dinno ba be ka funyo kan dol beltam banko di ko sen mate afuna ha so
banka ngata aje sina murung american kolia jannin kanyim bunda sorong ngadum fanna ko tan
no I mean dampa ko mo beban because musol la participation okay definitely sa for someone dan tabannola wala te fanal min be maje anyanta kala wala nyama yalla nyim fana nabe kele ka siran nan kam la landi ko ngini woda ñun do tula jam pour musolle ñi adiamo sanda nya ma do nya kara nya ma la nya ma ñun dom pour musollo si nyata e sidlata wo sidlatan lulu bonde je ko ñun dom pour musollo bari ti Allah ko ni ko alnga katele fay wala nga kona kala nga latanga wala nga latang musol la dungo je abe kolala le bari kujima bale be musol tardendi andu woman ke kuti mi alon ko itolle o ko sartol landi wala itolle ko landi o nyama lil amunta ko adol dube karodol la dinol be karodol la mutol fon la miran nyal be karodol la banko tawni nyabe karodol la katawala ni o be jibe abe fanala musol la fanala nyami a kol gi babala kolandi la pour ka don saim bi certain surtout ça faut ka advance tale woli fam o problem sifal be bulo kono bari tol sitele ko saim be minkela mbe kar si la ka make sure pour musol finance no strano kol ko nyami finance il faut qu'on surtout no ko nyami yo sato le landi ko la nyami ba jela ko e major political party la democratic party sai ba jela ko manke musol fon dronte de har musol mi yalon ko e manke mo fi e manke tubabolti mo fi musol no wol bi la alaman tankal ning america president ning ku ketala fata musomi ba place tala america pour ka je president di mo fi ngola mu andu musolo ñi mu banko di banko mi yalon ko mo fi ngolu ning ke sidla ke mo sidla tan nim fula doron mo fi ngol rosto be bolta banko ka so woto woli ya jele ko ñenta make sure ko nga sid nga ñu ko ke ku ñaabe ñaata mi yalon ko se mol musolu ani mol mi yalon ko e café manodi sol imansia banko kan pour france silo so ñami dunno ñina ma betan na flotte ndol wo système o man tarana jang na système o man so dami kam min ken wala min te ko ka fa sain mbe sidula la le ba ko ta diamo senya ñami wo kala musolti bari ni ko sidula tan o tan sidula lulo wo be kala musolati sain ning dam fanata akabe ku kala alon ko sidula lulo musolati a fa ko ta musoli ya fe ko ñin si la lula pour atol tamala ala jibi al fam fe jamal be na la pour kana sije pour alfa kan jam fano nyami ban nan woti je sa en tella ku si la ta wota muskilin do be tararaje si la ta wota muskilin musufla si la ta wota muskilin musufla ay musol mi yalon ko banko mi fa yalon ko musol sera kewolti banko mi yalon ko kujima babi je aba musol la bulo kono kana danko de diamul ka siada bar suturo janyim bankun ka musol len sutura bi bungo bungo te dundaje korda dundaje musolle je sutura ni man tara marari dépense la ibe makoro kan dépense la alongo bundama jama babi je tolle marari wol kuji walla ibe sutura e kew sutura kan ibe siringa kan ibe denenga kan bi amlo ka siya do ba ñolo so ni ko mbo ñamoto bi kabine to wala ka be reality ngaw reality embrace mfana nga sonko ñine fango min la situation note ngaw su so tan kana ñu nakar because sa ñu nakar wala be ko an me musol nakar kan me nakar kan de ito le seran tin banko kan ni do ko mi fana be do ko le kadu ga do ko mo tuba abe bank tuba do ko din na ko do jamal be je ke kele ji na farol ko de ka kele ji insta wala ngata bundal mi an ko musol le wol be mara andol be mo fana da ñu bundal le sa manque koy tolbe sirin sokolo ten dron ye bulla nyoken kewol do kulla fa bala wafir ndin la ba wala bala farta talla ba wala bala gadnin abe kule ke kam mim fanan ka dañino sonande fo la c'est vraiment très so ni o bundale mutay bo marade o bundalam fanan nga son sain ko to yato na karobe ko na bundale yele wandu mbo yele nyaadi nkana tara janka insist on process on mi an ko fanan ko me febo nga sonko to nya nyin na karolo bije nga vasay bunda nim sidla tannam mbe sidla lutala nga di bum sol parliament bo wala nya nim mans to la fe president can nominate because we can be creative about this comme ko la fo nyam mo dol ba ko ha ban ni ka son president can nominate president da mo tal sama ul don sama mi anko don be they will vote for yala bilo I get that but ni mol mi anon ko comme mol mi anko e naso soto physical disability Istan le ko sa disabled la telephone voting among yourselves. They have associations here. You go voting among yourselves. You ali alla mol vote me and they will come to parliament as nominated members. Yera musol ye ko sa musol nyindom musol marara wole tele voting process me ko musol organizational wole be benna ye mol tom me an ko le binal dia musol to ya. O be skeno. Asata president ma choose de. Wole okay. But obi e fokata constitution ko ngana constitution nga falling pour que dolbe allow no wala ko constitution falling is very important ngata nga constitution yinta nga jibe nga kol fenke nga dararo mi alon ko mbe ni be tala nge allow no happen because ni jaba babi je fana bi ni ko be kala luwa fa man amang sembo di ala pray dol keno say bar ninta da nga luwa le fale nga fenke sa bar wo fana banku mo le be sire ko say mbe luwa le fale bi ko lafta ngine keno no kata haruna mbese council to banko kan mbe council no kulo kono inse ideal to mi ideal commence kay so to mi ala ko namna lon ko ideal be keri because ite baba be so ko na manta kara modo doesn't mean ko ite londo started karango do man londo di mola
hani kada muda mama ke londo
yo mimbe do be sirin so kono amanta kara moto wala londo state ndo e fompania bantola system nga kele ko mo min tara kara modo do wala londi tiyote
wala fan kuni
an wodona idea mu ideati andu woldoro man ideas to woldoro man londo sto molbe sirin soko men ko dama si kara moto wala londo sto mo be sirin of soko wodon kara nyon nakar ngad spéciale moli mu yana dun nan be nga nyimum be kuwalti amanke kara ku de wala ke ku nda ku wala fegga ku nyimum be kuwalti ana nimma am be ku ngata wandi wasilola nyim banko ta han jan kam fana nene
nsonta wala bari ngata american kolia nimurunta nan ngam fonyondin domanding asake yana africa de bak de negasino silensa wo kol topoto nsina murun nan nga kachanyin tenten coach Basamba kumbalen koy coach Basamba pour ñu tenka fanna bi ñu ñew ci yeen fofu ñu xol lan moy yo sa xel ak sa xalaat naka la ñoo mëna bolé jigéen ñi ñu doon ay kilifa ci political party yi wala sax ñu fulal leen dooleel leen pour ñu mën a jël ay place jiite parce que xam nañ ne amul benn political party boo xam ne mu ngi ci réew mi boo xam ne waaye bu ñëwee si wàllum kilifteef ak jiite parti yi wala sax jiite si wàllum politique si réewi Gambia jigéen ñi dañoo am jafe-jafe maar wax na fi ne ci téeméer bu nekk maanaam juróom-ñaar lañ amoon te boo seetloo lii yaa ngi am lu passé ñaar téeméer boo xam ne fukk ak juróom-ñeent rek ñoo ci nekk jigéen te wóor nañu ne lu dem ci genn wàlla ñooñu mënuñoo gañe sax bari dem si néegi député yi waaye nu ñoo def ba dooleel jigéen yi si wàllum politique. Can somebody help us with this?
No, lu ma la wax mooy wax ju am solo la maa ngi doon déglu kii itam naka la tudd Banka Mr. Affirmative Action and maar ak gars yi I think they raise some very important points and I think it is a situation that needs to be addressed.
Thank you so much.
Not necessarily man I am totally opposed to affirmative action. But how do we make it a reality? How do we also increase the participation of not only women, but young people? Because now we talk about the women, of course they carry the political parties. You know, the YAI compensation, because my political orientation is we reject this notion of reducing women to mere clappers at YAI campaign and all this. This is why we don't even have YAI campaigns. But we have to do better, all of us, to make sure we have the participation. Now, mangi dega Musa Jeng wax leena affaire yi isi Katanji Jackson the justice sworn in Jackson. Xam nga loolu is mun nga ko control because somebody has the appointing amount of women, this amount of everybody is going to be represented. yaa ngi understand equally or based on proportional representation. yaa xam nag nga ko defee, you know. But again, when you are appointing, it's easier than when you are electing. Now, Banker came up with something that sounds like a solution. That is, okay, if you look at the current National Assembly, the nominated members, they are Sinteka, who is there as, I think Gambia has, we say the disabled, I think they have another term that they use in the Gambia, something challenge or whatever. I think she was selected by the organization of the, because the other issue that we have in the Gambia, and we have to also accept, they would present a challenge. Every group in the Gambia, I'm not 10 different organizations, you have you get represented the same group. Even the Gambia Transport Union, they don't have one. They have, Mr. Cisse is very vocal, while you have other groups, and because and that tends to happen when elections first organize them into a pressure group, would be very effective in fighting for such a cause. Because at the end of the day, it's not merely up to me or you or anybody to say that we have an individual to come up with the initiative, inspired a lot of women to come, and they were able to influence policymakers to make policies where now if you are found driving, you know, even the alcohol limit in your blood would be measured to a time being you are found like a fine or taken to jail and all that thing. So the problem that we have, Haruna, the lack of organization is the reason why nothing is happening in our country when it comes to marginalized groups and all this. Even if you look at our country, our civil society, now we're lucky to have people like the Gambia participates and the St. Mattis organization and all that. But for the most part, what we have is we have organizations by name, but when it comes to advocating for something that is in the interest of what they were formed for, they are nowhere to be found. So when I believe that the women must first take the lead, organize themselves into a very strong pressure group, because at the end of the day, no Gambian politician will be elected without the participation of the women. So then why should women continue to be marginalized? And we talk about the lack of education. That is not necessarily the case anymore with our women. They are getting more and more and more educated. So what's wrong with the Ajay Seka of the UDP, Fatou Touré of DOI, somebody else of NPP, and all these people, the strong women who are across the political spectrum. The women, the Bar Association, the women, I think there is a women wing of the Bar Association. And all this group come together and say, you know what? We want this thing to happen. Absent which, we are not going to support any politician who does not support our cause for this thing to happen. Because so I think the case with the Tumanjai issue, it was reduced to an individual, Tumanjai. But can you imagine if it had the backing of all these powerful women, you get said Bopa, and then work towards it, it would have been easier to have these politicians who were cowardly enough to go and put Funlahu so that they would not vote no or yes for it. And maybe it would have passed. But I believe we can talk all we want, but unless we have a very concerted effort by this group to come together, a formidable group, and speak truth to power, threaten the position of the president, the position of these National Assembly members, you will think start to move. But I think the other question that we need to ask, why is it taking the IEC this long to call the results? It's almost after midnight in the Gambia. The elections, the polls have been closed for over 7 hours now. People are getting results all over the place. Why can't they come and call the results so that people will go to sleep or do whatever? I have time, you guys don't. But I believe they should just come and call the results before causing any unnecessary confusion.
Musa, let's go to you before we go to a break.
I think Musa Yange No, Musa Yange dog. I think he is eating full eat.
Okay. waaye kon xam nga ñun ñu ngi fii ay si boppam ñu ma ñoo wax la luy naxare suñu borom kër Musa mu ngi fa waaw Musa ñu ne ñu am la rek balaa ñoo dem.
Yeah, I missed the part, but like Pasamba was saying, Haruna, really, it comes down to ñun ñëpp xam nañ ne we need women to be part of the process. Just leaving it alone, ne dañoo bàyyi noonu leen rek, ne women they can just compete like any other average person. I don't think that's really going to cut it. And this is where I think the quota system or the affirmative action, however we want to call it, this is where we really need it. They are out there, they have a voice. I mean, a whole lot of people listen to them. I mean, when you go to any of these political parties, there are women out there that are basically very instrumental. So what needs to be done though, if we are to compensate to call it past discrimination, is to come up with law rek moo ko mën a fix, and say that every political party, depending on the total number of candidates, a certain amount, danga am pour am certain amount goo xam ne jigéen dañoo war a nekka. Really, I, in the absence of that, Haruna, leaving it as it is, I mean, I can even give you an example here in Atlanta. It used to be, years ago, the association in Atlanta was male-dominated, basically. Most of the women were not kind of, even though the majority, the population, we got more women than men. But when we decided that the only way to do it is to change the rules and actually actively go out there and bring women in the forefront, it did take us 3, 4, 5 years. Now, if you were to look at the executive, the majority are all women. So if you really want to make a move, then you have to come up with strategic decision. Okay, this is what we want to make sure that there are 25 women in the National Assembly. How do we go about doing that? Then you find ways to do it. But the commitment has to be there. But just leaving it to good old politics, I mean, the chances are it's not really going to happen. And you can't blame the women. Well, I mean, they can be just like Tumanjai or Nene Fedi Gomis and go out there and do their thing and participate. I mean, the women are just like any other human being. You look at it and you know that, you know what? Mansuba Demeni, first of all, did not select. Secondly, I'm going to lose. And I don't even want to get bogged down in this process. So again, it's going to take real change if we're serious. If we're to have women, and God knows, we need women out of this process. Really, we really do.
Thank you very much, Musa Jeng from the United States, and to you, Damfa from Cyprus, and Banka Mane. And we'll take a short break now. We have videos of the elections earlier in the day. Well, yesterday now that we are on Sunday morning. We'll play some of those during this break and several interviews that we've also heard between the Fatu Network and Paradise TV. And we'll be back here as soon as the chairman is ready to announce new results. And the conversation will continue, and we'll make it as inclusive as possible, and we'll have a lot of talking points that we will be doing on our analysis here. So do stay with us, and we will be back shortly.
The presidential election, it is a very clear indication that we will have majority in the National Assembly. But I will seize this opportunity to thank all the parties, independent candidates who have participated in this election. It's unprecedented. It's about 85 candidates. It is more than all candidates who were contesting in previous National Assembly elections. That is a clear indication that Gambia have moved on. Our democracy is moving. That means the field is level. And I think that is very good going forward, because it was a transition period. Now the transition is over. We have consolidated ourselves. We have built a strong foundation. Moving forward, it is very, very, very clear. And I will call on the Gambians to come out in their numbers as the way they did in the presidential election. This is as important as the presidential election. So we call on everybody to come out and vote. Vote peacefully. We are very hopeful that the NPP.
Our mandate is to make sure that we conduct free, fair, and transparent elections. And this is witnessed by all party agents from beginning to end. So there will be no problem at all whatsoever. I'm happy to say that in Fonyi,
My priority come from the people because I am people-driven objective that I have. What I did in 2017 was what do you call need assessment. Every community will do their needs assessment and we come together and try to prioritize from them. Because I'm just a servant of them. I cannot decide and say, this is what I want for my people. My people say, okay, we want this to be our priority. Go to the government and make sure I'm posted. Last year, when I was taking it, it's road infrastructure and health was a problem. Was a lot of problems, but these are the two that were mainly prioritized. And I think I have achieved that. Because health, I am able to lobby, convince government, influence their programs and projects to have at least 3 ambulances in my constituency and 2 new clinics. And I have renovated through my own effort to renovate other health facilities. Road connection is just pushed because it's a capital investment. It's just pushed to the government. I have pushed to the government. Government agrees and they surveyed it now and they give me the assurance. Come some years to come, those roads will be constructed. So if I get elected again, I'll go back to the people. We sit down, do the assessment, and reprioritize what the community may need. If they still want health to continue, because there are still some gaps, we continue with that. But I know I'm very optimistic, because by looking at the condition of the constituency, road infrastructure is a problem. I think it's going to be one of the priorities that I'll push it to them, for them to include it in their priorities, to push to the government to make sure that we have a better road connection in my constituency.
What the results are going to be, and I think I've done what is required, I've done what is necessary. I've taught the length and breadth of the constituency, and my campaign was typically grassroots based, and which is the winning way, and I've done that. So obviously standing here, I feel it's just a matter of officializing or formalizing to declare the win. I know I'm going to win because I've done the work. Well, not at all. No matter what the turnout is, I know I'm going to win. No matter how many people come out, I know the majority of the people that are going to come out to vote will vote for Nene Freda because they've realized, they've listened, they've looked among all the candidates, and I'm sure they've realized that the best candidate that can go there and represent them is Nene Freda. So whatever the number is, I know I'm going to win. But again, this is not the force, it's a trend. Normally people really don't come out to vote in any other election but presidential. And again, I think it's about awareness, it's about understanding, knowing how important this particular election is. People just think it's presidential and that's about it. But this is the most important election that anybody can vote in a country or in any elections. And I think we need to, all of us, the media, all of us need to intensify the sensitization for people to have the understanding and press how important. So next time they can come out and vote. I think every election is important because you're given an opportunity to exercise your constitutional right of choosing or participating. So it's important. But this one, I always say, is the most important because it's about National Assembly. It's about where you make laws. It's about where you hold the executive to account. That's the only institution that is mandated by the Constitution to be able to perform that function. So it is that important. So I am.
Well, actually, the voting process is going on smoothly. The turnout is a little bit low, but you can attribute it to the Ramadan. Most of the people have already played Fajr, so they are at least in bed by now. But by 12, going to 1, 2, 3, 4, they will have already come out to vote.
Okay.
Well, vote bi mu ngi normal. Duga si naa sànni naa karta. Normally dara xewut fii yëpp a ngi normal. Nit ñaa ngi ñëw benn. Waaye nag soo gisee nit ñi génnuñ bu baax si weeri koor lañ nekk te julli nañ fajar tëdda nañ boori 12 ñu jóg bala boori tisbaar bu weesoo soo ñëwee di nga fekk kiw bi ñu dugal nga fekk nit ñi eewoo nañ.
Okay. How confidence do you have?
Well, winning is imminent. Winning is imminent. Victory is ours. mooy li ma wax ni si angale rek win moom boobu mënut a ñaata waaw win moom win nañ ba pare yàlla defal nañu ko incha allah.
feel I have sent my agenda, I have sent my program, I have sent my manifesto, I have given them my biography. Whatever I was supposed to do, we have done it. So now it's left to the electorate to choose a leader who will make sure he will take care of all their needs and then their problems in their places. Because a leader, choosing a leader means you are giving that person your voice, means you are giving that person your power. That person should be ready to work for you. You should not choose based on sentiments. So today they will decide on what they want. If they want a leader who will go and represent them well, but I believe they understand our message, and then I believe we will vote in favor of them. Because if they vote in favor of a person who has a good character, who will represent them well, that is in favor of them. So I believe that.
I have to first and foremost thank the Almighty Allah for making us healthy to witness this day. I am indeed very elated to contest this election with the ambition to serve the people of Talinding in particular and in general the people of this country. That's my ambition, that's my mission, is to serve the general interest of everyone in this country, and that gives me a positive mood this morning. Yes, I'm very much confident based on the fact that I have been living in Talinding and I have engaged community, engaged in community services for almost 2 decades now. I'm well known in Talinding and people know me really do good for the community. I participate in communal work and development issues in Talinding. And then we've seen for the 5 years Talinding have many challenges. We have been underrepresented as far as Member of Parliament is concerned, and then this has been and constraints in regards to good representation at the level of National Assembly, as well as leadership that's lacking in Cabinet constituency. So I have a good feedback in regards to, because the power belongs to the people, I have a good positive feedback from the people that I am the right candidate. It cannot be compared with the presidential, sometimes this is some of it has been my campaign message, that sometimes the turnout in presidential, during presidential election is far from what.
Thank you.
So we are proceeding with the announcements. So the chairman will proceed with the other constituencies. Welcome, chairman.
Thank you, Pa. I, Alimor Njai, chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the national elections of 9th April 2022 for Banjul North constituency is as follows. Sambanjai, NPP, 1,147 votes, 1147. Usman Sila, PDOIS Doi, 1,204 votes, 1204. Modu Lamin Bah, UDP, 1,658 votes, 1658. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Suleiman Diouf, returning officer in the Banjul constituency area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu D.A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alaji Banka Conte, Alkali Banka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in Banjul North constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Modamin Biba has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Banjul North constituency in the Banjul Administrative area. Signed, Ali Monjai, 9 April 2022. I, Ali Monjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Banjul Central Constituency is as follows. Mr. TB Jara, DFA, 117 votes, 117. Lyndon B. Johnson, Independent, 450 votes, 450. Baukar Mboch, PDOS Doi, 550 votes, 550. Modu Chono Diallo, UDP, 988 votes, 988. Alaji Jah, Independent, 260 votes, 260. Abdullah Njai, Independent, 1,262 votes, 1262. There was one invalid vote. This result was certified by Suleiman Diouf, returning officer in the Banjul administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Modu DSR, agent for UDP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Banjul Central constituency in the National Assembly of elections of 9, Abdullah Njai has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Banjul Central constituency in the Banjul administrative area. Signed, Ali Njai, 9 April 2022. I, Ali Njai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Banjul South constituency is as follows. Usman Abu Wada, NPP, 1,364 votes, 1364. Mohamed Mansour Foon, PDOS, 572 votes, 572. Yaya Kuyate, UDP, 393 votes, 393. Fatima Njai, Independent, 1,538 votes, 1538. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Suleiman Diouf, returning officer in the Banjul administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Panka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Banjul Central constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Fatima Njai has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Banjul South constituency in the Banjul area. Signed, Ali Njai, 9 April 2022. I, Ali Njai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Jara East constituency is as follows. Yankuba Sane, Citizen Alliance, 196 votes, 186. Modu Dem, GDC, 1,009 votes, 1039. Haruna Bari, NPP, 2,775 votes. Seni Ture, UDP, 2,334 votes, 2334. 551. There was one invalid vote. This was certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Matako administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Jara East constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Haruna Bari has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Jara East constituency in the Mantako administration area. Signed, everyone, 9 April 2022. I, Ayman Jai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the national elections of 9 April 2022 for Kiang West constituency is as follows. Lamin Kambai Marong, GFA, 555 votes, 555. Lamin Drame, NPP, 1,610 votes, 1610. Lamin Chise, UDP, 3,669 votes, 3669. Ismaila Kante, Independent, 627 votes, 627. There was one invalid vote. This is also certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Masako area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Al-Khalifwana Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kiang West constituency in the Assembly election of 9 April 2022, Lamin Sise has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang West constituency in the Matako administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, Chairman, 9 April. I, Ali Manjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly election of 9 April 2022 for Jara Central constituency is as follows. Salibud Dem, Ndem, GDC, 272 votes, 272. Keba Jalo, NPP, 1,719 votes, 1719. Wandifa Wesane, UDP, 1,170 votes, 1170. Samba Balde, Independent, 986 votes, 986. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Masako administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabari, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanta Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Jara Central constituency in National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022, Keba Jalo has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Jara Central constituency in the Masako administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, 9 April 2022.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Now for the Banjul North constituency,
Sambanjai NPP 1,147 votes, Osman Sila PDOIS 1,204 votes, Mamadou Lamin Biba UDP 1,658 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Suleiman Juk, returning officer in the Banjul administrative area. The results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D.A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. The votes in Banjul North constituency in the National Assembly elections 9 April, Mamadou Lamin B. Ba has been duly elected as member of National Assembly for Banjul North constituency in the Banjul administrative area, dated 9 April 2022, signed chairman. Now for the Banjul Central constituency, Aminata TB Jara, GFA 173 votes, Lyndon B. Johnson, independent 450 votes, Babukar Mboj, PDOIS 550 votes, Mohammed Ndao, MPPP 1,168 votes, Momodu Chernojalo, UDP 988 votes, Alaji Jah, independent 260 votes, and Abdullah Injai, independent 1,262 votes. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Suleiman Juf, returning officer in the Banjul administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Alkali Fanka Conte, NPP, Dr. Deborah Sabali, agent for NPP, and Mamadou D.E. The Banjul Central constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Abdullah Njai has been duly elected as member of National Assembly for Banjul Central constituency in the Banjul administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed chairman. Now for the Banjul South constituency, Osman Abu Wada, NPP, 1,364 votes, Muhammadu Mansur Foon, PDOIS, 572 votes, Yaya Kuyate, UDP votes, Fatumata Njai, independent, 1,538 votes. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Suleiman Juf, returning officer in the Banjul administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu D.A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Now, Fatumata Njai has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Banjul South in the Banjul administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed chairman. Now for the Jara East constituency, Yankuba Sane, CA, 186 votes, Mamadou Dem, GDC, 1,039 votes, Haruna Seni Ture, UDP, 2,334 votes, Pate Balde, independent, 551 votes. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadaba, returning officer in the Mansakonko administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu D.A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Therefore, for the Jara East constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Haruna Bari has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Jara East constituency in the Mansakonko administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed chairman. Kiang East or Kiang West constituency, Lamin Kambai Marong, GFA, 555 votes, Lamin Drami, NPP, 1,610 votes, Lamin Sise, UDP, 3,669 votes, Ismaila Kante, independent, 627 votes. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Mansa Congo administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Therefore, for the Kiang East-West constituency in the National Assembly elections 9th April 2022, Lamin Sise has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang West constituency in the Mansa Congo administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed chairman. For the Jara Central constituency, Salifu N. Dem, GDC, 272 votes. Keba Jao NPP 1,719 votes, Wandifa Wee Sane UDP 1,170 votes, Samba Balde Independent 986 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Mansa Congo administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabal, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Now for the Jara Central constituency in the National Assembly elections for April 9th, 2022, Keba Jallo has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Jara Central constituency in the Mansa Congo administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed chairman.
I, Ali Jai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly election of 9 April 2022 for Jara West constituency is as follows. Ali Balde, NPP, 4,007 votes, 4007. Kajali Fofana, UDP, 3,655 votes, 3655. Musa Wali, Independent, 1,177 votes, 1177. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Massafu area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu D. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Savali, has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly Assembly for Jara West constituency in the Massafu administrative area. Signed, Aliman Jai, chairman. I, Aliman Jai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Kiang Central constituency is as follows. Fafa Sanyang, NPP, 1,184 votes, 1184. Bakari Kamara, UDP, 1,533 votes, 1533. Yunus Nba, Independent, 1,976 votes, 1976. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Masako administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Maududi SR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanta Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kiang Central constituency in the National Assembly election of 9 April 2022, Yunusa Nba has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang Central constituency in the Masako administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, chairman. I, Ali Monjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Lower Badibu constituency is as follows. Ibrahim Diallo, Independent, 710 votes, 710. Alhaji Jawara, NPP, 2,775 votes, 2775. Kemo Gatama, UDP, 2,894 votes, 2894. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by an officer in the Caravan administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Savali, agent for UDP, NPP, NPP, and Alkali Fanda Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in Lower Badibu constituency in National Assembly election of 9 April 2022, Kemo Gasama has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Lower Badibu constituency in the Caravan administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, Chairman. I, Ali Manjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly election of 9 April 2022 for Nyamina Dankunku constituency is as follows. Samba MP Ba, CA, 173 votes, 173. SI Jamanka, GDC, 573 votes, 573. Bakari NS Diallo, Independent, 86 votes, 86. Samba Diallo, NRP, 1,132 votes, 1132. SI Sedikan, UDP, 299 votes, 299. Alipse Independent, 533 votes, 533. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer in the Janaburi administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Savali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Panka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Nyamina Donkonko constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9 April of the National Assembly for Nyamina Donkonko constituency in the Janaburi administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, Chairman. I, Ali Manjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice the total number of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Nyanija constituency is as follows. Mohammed Lamin Lee, CA, 100 votes. Hamed SK Mane, GDC, 203 votes, 203. Amadou Kamara, NRP, 2,014 votes, 2014. Mamadou Cham, UDP, 1,016 votes, 1016. Abdullah MK Diallo, Independent, 387 votes, 387. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer in the Janjamburi administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Murudi SR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sawali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Wanka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Nyanija constituency in the National Assembly election of 9th April 2022, Amadou Kamara has been duly elected as member of the Assembly for Nyanija constituency in the Jainamburi administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, Chairman. I, Ali Manjai, Chairman of the Indian Commission, hereby give notice that the total of votes given to each candidate in the National Assembly elections of 9 April 2022 for Upper Salem constituency is as follows. Alajimbo NRP 3,948 votes, 3948. Modu Sise UDP 377 votes, 377. Chernogay Independent 1,351 votes, 1351. Parajane Independent 1,591 votes, 1591. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Amadou Tal, returning officer in the Jainamburi administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou DSR, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Savali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanta Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Upper Salem constituency in the National Assembly election of 9 April 2022, Alajimbo has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Upper Salem constituency in the Jainamburi administrative area. Signed, Ali Manjai, Chairman.
Now for Jara West constituency, Aliu Balde NPP 4,007 votes, Kajali Fofana UDP 3,655 votes, Musa Wali Independent 1,177 votes. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Lam Ye Jadama, returning officer in the Amansa Konko administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D.A. Sar, UDP agent, or Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in Jara West constituency in the National Assembly elections for 9th April 2022, Aliu Balde has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Jara West constituency in the Mansa Kongo area. Dated 9th April 2022, signed Chairman. Now for Kiang Central constituency, Fafa Sanyang, NPP, 1,184 votes. Bakari Kamara, UDP, 1,533 votes. Yunusa Nba, Independent, 1,976 votes. There were no invalid votes. These results were returning officer in the Mansa Konko administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kiang Central constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Yunusa Nba has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Kiang Central in the Mansa Kongo administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed Chairman. Now for Lower Badibu constituency, Ibrahima Diallo, Independent, 710 votes, Alaji Jawara, NPP, 2,775 votes, Kemo Gazama, UDP, 2,894 votes. There were no invalid votes. These results were certified by Esa Balde, returning officer in the Kerwan administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabal, agent for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, agent for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Lower Badibu constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Kemo Gazama has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Lower Badibu constituency in the Kerawan administrative area, dated 9 April 2022, signed Chairman. Nyamina Dankunku, Samba MP Ba, CA 173 votes, Esa Jamanka GDC 573 votes, Bakari NS Jallo Independent 86 votes, Samba Jallo NRP 1132 votes, Isa Sedikan UDP 299 votes, Aliu Sise Independent 533 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmad Tal, returning officer in the Janjambure administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. A. Sar, again for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, again for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, again for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Nyamina Dampunku constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Samba Jallo has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Nyamina Dampunku constituency in the Janjambure administrative area, signed 9th April 2022, signed Chairman. Now for the Nyanija constituency, Mohammed Lamin Lee, CA, 100 votes. Hamed SK Mane, GDC, 203 votes. Amadou Kamara, NRP, 2. Mamadou Cham, UDP, 1,016 votes. Abdullah E.M. Jallo, Independent, 387 votes. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmad Tal, returning officer in the Janjambure administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. A. Sar, again for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabal, again for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, again for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Nyanija constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Amadou Kamara has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Nyanija constituency in the Janjambure administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed Chairman. Upper Salem constituency, Alaji Mbow, NRP, 3,948 votes, Mamadou KFCC UDP, 377 votes, Chernogay Independent, 1,351 votes, Bara Jani Independent, 1,500, no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadou Tal, returning officer in the Janjambure administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou D. A. Sar, again for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabal, again for NPP, and Alkali Fanka Conte, again for NPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Upper Salem constituency in the National Assembly elections of 9th April 2022, Alaji Mbow has been duly elected as member of the National Assembly for Upper Salem constituency in the Janjambure administrative area, dated 9th April 2022, signed Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sisi. So that's it for now. So we'll come back with the next part in a moment. Thank you.
How do you judge them? Copy them.
Smoothly. So far, I have observed that a bit low compared to the presidential elections, but that is something that we are used to. It is customary somehow in the Gambia election process. People don't take National Assembly elections seriously like that of the presidential. They take presidential election more seriously than all other elections. So I think this is one of the contributing factors why the voter turnout is low as at now. Ramadan is a contributing factor, like the chunk of the voting population is formed by basically women. And these women, during the course of the Ramadan,
Morning time is a busy time for them. Some of them would go to the market and then they would buy things for their iftar, they would buy things for dinner and so on and so forth. So likely they would turn up sometime later during the day. Indeed, absolutely, like one just see, it is absolutely peaceful, the situation, the environment is totally calm, it is friendly, definitely. It's peaceful, it is very calm.
Thank you, Mr. Dew.
Thank you so much.
Well, I am so excited to join many Gambians today to come and cast our votes to exercise our constitutional right. We give us 5 days mandate to the most competent parliamentarians. Well, as I earlier alluded to in my previous interview during my nomination, my records are there for everyone to witness. I succeeded in many major developments that this constituency is yearning for. They are tremendous ones, so I don't want to dwell on them because we cannot be standing under this hot sun with my team and telling people that this is what I did, this is what I did, but records are there for everyone to see. Okay. Well, I believe it's the Ramadan because this is the first time in the history of the Gambia we are casting our iftar. Well, but those one will remain mute until when I assume office.
Until when you assume office.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
To come out massively and vote because these legislative elections are primary in our socio-economic development because when anything comes from the executive, it is brought to the legislative body to make sure it's scrutinized well and fit for purpose to be able to serve the interests of the populace. So these are very crucial moments and we hope people, and I urge everyone to turn up massively to vote, to come out massively.
I assure the people of Bujumbura a proper representation. Representation in the sense that I'm going to be a watchdog to the executive to make sure that, the budget that has been allocated to various ministries by the parliamentarians, are translated, to the well-being and the welfare of my electorates. I will do that.
Prior to unveiling your intention for contesting this election, what has been some of your contribution to the residents or to the people of Bujumbura constituency in general?
Yeah, I serve as a police chief of operation within this. My effort is not only restricted to Bujumbura constituency. I'm a civil servant. I was a civil servant. I serve in various capacities in the police sector. In the area as a station officer, legal officer, officer commanding, director of intelligence. So my contribution towards the development of this country is immense. It cannot be emphasized. Yeah.
For us, we are confident that we are going to win this, we are going to win this election. Our reason is because we have talked with these people, we have and we have our agendas. In our agendas, we said we want the people of Kalindi to feel themselves in the National Assembly. And how can they feel themselves in the National Assembly? That is, the MP to believe in the people of Kalindi. How can we do that? Because we can do it in our house. We said that inshallah we are going to make sure that Kalindi, they will have their own parliament. Whatever comes out from the parliament, we will debate it in Kalindi first before we go to the parliament. So that's why I think the people, so because of that, we feel that the youth of Kalindi, most of them, they are behind us. The women too. And in politics, if you have the women and the youth, we are okay, we are good people. And we have those people there support. That's why we are confident that inshallah, come by 6, 7 o'clock, we will invite you back for another interview. And the people of Kalindi voting in Supreme Sonko and
is the process here today?
Alhamdulillah, I voted in the Old Joswang. At this part of my constituency, I just came to see what is happening here. But the way I see the process is very smooth and very fair. Currently, the way I'm seeing it is very, very smooth and fair. Though the turnout is a bit low because, we are in the month of Ramadan. People seem to be relaxing at home. But maybe before 3, 4 o'clock, they will come out in their numbers. But the moment is very, very low.
Mr. Sir, are you expecting to have a very successful parliamentary elections today?
Inshallah, we are expecting that because it's very, very peaceful. We are all one family. We all come from the same constituency. So what's the problem? We just come together and unite as a family because the interest is only just one constituency. After that, that's the end. It's only today. From today, we are one family. So alhamdulillah, I think that is going to be very, very successful.
Mr. Sir, assuming that you win this particular seat, what will be your first agenda when you are elected?
Because I think the first thing is we have to unite each other, come together as a family. Because this is just one constituency. There's a difference in different parties, party A, party B, party C. But from there, we just come together and know that we have to focus on one thing to see how best we can develop this constituency. Because the constituency belongs to us. Yeah.
So what advice do you have to the Gambian people, particularly those in Joshua?
What I have for them is politics is politics. It's only one day. We are one family. Let's come together. Let us not bring difference within ourselves. After today, it's the same family. Anything that happens to your compound, you come and I have to come and attend. If I am called the winner today, I have to invite, we can work together because it's only one objective. The objective is to develop our area. So why should be there any difference between all of us?
How optimistic are you that you're going to win this election?
No, alhamdulillah, because to be honest, I was one time a councillor. I served for council for more than 10 years in my area on the Joshua ward. And then I brought them a lot of projects, a lot of developments. And then people within the area here know who I am. I have been working with them. I have been standing for them. I have been there for them. So they approached me to ask me to come and stand and contest for the seat. So I'm very, very optimistic, inshallah.
Electoral transparency. The ballot drums were shown to be empty before being locked and sealed in 99% of polling stations. Also, at the commencement of polls, the presiding officer wrote down the number of security seals used on the ballot drums and allowed the party agents to write them down in 100% of polling stations. Secrecy of the ballot. In 99% of polling stations observed, the voting compartment was set up in location that allowed for voters to mark their ballots in secret. In 100% of polling stations observed, the ballot drums were placed so that the voters can easily see the color, photos, and writing of the ballot drums. Gambia Participate established a critical incident desk as part of this data center to receive urgent reports from its observers. In the constituency of Bakau, polling unit with its Newtown Lower Base School, when the NPP candidate came to vote, a man from the entourage attempted to influence 2 women to vote for the NPP candidate, but he was stopped by voters in that particular polling station. Later, the same man gave a young man for today's election due to ineffective voter education and engagement before the elections and the religious observation of Ramadan and Lent.
If you look at what is happening in Ukraine now, this is what would have happened in the Gambia in 2017. It is an affirmation of the existence of a nation and a people. You cannot have a nation without citizens. And you cannot have a nation when citizens are not conscious of their sovereignty, that they own a nation. And the only way to demonstrate that you own a nation is to be able to have a say in how that nation is governed. And that is why you have elections. Presidential now is the second one, National Assembly. The National Assembly is not only a legislature, but is also an instrument of oversight of all the agencies of government. The executive executes. It is given resources to provide services. It's not the duty of National Assembly members to build roads, to build bridges. That is the duty of the executive. It has ministries with technicians, with experts paid from taxpayers' money so that they can render all those services to all of us. But it is the National Assembly now that looks at the budget and see how the budget according to budgetary law. Not only that,
the National Assembly member also makes the law. But beyond that, National Assembly members also engage in what you call parliamentary diplomacy by being participant in Pan-African Parliament, ACP, EU Parliament, all sorts of parliaments in the world, so that we know that Gambia exists and has a say, not only here, but also universally on the African continent and farther afield. So this is not an ordinary election. That's why I came to affirm my citizenship, my ownership of the Gambia, and to affirm who would be able to carry out oversight with honesty and commitment. It's not only people you hear, well, people should have knowledge, they should go to university. You can go to university and be the most dishonest person on earth. We have many presidents of Africa who were working for the World Bank before, IMF before, but when they assumed the responsibility of managing the affairs of the state, they failed their countries and failed the continent. So honesty is fundamental. Knowledge is fundamental. Sincerity is fundamental. But honesty is the key, and then knowledge follows. So for me, this day is not an ordinary day, but when you come from my home, people are selling in the streets as if nothing is really happening on this day. But if the bombs were to explode, all will disappear as refugees and internally displaced persons. We should care for this nation. We should really be concerned about who we are, and we should take ourselves seriously. Otherwise, our destiny is lost.
Do you think the no vote of turnout is indicative of the failure of political party to raise the political awareness of
The Gambian knows, every single Gambian knows, I don't care politics, you'll reap. I don't care life. People do not care who they are. They know, but they are yet to take themselves seriously. They are yet to be citizens. They are yet to be a nation. We are yet to have a nation. So I don't need to tell you what your rights are when you already know them. If you don't know, it's understood. But every Gambian knows in 2016 that they have power to remove and put governments in office. They know. But we are yet to affirm our citizenship. We are yet to take ourselves seriously. And that's why we continue to be born in poverty, to live in poverty, to grow old in poverty, age and die in poverty. Until we take ourselves seriously, poverty will be our way of life. And let's not blame anybody, let's blame ourselves.
Introduce yourself for the benefit of our listeners.
Thank you very much. I am Kemesan Sane, aspiring candidate for People Democratic Organization for Independence and Socialism, PDOIS, in Nyamina West constituency.
Mr. Sane, we understand that you were nominated, and then tell us how is your campaign process in Nyamina West?
Actually, it's going very successful so far since we start when IEC declared the calendars, the itineraries for all the aspirants candidates to go and seek the mandate of the people. I have toured almost the entire Nyamina West constituency, 38 village, and I was well received by the people, and the message that I send there, absolutely, I think people are listening with it, and they understand that I'm here to change the representation of the people of Nyamina. For far too long they have been misrepresented, and they think that I'm the candidate that will give them a proper representation, and I'm optimistic that when we go to the polls on the 9th, victory is certain.
You understand that President Barrow is also on a tour campaigning for his National Assembly aspirant. How do you see this?
Actually, it shows you that it's very, very unfortunate because this is a constitutional provision, but the Constitution has provided basically it was meant for a purpose. It was not just meant for a political campaign for the aspiring presidential candidate. Section 222 of the Constitution, subsection 15 is very clear that the president must tour the country once in a year, but the purpose is to familiarize himself with the policies of the government and the farmers, to ask them what is their constraint and what they are expecting from the government in terms of their farming. And he can do the second one after the harvesting to tell them how they intend to buy their crop. That is the purpose of this. But we can see, what the president is doing. It tells you that the president himself is very ignorant of the very law that he is governing. He's using this as a political platform, campaigning for his National Assembly members, which is very unfair, using taxpayers' money, to do that. This is pointed from somebody. After 22 years of dictatorship, we said that there is a government that we change now, and that person must live to the dictates of the Constitution. He's abusing the Constitution. He is using state resources, for a political campaign for their National Assembly members. And I think when we go to the Parliament, this provision must be revisited to know that what is the purpose of the president meeting the people and how the presidents are doing it is totally different. And I think the Gambian people has to look at this provision. The provision, section 226 of the Constitution, it was for a purpose, but this purpose has been defeated. The presidents are using it to abuse.
Sir, first you will introduce yourself and tell us, after casting your vote, how is the process going on here today?
Yeah, I am Musa Cham, the candidate for PDOIS, vying for the National Assembly. The process is going on smoothly. And one thing we have to make clear, that is section 26 of the Constitution, gives me a political right, any other citizen a political right, regardless to your age, regardless to your gender, religion or creed. So we are in the spirit of representation through universal adult suffrage. I stand before my community to represent them at the National Assembly level.
So what is the turnout here today?
The turnout is somehow good, and but the process is ongoing, so it's very early to determine.
Understanding that the National Assembly election is very significant, so what are your chances of winning this particular seat?
Yeah, my chances is big. Yeah, why? Because out of the whole lot that is vying for this position, none of them have the connection with this community. That indicates that, they are just vying for a position. But for me, I am offering myself, as per the dictates of section 112, that all National Assembly members as servants to the people of the Gambia. I am offering myself to serve my people, to maintain the three core principles that is bequeathed to us by our leadership, which is the PDOIS. That is honesty, integrity, and love for country.
So what will be your agenda, assuming that you win this particular seat in the Parliament, your first agenda?
Yeah, my agenda is like the transformative agenda. That's the bottom-top approach, decentralization and devolution of powers, which is, decentralization and devolution of powers, which is the fastest way for our communities to develop. As per the dictates of the Local Government Act, section 124, which says that the central government should give subventions, 25% subvention to councils, all the councils. And again, 10% equalization grant to all the councils. If this was forthcoming, then those issues that we are crying in our communities would have been addressed long time ago. So my stand is, and when I get to the National Assembly, I will try and be a bridge that will connect the local councils and the local communities.
How do you see the electoral process so far?
Well, I have casted my vote almost 1 hour ago, but the turnout I've seen is very poor, so that's a concern to me. But then nonetheless, we are trying to get into compound to compound and see how best we can convince people to come out and vote.
All right. What do you think in your assessment is responsible for the low voter turnout?
Well, simply, people are very much discouraged about the results of the past presidential election, because Gambians thought they voted for a change, and that change had happened. But then all of a sudden, we've seen they've manipulated everything and turned out the results and give the winning to the incumbent, that is Adama Barrow. So I think this is the reason behind the low turnout for voters to come out and vote for the National Assembly election.
All right, but from what you've observed so far since the commencement of the voting process, do you have confidence in the process?
Well, so far so good. As I've seen, I have had the confidence in the process. I don't have any two-man in the process because I've been talking to my agents, and the response that I am receiving from my agents is very convincing that everything is going fine.
All right. So what will be your message to people out there who are yet to cast their vote?
Well, my message will be very simple. Is for them to come and vote, because this parliament is as much important as the past presidential election. So I am urging every Gambian to come and give their vote to the United Democratic Party candidates, so that we can have certain things that are being, you know what I mean. I don't want to come to that point exactly, but then as a journalist, you know where I'm talking about.
Yeah, and very lastly, you are a sitting MP, and why do you, in your honest opinion, why do you think people should re-elect you?
That is very simple, because I have made a very good representation during my 5 years, and the people are very much convinced of my representation and the development project that I brought to my constituency. I think these are the reasons that my people should vote me in and make sure that I continue with the good job that I am doing.
Very lastly, if I should say, in case the result happens otherwise, because it's always happen otherwise, maybe people vote not in your favor, will you accept it?
In the case of Bakau, the result will be victory for United Democratic Party, and that's going to be me, Honorable Hassan Toure.
You have been campaigning for this constituency.
And two other gentlemen from across the ocean in the United States. And with me here live is Lamin Damfa of CEPRAS, Said Mati Jau of the Center for Research and Policy, and Banka Mane Kube Banka Mane. And we are talking about the elections, and so far very interesting results coming in, and as announced by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Aliu Mamar Njai. So we'll continue these analysis, and I hope our folks in the US have already joined us. Coach and Musa, are you guys there?
Yeah.
While we try to get them, Banka, let's get this going. What do you make of the results that have just been announced by the chairman?
Well, it looks like, before the parliamentary elections, you had a lot of people who had a wish list. Wish list meaning they wanted to see a more balanced parliament. And it is really beginning to sound like they wish a balanced parliament that we are beginning to see emerge. So it'll be very interesting. And Haruna, the beauty of it, of all this, is that it looks like our democracy is, you see, when you submit yourself to rules and you allow the rules to kind of prevail, what it tends to do is the system does this self-correction. It monitors itself in many, many ways. That's the beauty about democracy. So the voting system, whether you trust it or not, whether you want to call it whatever name you want to call it, at the end of the day, as long as it's credible, it will always take care of itself in a weird way. Those who used to say that the elections were stolen, foreigners were voting, I'm sure today they will not be repeating that same statement. And it's the same voters, literally. So we'll get to see whether that statement will still hold true for them. That foreigners, so if they are winning this time, that means foreigners gave them the upper hand. I mean, so the fact of the matter is we should all rely on this method, on this process, and trust it, and understand that at the end of the day, as long as there are no serious infractions or violations, small little stuff will happen here and there. But if it is nothing that's going to really overturn the outcome, we should just be more accommodating as far as some of these mistakes and little issues are concerned, not blow them out of proportion or make it into something that it's not. So the good news for those folks who have that wish list is that this is shaping up to be a very, very balanced parliament. One in which, say, the NPP or Barrow, the executive, is not going to have all what he wants. In other words, he cannot just bring in a bill and boom, 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 things happen for him. the more this is going, the more we are beginning to see a parliament that is going to be robust, where debates are going to be very, very interesting, and that if we don't end up with cross-carpeting and all that like we saw the last time, you will see a very, very vibrant democratic institution that is our parliament in so many ways and on so many levels. I think this is the most exciting time for our democracy. This is a very, very exciting time for us as Gambians, and we should be very proud of ourselves. That, you know, the Gambian voter that we used to call all kinds of names, saying that they are not informed, that they vote against their interests, this, that, and the other, they are beginning to show us that, in fact, that the whole analysis is wrong, that these people are a lot much more savvier than we thought, and that Gambians tend to also, they understand how democracy works and how these things work, and that the change in 2016 was not for naught. That the people have learned a great deal of lesson that at the end of the day, ultimately, power resides in their hands and they can do whatever the heck they want to do with it. And they are beginning to manifest that. The voting pattern that we are seeing is not going all in one direction. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Candidates that were rock solidly, I mean, our own Baba Galle in San Mentray, he is the NPP candidate, rock solid. You would think it would be an easy breeze for him. No, it turns out that we are getting, and I don't think these numbers are going to be outright lies, and the exit polls are going to be outright lies. What I'm saying is, this is going to be a tough race for him, is what I'm saying. That it's not like a conclusive one where we are sitting here saying, oh, Wagale will win. I mean, we can't say that anymore. That's what I meant by it. Because the results are not confirmed, so we cannot say anything, until it's official, we cannot comment on it. But what I'm saying is, from all indications, from the exit polls, from the numbers that we are seeing from unofficial sources, it does look like it's not going to be an easy breeze like many people thought. So that's the beauty about our democracy, that it's becoming very unpredictable. And that's going to be wonderful if we have it that way. Where when elections are coming up, we are not going to be sitting here and saying, oh, this one has won already, that one dismissed people off the bat, because that will discourage a lot of people from running for office. Hopefully, even this women thing that we are talking about, women will look at this and say, maybe there is a chance here for us. That thing is happening with our democracy that we may not be aware of or not fully appreciate. And it's only going to be nothing but good news. That's the beauty of it. That's why personally I'm very excited. I'm very happy the way we are going, because we are looking like our democracy truly, truly, truly is maturing in a way that is very, very interesting. We have a very open civil society, a political space. People can say whatever they want. Civil society groups are thriving. Media doesn't have to worry about being arrested for reporting news. I mean, I can go through the
I really hope not.
Well, I mean, right now, let's be honest, nobody has been arrested for reporting news.
Not yet.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Not recently.
We haven't had that. So the trajectory is awesome, it's exciting, it's wonderful. Cyprus is here, their predictions seem to be holding. And I think that's because the people you called did express their opinions fully without any fear.
Freely, yep.
You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, we would have gotten numbers all over the place because, these things can turn out to be very, very wrong because people were just lying to you. But it doesn't seem like that yet, because your numbers, your predictions are seeming to be spot on. And that will be wonderful, because it means people are not afraid anymore. They can speak their mind, say whatever is on their mind. If they are going to vote for party A or party B, they will stand there and say, I'm going to vote for party A or party B. And that's wonderful. Really.
And that's wonderful. We'll go to you, Musa Jeng, in the U.S. And it took us a little bit long to get back to you guys because we were enjoying our Afra. And it's really good Afra, especially coming from Big Three, where Afra is just wonderful. And knowing that people like you would want the Afra, and it's not just the same. Yes, what do you make of the results, Mr. Jeng?
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Just listening to Banka, it looks like he has been reading my mind. I am extremely, extremely excited because I was thinking this is just going to be like the presidential elections of some sort. So I was just praying that, because this whole idea of our evolving democracy to be kind of monopolized by the executive, I thought that wasn't really something good for us. Not good for our country at all.
And if there is any takeaway, is that I think I wrote it down. The invincibility of Barrow and the NPP has been highly exaggerated. After the 2021 election, everybody thought, wow, this Barrow juggernaut is invincible. And the other reality too, the demise of the United Democratic Party has been premature. I mean, looking at the results that are trickling in, I mean, it looks like, wow, it's going to be an interesting night. And I think that's really good for us. Like Banker said, really. And another takeaway is this whole idea that the presidential elections were stolen. I always had a problem with it. Even when people talked about that the IEC, for whatever reason, favored NPP, and they kind of, I always knew that yes, you can accuse the IEC of being incompetent sometimes, the way they go about things, but the idea that they were out there trying to help a party or a candidate to win an election. Man, I've never bought into that. I really thought that was just, you know, just talk more than anything else. What we observe from this result now, I know we haven't gotten all the results, but based on exit polling, like Banker is saying, it looks like it's going to be a very good night for the United Democratic Party. And this is so important because tell me a country or a democracy that doesn't have a very strong opposition, and I'll tell you a democracy that is going to be in trouble. And another thing that has happened is Barossi Bopam has been humble. The fact that Barrow could not even pull one seat in Banjul, the citadel of our country. I mean, come on. Everybody thought that Banjul, with the so-called infrastructure road development, I mean, they will come out in droves to vote for the NPP. That didn't happen. That is why Banjul is one area that you cannot really predict. This is the same Banjul that Jame used to even have problems with. So Harona, I think it's a good night for our country. It's a good night for democracy, and I just hope that all of us should start respecting institutions. I know institutions like the IEC. I know we are going to be critical. I know we have to, point out their deficiencies or their incompetence. But at the end of the day, too, we need to be very conscious that in the absence of institutions, we will never be able to function as a viable democracy. So this is a good day for independents like me, because really, I wanted to see certain candidates to be in the National Assembly, irrespective of whatever their party colors are. And I've been happy with some of the results. I'm not too happy with some other results. But overall, I think each and every one of us should be able to look as Gambians and say, you know what? We have something to celebrate, and we still have a democracy to nurture. And I don't know, Bimo Wahdegayala. It's a good one so far.
Coach, so far so good, or are we celebrating too early?
Well, to tell you the truth, I am happy for two reasons. I think that is a big loss, not only for Banjul, but for the Gambia, because I think he was a very effective National Assembly member, one of the most non-partisan National Assembly members in the National Assembly. But again, it's democracy. People have decided to choose, so we have to respect that. But what makes me really happy, because when we started talking about money, we are talking about the politics of inducement. And anybody who followed the situation last night, I followed it with my team because I had 3 candidates running in Banjul. Up to this time, Banjul time, they were this Lawrence of Sako Sukuriek and the halis that they were giving people to vote for NPP. And there has always been this notion, I think it's always a very unfair tag on Banjul. Or Banjul ñoom togo rek Banjul gurgu ñu lifi ne. And I've always reminded people, Banjul has a very complex way of voting. It's the same place that voted for Laiba as mayor, not because he was APRC, because he was independent. The same place that voted for Mr. Jeng as mayor, not because he was APRC, but because he was independent. So they have demonstratively done that. So what they have shown here is that, you know what, not all Gambian voters can be bought. through inducement. Because what they did was, in spite of the Saku Sukurs and all this nonsense that they were spreading all over the place, giving people 2 arch, 3 arch, 5 arch, people said, you know what, I will take it. But I will vote for the best candidate that will represent my interest. And one thing that is so sad but poignant in this whole thing is the death and burial of the PPP.
Oh, yeah.
PPP is dead. Because the only thing that the PPP had going for them were Tumanjai and Mohamed Daw as their candidates. During their power struggle, they humiliated this lady, if you want to call it that, expelled her from the party. Now they were hanging to Mohamed Daw because that was going to give them this leverage. You know, they were even angry that, oh, the only NPP should have given us. By Mohamed Daw losing has pretty much killed and buried the PPP as we know it. Because this is now the party that has gone back to, let's say, the 22 years of Jammeh, where it had no representation anywhere in government. The only thing that kept it going was OJ's voice. Now, which voice is going to keep it going? And this is the thing. And very soon, the whole PPP is going to be subsumed by the NPP. So, meaning this grand old party, the one that was created 1959, of the
working man, the farmers.
Yes, the protectorate, the people, the forgotten people, the one that led us to independence, and all the claims that they have done is dead. And its dying has a lot to do with how this party has been going, and especially every Congress was a problem. The way that Bibi Dabo was pretty much sidelined and pushed to the side, Tumanjai expelled, it did not jigut them. And I think what had happened to the PPP is what we say in Wolof, ku anyane sa dono, sa dayin nyao. You know, this power struggle has pretty much killed the PPP. And now Adama Barrow, come on, Jubo or Andandor Japale Adama Barrow group Bobunun. It is, listen, let me tell you something what people can do for you, when you are a politician and you are not focused on the issues and not looking at facts. Jaya Tekenda Hakowa Gambia. They will make you believe that you can walk on water. With all this lofty nonsense that they said there, people are wiser than that. And I think if there is anything, it is a demonstration that, you know what, our politics is evolving, of course, and that just because you give people money that they would vote for you.
I like it. I like it. I want a diverse parliament, and that's the trajectory that I'm seeing.
Damfa, do you like it?
Well, I wouldn't say yes or no, but actually, from our polls, I think we've stated that Barrow is not going to do well, you know, in the Greater Banjul area, the urban setup, and he might. Banjul is a total rejection of NPP and Barrow, you know. So I mean, that is also very telling. You know, over the Jaras, the 3 Jaras, you know, but you can see in Kiang, the 2 of the Kiangs went to UDP, and Kiang Central, which is predominantly, you know, a Fuller community, has gone to the independent, who itself also is Fuller. So you can see some, you know, tribal things also coming up, you know, in that regard. Now, this also reminds me of our poll when we are assessing, you know, the government performance in key sectors. You know, you can see that, you know, the urban setup, especially the West Coast, KM, you know, and Banjul, to some degree, you know, are very much, you know, they've been a very low rated for government in most of the cases, like, you know, the price hike issues, you know, and others. So you can see the kind of dissatisfaction, you know, that is portrayed, you know, from our data, you know, in the open, you know, setup. You know, apparently it is appearing that that is also played out in the results so far that we are, you know, we are seeing. So although it is still, you know, very few results coming, and we are not halfway yet, but the signs are that the NPP, you know, is not going to do well in the urban area, and perhaps maybe in the rural area also, you know, it is where maybe they are expected to perform better. Now, also, if you look at the results so far, you also realize that the NRP, so far the candidates, the constituencies where they file in candidates, apparently they have taken over those constituencies, in Nyamira Dankunku, in Nyaniga, and of course, Upper Salu. These are, NRP strongholds, even in the past. They have done well, in those constituencies. It's like, a repeat of the past, in terms of their performance in those areas. And although, again, it's too early, but some of the parties like GDC, we are not hearing anything about them, So again, that is also, showing to the fact that whether they are, a very important contender in this election is something that, we will have to find out at the end of the, this night, one night that, but so far so good. I think, we are beginning to see a very balanced parliament, and of course, in Banjul, of course, I have some little shock, especially.
With Silla?
Yeah, Silla. Even our poll people Silla, but unfortunately, he did not make up. At some point, also, even Tumanjai, was a candidate that, we are not expecting her, to win. But also importantly, if you go to Jara, like Jara West, in hopes were that UDP would take over that. That reminds me that it's a constituency that KMSN used to, contest. So it has been predominantly, UDP stronghold. Even though the results were, the difference between UDP and NPP, the margin is too narrow. But notwithstanding, I think that is one constituency we expected them to win. But as you can see, the entire Jara has fallen to, NPP. So that is my take so far on the results released. Thank you.
Banka, gis nañ results yu ees yi ñaambi bu baax la nga xam ne mun naa damee fu ne xaw ma nag yow noo ko gisee.
That's exactly right because léegi fi mu nekk nii di on possibility comme nga ñàkk a xam fan la yëf yi di jublu foofu lañ toll fu mu nekk nii léegi fu mu nekk nii results yi nekk di jéena nii boo lañ gëstoo bu baax a baax nga xool ci biir da ngaa dem réalise ne comme moom nu mu ko waxee Cyprus ñoom ñooy experts yi ñoom ñoo dee gëstu façon mbir yii nii di ko predict waaye even ñoom seen boppa some predictions léegi fu mu nekk nii gars yi mu ngi leen xaala jaaxal tuuti comme mu ngi wax comme Banjul because ñëpp foog ne Banjul moom was rock solidly NPP ne waaye nag ne façon yu mel ni Ousmane Silla ñoom dinañ mën a squeak a win waaye demeewut noonu Jara West the same thing for Jara West I can mun naa cee gis tuuti waaye mu dem NPP because Jara West tamit there has been a big rural urban drift waa Jara yëpp dañ toxu ñëw Gombo so what that has done is ñoom the space dañ ko yield to Poli jógee Guinée Sénégalais yi I can go through the list nga xam ne they have been here for generations nag yàgg nañ fi and they are citizens man let me clarify that ñii yàgg nañ fi yàgg boo xam ne they are citizens
waaye ay gan lañ ba léegi
waaye gan exactly ñoom correct so ñoom boo demee façon comme dëkk bu mel ni Jara Soma it's a very te waaye metropolitan nature of it tamit boo ko seetloo ñi fa ñëw yëpp ay Poli yi jógee Guinée lañ Sénégalais yi ak lifin ñoom ñoo fa Malians yi ñoom ñoo fa bëri ñi nga xam ne dañ ñëw so da ngaa gis ne that population as it swelled obviously some of these people happen to be natural NPP as voters as far as we can see in some of these areas now boobu mu ngi fa benn tey waaye comme kii ni mu wax ni some parts of Kiang do fit that kind of demographic living waaye mu jékki-jékki rek NPP lose foofu noonu UDP dem win foofu noonu xaw ma independent moo fa win I'm not sure so again independent bi xëj na is still because he's that person si community bi la jógee so loolu xëj na still explains the Jara situation because to the opposite side then boobu dinañu jaaxal tuuti waaye lu ma wax mooy ne there is léegi fu mu nekk nii because maybe the competition bi ni mu mel the nature of the competition in the same communities di nga am ay nit ñu jóg comme independence yi nga yow man ma nekk MPP yow nga nekk MPP ñu bañ maa jël ma dem taxaw so loolu te fekk man am the more popular guy in the community te comme nu ma ko waxee woon a lot of these communities nga xam ne réyuñ they are small the population bi bariwut noonu it's very an independent winning there is very 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 easy suñ place bariwut nit noonu rek independent mun na squeak win because again because bariwut nit benn nit yow Haruna dëkk bi yëpp an area bi yëpp mun nañ laa xam an dëkk bi yëpp mun nañoo gis sa liggéey dëkk bi yëpp mun nañ laa miin dëkk bi yëpp yow yaa mun a nekk seen waay it's different when you have a heavily metropolitan place bu nga mel nit ñi dañ fa bëri comme for instance su ma ko waxee ma ngi la joxoon Sadimentreng as an example where if you run as an independent there's a good chance yow waa Brufut ñoo la xam waa Sukutay xamuñ la waa Madiana xamuñ la waa Wilinkama xamuñ la so boobu even though you are popular in one place you may not be able to make up the win bi soo ko amul in these other places like that kii mun naa make up the difference over there mu dóor la but if you are talking about Janjanbureh 2000 voters nga dem ay ñoom Kiang where Kiang population bi has dwindled quite a lot especially when you talk about Kiang excuse me Central the population has dwindled a lot. It's not a big vote number. So one independent guy over there, and he's very popular over there. He's been doing a lot of things in the community. He's very engaged, civic-minded. All these things can squeak in a win in a place like that. So if you go back and look where the independents are winning, look at the population figures over there. They are not very high. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the only place you might see that, if it ever happens, could possibly be, say, Anyum Busimbala, where you have a major party still backing the independent. That could give the independent the leg up.
In fact, if you look at the Kian Center, for example, particularly I look at that constituency very closely. Like this candidate who was won, Yunusa, had tried on several occasions to contest. At that time, with under the APRC ticket. Because the issue now is the Fuller community. Some of these tribal issues also come to play. The Fuller community always felt that, one of
they were
sidelined. Never contested.
Correct.
In the moment. So when they try these big parties, like in the past, like he tried to contest under, APRC, and he never succeeded.
Yeah.
And I suppose maybe he tried to contest
do
under one of these
NPP
big
again?
parties like UDP or NPP. Yeah. He never succeeded. He went to the independent candidate. So I mean, his people, the community, they had to embrace him. Correct. Because they felt
And
that
they were large enough to give him a win.
yes, but they felt that the particular group has been marginalized.
Correct.
They never have a candidate contesting on behalf of their constituency.
Correct.
Sometimes these are issues that can also get independence to win.
Yes, I've said this before. When it comes to parliamentary, always watch out for who is going to run under your ticket. It's very, very important. It's local. This is local. And this is where the people in the community are very, very in tune with the candidates. They know who is who has been doing in the community, who has been, the good actors and the bad actors, the active ones and the non-active ones. They know everybody. So because they see you at the Angentes, I think somebody mentioned this, the Angentes, and I think it was Coach who was mentioning that. They pay attention to who is coming to the Angentes, who attends the funerals, who is civic-minded in that regard. It's local. So as a political party, whenever you have this contest, and all the parties fall into this trap all the time, when you are picking a candidate, make sure you mind the gap. Look for the guy who the community truly wants to run. Because if you decide to buck that person, yes, in a big constituency, a big population, many villages, many towns, yes, you can get away with choosing whoever you want, and that person can win. But if you are dealing with a smaller community, you better be careful, because the person you are rejecting could possibly be the one that they truly want, and he could easily win. So the parties themselves, I say, look, this is a learning.
I thought we were going into Wolof. It has changed to English again.
So practically, you want to buy and help. Can you turn up more represent because li is local election la. muy mel ni ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi dëkk si community bi ñoom ñoo xamante nañ kan moo dem si ngénte yi kan moo dem si dëj yi kan moo busy si community bi kan moo su dara amee su lañ liggéey tali fere wala ñu ngi war a li setal kan moo dee nekk foofu noonu kan moo dee participate ak yooyu noonu yëpp yooyu su ko gars yi gëstoo ñoom ki nga xam ne ñoom kooku lañ bugga kooku nga war a taana nga def fa sa candidate boo ko defut bu dee small community la there is a good chance that independent boobu mun naa turn around mu win. Now Banjul moo tax man Ousmane Sylla's defeat is still very very bugga naa xam ku ko dóor nii kooku lan la dee def Banjul naka la activé because moom xaw ma ko noonu I don't man foo ma
City Council.
City Council.
ML Bala.
Wow, wow, she was in the City
Council. He was the PR at the Lord Mayor of Banjul.
So mu ngi mel ni
Malik Lo, PR, yeah, I think it's PR.
So da nga gis ne moom xam nañ ko seen mbalit yi nii mu ngi ci ndox tamit ak yu bëri. So maybe loolu moo tax mu door kii ni Ousmane but otherwise Ousmane is very active Ousmane mu ngi def lu bari lu nit war a def si community am Ousmane mu ko faa def. Why? Maybe because this. Usman is saying, look, man, I'm doing the right thing. I'm looking out for my community. So, jarul may dem di def lele. Maybe lola. Ski more de duga digena. So,
you say one you am solo.
So, but again, because it's a small community, yeah, it's easy for that independent to move quick in a win in a situation like that. Banjul reyut. So you can be bet your bottom dollar. You can see more independents be very in fact, if you look at their history, independents have always won in Banjul.
Wow, xam nga kii coach waxoon na ko.
Mayor after mayor.
Pasala
Blayba.
Waaw ak kii sax ministre James Gomez du woon independent PPP la woon.
Non moom PPP la woon.
moom PPP woon foog naa tey moom
nekkoon
mayor. PPP la woon foog naa PPP.
Foog naa PPP la woon.
waaye Banjul.
But they have a history of they elect independent because in a small community like Banjul ña yoo xaaruna yow soo fa activé nga nekk di dugg di jéena di def bokk si lépp rek ñëpp laa xam right away the whole dëkk
dafa ndaw
so da ngaa gis ne pour soo running for office that name ID is already there sa activities is already there they see it so mun nga squeak in a win.
I think Ba has also run a lot of activities for the mayor because I've met him at BCC in one of our research work on this COVID-19. I mean, in fact, he represented the mayor, and then he seems to understand, issues in Banjul very well. I mean, he's quite involving.
There you go.
Quite involving.
There you go.
Musa,
yes. Manga dega banka. Actually, banka. This is not linear correct ne Banjul rek la sabe. To be very honest, man, dama foog ne suñ politics, Gambian politics, even up to presidential level, is more personality driven more than anything else. Because most of these voters, really, the difference between UDP and the NPP, they have no clue. It's about the personality of the individual. And that's what's driving it. The one question, though, that I think we really need to look into it. Why is that Barrow is losing in the Greater Banjul area and Western Division as well? What has changed? What has really changed?
li dam fa wax mooy ne jafe-jafe dunda bi price yu yokku yi ak métti ci jamono bi si dekiteeru bi moom si xalaatam loolu moo ko war.
Non man I think ne that's the low hanging fruit foog naa boobu bu yomba pour explain la I think it's much more complex than that. I think my suspicion mooy ne during the presidential people really, and we've all said that, guy demun votal Barrow. Barrow is not like the candidate bo xamne nit ñi dañ ko loof ba xamne jaral na leen lu nekk. It wasn't like that. Gambians were given a choice. Xam nga li ma mean, and they're like, oops, I don't want to touch UDP. Do my vote on UDP. And this fear factor that they kind of played into, but UDP, unfortunately, they bought into it and allowed themselves new box lane in. To me, more than anything else, that's what really led to Barrow running away with it. I mean, I can understand what happened in Basse, but in the Combos, Canifing, and in Banjul, and with all this talk about development, all of a sudden within 2 months, I mean, prices were up there, really, around the presidential. People really didn't care. They went in there, Barrow is our guy. Why man limba one morning? Sepras ni dum sa explain what happened in Banjul de.
Waaw am na kenn ku doon wax ne maybe silent majority bi ñoo génnaatut parce que presidential election bi
it's possible.
Well, these results will not reflect the presidential parce que presidential election bi gis nañ a lot of people including silent majority bi génn na why right now maybe they just decided to stay back ne be important so they allow the parties to contest.
Why did they stay back? That tells you that is not
because the fear factor had been addressed already.
Because the NPP, they were getting a little bit cocky. ñu ngi dooroon di feel ne they are invincible. I mean, they pulled 400,000 votes. These are all Barrow supporters. I mean, but what we are witnessing, mooy ne demeewul noonu xam nga. Barrow could be in trouble come 2026 if you put the right formula in place. Xam nga waaye if you run the same ba pare let's look at also the candidacy of these different parties. The United Democratic Party, ñoom bëgguñ woon a look into, is Ousainou Darboe our man for the presidential? What would have happened suñ amoon an other candidate? They allow themselves not to be boxed in this crazy thing, oh, this fear, this tribal thing, Mandinka party. If UDP were able to do that, I can tell you the results would have been different. I'm not saying they would have won. Why again, our politics is not about issues, it's not about party platforms, it's about personalities. Banker said something. If you don't have, but the same thing can be said also in the presidential. So I'm with the right candidate that can really be seen by all these different demographic groups. Hunger. And those chance of winning is going to be very limited. And I think if there is anything we're getting from these results, Moine, the electorate, me, what United Democratic Party should do, Moine, to kind of go internally and say, okay, what are we getting from these results? Instead of just burying their head in the sand, then you sata. That's very easy. The other thing also, Moy, the APRC, Fabakari Tombongyata, we all thought he had the DC Atu. Why mom? I mean, been DC Atu there. Exit polls are showing all the phonies went into the non-alliance. What does that tell you? Mom help, they did not help NPP at all.
No, they may not have helped the NPP in the National Assembly elections. Well, I think that it helped the perception because I think like you said, Musa, and I said this earlier. Barrow is not this popular guy. He is not your Bill Clinton type winning candidate or Obama type. No, he was not. He was just. You see the same way that people voted for him, 2016, because they wanted Jammeh out.
Yes.
It's the same way that most people voted for him 2021 because of their fear of UDP or whatever it was. That's just what it is. So for Barrow and his people thinking that he has this political capital or he is post-popular, that is false. It's not there. But again, now coming back to something else.
I wanted to go back to your party to Doi.
No. But I want to do Banjul North. No.
I don't know Doi because Banjul North. No, but Gamano and Cyprus, I don't think they were totally wrong, even Banjul North, because it's between the margin of error, because it's very close between what Baghdad, I think is 300 votes, something like that, very, very close. So I mean, I could see, in a polling, something like that would happen. The same thing in Banjul South. But what I'm saying is, Pasamba, Doi with 5 seats, and now being
No,
down.
You correct yourself. Doi did not have 5 seats.
4 seats.
We had 4 seats.
4 seats, and now down to 2 seats, and then the biggest one, Moy, if the results are true, actually Woolley West, Syria lost. That is going to be huge. Really?
No, of course, it is huge. What I want to wait for the results to come because I want to go back to Banjul North, and I'm not trying to filibuster you, because you guys were talking about ML Ba. I just want to bring something out. MLD is not his first time running. ML came out second the last elections.
Right.
He had 27% of the votes. Usman Silla won with 1,007 votes. ML came with 781 votes. Okay. But there is something
I think
else
that escaped us.
Yeah, that is interesting. All right. If you look at ML's votes, he had about 1,600 something?
Yeah, about that.
All right. His votes are almost identical to Ousainu's votes in the presidential elections. Because in Banjul North, Ousainou had 1,778 votes, which is very close to what ML had.
ML got, yeah.
But again, the cynical me, and I have to bring it up. Said, but you went to court. Gambia participates. About the attestations. How many voters' cards were attested to by the mayor?
Well, they said about 2,000. Fognane Lola guy mentioned on Sikode.
And where are they mostly centered around?
I'm not really sure. Perhaps it was mostly the whole of Banjul, but no, how much exactly, where exactly?
So the cynical me, I'm thinking that maybe that those voters too who had to be attested to come from other areas maybe played an important role in this election results too.
But if you add the NPP votes, though, NPP votes are DOI votes. I mean, they got like 1,003, can I get 1,006?
Yeah,
I mean,
the guy, but NPP is interestingly because NPP, young little interesting. The Adama Barrow votes, the votes that were given to Adama Barrow in last election, Sibajul North was 34 tari,
if you add
3,430 votes. You know, so it's interesting. But at the end of the day, like you said, Musa, I think all the parties, with the exception of the UDP in this instance, will have to have an internal look of themselves and look at where they went wrong and what needs to be remedied. If
and
they
maybe
want to have,
UDP also need to do the same thing.
no, I'm talking about in terms of the National Assembly election, because UDP, give and take, they may pretty much retain the 23 seats, very close to that.
Which is very good.
That they had, you know, the projection is they may end up with 23 seats. You know, at the end of the day, or if they miss it, it will be very close. So, at least they can look at themselves and feel good. And you know what? If we do, you know, a little bit we can do. But like a party like mine, which lost 2 out of 4, GDC, which is potentially going to lose everything, Fabakary Tambonjata's APRC, which is also going to lose 5, but get 2 new ones, and all that. So, you know, you have to look at them. And then, of course, the other parties that field candidates and, you know, could not even get anything. But again, we also have to look at our big friend, my party. I want the Woolly West results. I want to see very well to see how he did and to see whether he'll continue to be a viable person in the national politics. Because if you cannot even have a respectable performance in a parliamentary election in a constituency where that is supposedly yours, I don't think you can definitely claim you can win. Well, he can come back and put us like Adama Barrow was beaten twice by Mama Kande. But Adama Barrow would not have won elections if it weren't for a coalition coming together and putting him up as a candidate whom nobody knew. But I just wanted to bring that up, the numbers.
Yeah, I think I want to look at something. The voter turnout. You know, we were all worried the voter turnout might not be that impressive. But if you look at Banjul, well, let me be clear, Mansma Marti is not strong. But I know, like the way I calculated, I've seen the Banjul Central, the total registered voters were 808,371. And then you have the total turnout of 4,796, which is like 57% of the people. So that's like more than half of the population, voter registered population turnout. And then in Banjul South, 62%, and Banjul North, I mean, said Matijau's calculation. Just the Banjul. Interestingly also, I mean, if you look at it in other areas where the results have already been announced, in Janjamburo it was 70%, in Nyamina Dankunku 74%, in Nyanija 74%, in Upper Salum 78%, and then in Lower Badibu 72%. Then with the Mansa Congo area, Yang is 69, 63, Jara Central 69%, Jara is 63%, Jara West 59%, then Kiang Central 67%, and Kiang is 68%, and then you have 62%. So I mean, if you look at it, it's a bit impressive. Yeah, they are not that bad.
Very impressive.
And
very impressive.
I don't know. Maybe
Are you sure about these numbers?
Men pick at maximum 76%. Yes, it will not pass 76.
But if there is any consolation,
the maximum we can get,
right?
76.
So that means maximum. So it won't go past 76.
Yes, that's our projection.
So most likely that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But
so it's still impressive.
The thing is,
here is too.
This is 79%, 70-something% that you are talking about. I don't know whether it's because of fuzzy math.
Okay, the voter turnout is calculated this way. I mean, small math is like I look at the number of voters that have been casted. You know, that's what I used, and then I divided that by the total.
Yes.
and then multiply that by
That
100.
is the correct math.
That's the correct math.
Yes.
Yeah. The total register. So you are saying the total register.
Yes.
You know that already.
Already, yes.
The total that has been cast.
Cast.
You get that from the list here,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So we got
my
that from
first
the
math.
Yes.
Tells me yes. You did it right.
Then that is good. So then for me, then the turnout is being nagala. It's more because I'm discussing with Mr. Latfini about the silent majority. I want to hear what people think about the silent majority because I feel that too. During the presidential election, a great number of people that turned out to vote were people that were not engaged in politics, basically, or were not, talking about
Quite
these issues,
interested.
but they were just sitting down and then waiting for the elections and then just go and vote. Because right now, even this election, a lot of people here, candidates, they just decided maybe to go and also vote. But is that also a thing that...
No, I have a serious problem with that. Here's what I think. There is something called presidential penalty in an election process. That's political science.
Yeah. No, go back. What does it mean?
Presidential penalty.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Generally, what tends to happen is when you win presidential elections, voters, when it comes to midterm elections or what we are calling parliamentary elections,
America, I don't think it's applicable in the Gambia.
Not like the idea of giving you the president, the parliament also. They tend to kind of have a problem with that. This is in a will all things being equal in a democracy. I'm not talking about in a dictatorship like Yagame's style. You cannot. But in most cases, in a democratic environment where democracy, there's a fully fledged democratic institution and set up operating. In other words, there's a democratic culture going on. The president that wins elections tends to not do very well in the midterm or parliamentary elections. They tend to not.
For balance of power purposes.
For balance of power purposes. So they call it presidential penalty. So people tend, and if there is some economic issues or parliamentary elections, not the presidential, they think that's way too risky to take. So because there they can punish the president. In other words, hey, you are not behaving right, punish him, and he's not taking too much risk. It's to remind you that they are not happy with the way things are going. Change your ways. This might be a warning shot to Barrow. You made us change your ways. We're not fully happy with, just because we gave the presidency, doesn't mean we are happy with how things are going. So it tends to always happen like that. If you look at midterm.
In the local government elections, which I think will be very competitive as well next year.
Yeah.
And that would be the actual indictment, I think.
But what I'm saying is, if you look at our situation right now, you have a lot of economic issues going on.
Corruption,
prices, the corruption issue that people have been raising,
like,
a whole lot of different things.
Like Musa Jeng had said,
yes,
that was already there from December last year.
No, but what I'm saying is, that's what I've said earlier. People might see the ditching Barrow with the presidential election, voting him out as too big a risk to take.
People wanted continuity.
They want continuity.
Belief.
This is when they can tell him, in the US, hey, we're not happy with the way you are doing things now.
In the US,
and parliamentary is when they can do that without taking the big risk that is literally moving.
I don't know
That's what I mean. So it tends to happen quite a lot in democracies. I mean, it's just not Gambia. United States, it happens there literally almost all the time. You win, like Obama had the same problem, Bush had the same problem, Trump had the same problem. All these presidents, when they come in, they win the presidency. Even on their second term, they win. But come midterm, boom. Like, what's his name again? Biden might have the same problem. Come midterm elections, the Democrats might lose a lot of, quite a few seats where they might hand the Congress, Senate, and the House to Republicans as a way of telling him, hey, we're not fully satisfied with you either, so behave.
But Banker, what is interesting, like here, most parties, the incumbents, they tend to calculate, and I think that this was even a design, that, our parliament comes after the presidential election, because incumbency will have seen that as an opportunity for you win more seats, so that they can dominate. But it seems like that theory is kind of wrong within this context right now, because the experience. It seems more people in the rural communities will tend to show up to vote, where politics is way more local. Perhaps because maybe of the less population, while in the urban center, people will just say, well, it wouldn't make any...
What difference would it make anyway?
What difference would it make? Yeah. And therefore, I think this is what Lad is trying to argue here also, that maybe that's the reason. I mean, I think for me,
it could be.
right now, you know, for us
go
researchers,
back
I
and
think
look
these are
at
all interesting
bankers,
points that we are trying to look at. And it might take time to show a certain trajectory that our politics is kind of behaving this kind of way, that this is the way that people behave when it comes to voting and all that. But I mean, the idea of a silent majority, I think is critical. That's why also turnout was like 90%. But of course, I mean, I think this is what I want to rectify. At some point, we keep saying that the last turnout was like 90% was the highest. At some point, there was a turnout, I think it was in 2001 or so, presidential election, where we equally have like 90% turnout.
This was the agenda time, so I don't, let's not rely too much on that.
Our election has always been the same. Yeah, Jame, Jawara, Barrow, it has always been the same. This is my position.
But Musa, I like to.
Banker.
Okay, comment before we flip.
In the US, I can understand what you're talking about.
No, hold on, Musa, we cannot hear you.
And then you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
But in the US, like your presidential penalty that you're talking about, it's applicable here. But in the Gambia, I really do not. I don't really think that is what is going on here. I think State is talking about the silent majority. I do believe the silent majority in the Greater Banjul area, they were never Adama Barrow's voters. They were never married to him. Really, all they wanted to do is to make sure that UDP doesn't win. When they accomplish that, then come the National Assembly election, they had two choices. Do I really have a candidate that I care about and I'm the general nominee voting? Or I'm just going to let it go. Who win? And I think that's what we got here. Now, incumbency still works, even during the time of Jami. I mean, whoever wins Jami Jawarasa, whoever wins the presidential, I mean, that's going to help you in the National Assembly. I don't think swing politics, for Hamne, people would kind of like an independent voters that would vote in a certain way presidential and come National Assembly, no, we're going to punish the, the government in power. I think that's a little bit, I think you're going a little bit too much on that. In America, yes, most likely Biden is going to run into that problem. But the election that we're looking at today, Barrow did not do very well because he never had those voters. They did not walk into the polling booth in 2021 with Barrow is my man. No, they were voting against somebody. That to me was the key.
Yeah, can I
most likely they did not come out and vote. Most likely they did.
Sure.
Haruna, what I wanted to also bring about that we're not maybe paying attention to, boy, potentially the UDP will form the majority in this house based on the what do they call it, the exit polls that we have.
Right.
Because if the UDP is able to secure, let's say, 23 seats, now it is projected that the No Alliance is going to have, what, 5 seats?
5 seats, yes.
APRC is going to have 2 seats. DOI is going to have 2 seats. That gives you what? That gives you about, what, 9. So that gives you about 32 seats. Okay. NRP, they have 5 seats. They cannot join them unless those people go and say they are UDP. So they are NPP. So if the UDP is even able to get 22 seats or so, they would be the majority party. In the Adama Barrow, of course, can have a coalition of parties that would vote for him, vote with him, focus with him. But the NPP as a party would be the minority party.
That's
in the parliament. So this
very
is
interesting.
And this is something that I don't think anybody expected that was going to happen in this election.
No, but the exit polls, though.
And I also wanted to bring this. Sid, you were talking about the numbers. If you look at the final tally of the 2017 parliamentary elections, the voter turnout was about 43%. No. So I just wanted to...
and that's why I think even this time around, it may be around that number. But Coach, the exit polls, I don't know which numbers you are looking at. The ones that I am looking at says NPP 19 and UDP 15. That's the one I saw.
NRP?
No,
okay, I saw one that says 20 plus one Busumbala.
No. The one I saw was, I said NPP 19, UDP 15, and then APRC 5,
here on this side, and
Right.
he's raising some very important points that I want to highlight. My throw coffee. You know, he agrees with Musa and not, you know, more with Musa and not you with the American example.
Right.
And he's also showing that we have party loyalists, emotional voters, which are the minority, personal voters, who I know, and silent majority, which is his. And that these are the, you know, maybe 4 groups of voters that we have in this country.
Interesting.
I mean, these
Looks
are all
interesting,
open
huh?
to interpretation.
Interesting,
It's possible. I mean, again, it is a matter of opinion.
Yeah,
And maybe the Cyprus
Independent. Banjul Central had gone independent, Kiang Central independent, and Upper Salum independent.
Upper Salum is NRP.
NRP.
Upper Salum is
That's
NRP.
Alajimbo.
That's
Yes.
Alajimbo is
Yeah.
NRP.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 4 independents. Now, what do you make of this? Are these disgruntled party loyalists who have not been nominated or who have not made congresses or whatever they call it and decided to just go independent and ultimately will come back to the party fold?
Yes, in fact, this question also featured in our opinion poll, you know, because we have asked about almost 100 questions. And one of the questions we asked was, why do we have, you know, too many independent candidates that we have? And then, you know, interestingly, some of the, you know, answers that came out from the polls, you know, suggested that, you know, they might have different agenda. I mean, you know, different agenda here would, you know, would mean, you know, either just like you suggested, you know, they wanted to contest for a party, and eventually, you know, they are not selected, or for whatever reason, agenda they might have, they have gone in the, you know, they have gone independent. So clearly, what we saw in our poll is to see that most of the independent candidates are either having a different agenda, or, I mean, they might, as you put it, sort of polls, and again looking at it as well. In fact, I remember coffee time on Friday with the minister. Ebama Silla has also accepted that, you know, most of the independent candidates are, you know, from within the NPP ranks. You know, because that issue came out during our, the coffee time talk show at West Coast. So clearly, you can see most of the independents are from parties, for example. You understand? So you can see the selection, the mode of selection also has been an issue. You know, in the past elections, like 2016-17, UDP had similar problem as well. So we have seen the bulk of these independents are coming from the ranks of the NPP. Yeah, so it will be quite interesting to see at the end of the day, you know, whether those independents might align themselves, you know, to their...
That's where I was heading to, with coaches mentioned that UDP might form the majority, that in fact these independents could end up cross-carpeting back to NPP because they were actually NPP.
Yeah, but you cannot cross-carpet. I don't think you can cross-carpet. I stand to be corrected. But then what I saw here in the exit poll is that NPP 19, UDP 15.
That's what that's what I saw.
NRP 4,
Right.
APRC 2,
That's the one I
Independent
saw
5, DOI 3,
That's the one I was
Non-Alliance
referring
5.
to. Yeah.
So they can vote, but to cross-carpet, I mean, move from their independence to another party, not likely. Like we have seen the example when UDP expelled 8 people, all those 8 people, most of whom are not returning. They could not join any other party. They remain independent, so they will be classified as independent.
But
within the
independent
in that sense.
But again,
but then when it comes to the voting, definitely these people can align, with themselves.
You know, we have 2 sets of independents here. You know, the independent candidate that, you know, aligned to Jammeh, for example. These are a set of independent candidates.
Yes.
5 of them in
the
Foley, for
non-alliance,
example.
yes.
The non-alliance. So maybe the other group, you know, are very much lean to NPP. You understand?
No,
so
I mean, we're going ahead of ourselves, but assuming that the 5 in Foni went to the non-alliance, then therefore they are not going by a party.
Yeah.
They will be seen as independent.
Independent.
Because there's only one APRC, and that's not the official APRC.
Yeah. Yes.
So in that sense, they're still independent.
Yeah.
Now, that independent will probably more likely will not align with NPP. Because that's in fact why they got their seats.
Yeah.
Now, what the question now we're going to be asking is, after being elected into parliament, can a person officially, because you are not on a party ticket, you are not sponsored by a party, you are independent, can you officially join a party while you're already in parliament during the term?
I'm not sure. No, that is cross-carpeting, so you cannot cross-carpet. I mean, I think that those things were. Yeah. Then like for instance, the non-alliance. Yeah, then the non-alliance, for instance.
Yes, it is.
Huh?
Okay.
So it's an independent label, but it technically is a party.
Yeah. So based on this poll, then we are having.
These are things that we need to have proper conversations
I
about.
agree, but then legally, you cannot do it like he's saying, because you did not win under that label.
Yeah.
You won on a different level. If you want to assume this other new label here, you can do it in all but name.
Yep.
Like, voting, you vote with them.
Associations.
All this other stuff. But legally, you cannot go back and now register as this other one here.
Can we bring Musa here? Musa, what do you think? Is Musa not
but before he comes, like we've seen the same examples in the last National Assembly, where those 8 people that were expelled by the UDP, they maintain independent, even though they voted with the NPP.
Correct.
So
which
they cannot.
Technically,
Yes.
can do.
But in terms of
them are now NPP candidates.
Yeah,
the
because the
NPP
elections
candidates,
are over.
but in the National Assembly.
Yeah.
In the National Assembly, they were independent. After
term
they,
expired,
so when they changed the law, I think Section 92 with the minority leader, the bill that he brought, which like if you lose your seat, if you lose your membership of a party before under Jame, if you lose your membership of the party, you lose your seat. But they were able to change that law, so now you can lose your membership of a party, but still maintain your seat, but not as part of the party, but as an independent. So they end up becoming independents and not members of any party. But when it comes to voting, particularly when it comes to the constitution, they voted along with the NPP.
Devil's advocate here. If UDP had expelled 8 of its members, do they lose their status as majority party?
They did not, because still they maintained the majority, because they had 31.
If in fact they were less, would that affect the status of the party?
I think that should affect. Yes, it should.
Yeah, they should.
So then there'll be a new majority party in parliament.
Absolutely.
And then
well, I mean,
that's critical to also.
No, but if you excuse me, if legally your let me put it this way, if your expelling of these folks is concretized legally, in other words, it's not just by mouth saying, "Hey, we have fired these people."
No, this is
but you have used all the legal processes to fire them. Then that literally brings your number down, because legally now you are not a party of whatever numbers you had before. You are now a party of the number of people that is the parliamentarians that you currently legally have. So in that case, yes, that you can literally lose your seniority or whatever however tag label you give it, your majority status, that is, you lose it. The party that has the highest numbers, like the coach was alluding to,
could be the new majority.
You could have, if I have 22, you have 21, I'm the majority party. And then we have a by-election, and I lose those by-elections to another party. Instead of now 21, now I'm 80, I'm 19, and you are 20. The other party becomes the majority. Yeah.
Okay. But it's going to be interesting in Parliament to see how we shift from one majority to another majority.
Yeah,
that's a gray area.
Or during the course
that's a gray area.
Yes.
But these are legal issues. So if legally you are this, that's what that role is, what you assume legally. You cannot be this and then all of a sudden legally you are this other one here. In other words, you have only 19 members in parliament, and in other words, there is no.
No, I can just imagine within 2 days a majority leader is now a minority leader.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
it can happen.
that would be very
Let's say,
interesting.
for instance, you
Quite
lose
interesting.
it wouldn't necessarily do that to you. A by-election has to be held, and then your status becomes, known. So if you lose that by-election, and now you are all of a sudden your numbers are lower than the other party, obviously you are not the majority party anymore.
So you see, this reminds me of the Ghanaian parliament now. You know, they have a hung parliament.
Yeah.
So in fact, what happened, I think there is an independent candidate, who is the kingmaker. Yes. Now, I mean, I think by what they did, the parliament was to make some kind of consensus among the political parties, the two main political parties, independent
Well,
guys.
it happens in the U.S. a lot. In the Senate, you will have equal 50-50 between Democrats and Republicans, and the vice president, gets to be the tiebreaker. So, I mean, whoever the vice president, in other words, if the Democrat is in office, he's the vice, like Biden right now. If Democrats and Republicans are tied 50-50 with the Republicans in the Senate, if a bill comes up or anything that comes up and there is a voting, Kamala Harris will go in there to vote to be the tiebreaker, giving Democrats a majority.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so like you said, these things are,
I'm liking this conversation because maybe we're even thinking about possibility for me. It's really interesting.
But the beauty of all of this is that we are now talking more. Those days are gone. Now we are in a democracy, a beautiful democracy. Now we are talking in terms of parliament control this, minority, majority.
Yeah.
Who wins to win the election, who loses.
But then the other question
we
now.
gave up on that whole process.
My guys in the US, please wave at us if you're somewhere and you can hear us.
Yeah, and Banka just mentioned court. I'm thinking, would we might likely see, people challenging the election?
This
parliamentary election.
Well, interesting.
People have a right. Section 5 of the Constitution gives them the right to do so.
Yeah.
If they decide to. So
that would be interesting. But we have seen the precedents, and it might.
Yeah, and bear in mind that the lead up to the election, there are some isolated incidents where because we've seen in social media, people stopping, vehicles coming in like
today,
to vote. So
the
and we have seen, for example, in lower Badibu, you understand, because there is an incident in lower Badibu. Now we are seeing, the NPP candidate losing there. So should we expect, let's say, any litigation, a court case, perhaps maybe?
They have a right to bring it to court.
That
that's the democracy.
Of the people to go vote could actually be the reason why they
and it's also the margin was also very close.
Yes, but then the allegations were that people were coming from across the border to vote.
That was
and some young folks were stopping them from coming in. But the allegations are arguments is okay, Coach, you're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
What do you make of this drama that we are trying to rehearse here?
Well, I've had Sid and Banker mention these exit polls. What I want to remind Banker, his math is not very good. He's an historian now, a lawyer. That we have 53 seats in the National Assembly. We do not have 40-something. If they count the numbers that they have, it's not 53 together. But
and both of them have very poor math.
No, but we are not even counting numbers. We are just saying NPP 19 according to exit polls and UDP 15. We haven't tallied the numbers.
I calculated that.
Maybe you did.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forget Borough has like 5 seats to nominate as well.
Okay. So, Coach, give us the numbers. What numbers do you have?
No, these are just because the parties themselves, they have their internal numbers that they are looking at.
Right.
So there is hope on the UDP side that they may have the majority in the House.
Okay.
It is a possibility.
Okay.
It's not necessarily written on stone. But like you were saying, and I have to agree with Banker, which I hate doing, in that if, let's say, the UDP now were the majority and decided to expel 2 members, and now the NPP has more members, then definitely they would have to have a realignment, where they would have to vote for the new minority leader or new majority leader and all that.
Okay.
That will all happen. But the other issue that we are not looking at, and I think this is where the IEC sometimes do not think very well. If you look at it, there is not going to be a continuity for at least a good 72 hours of the the whole branches of government in our country. Because this National Assembly, their term expires on the 11th of April. They were sworn in on the 11th of April 2017. So meaning from the 11th of April to the 14th of April, Gambia would not have a functioning National Assembly. So meaning this is why when they announced the date for elections, there were corners that cautioned that the elections were supposed to be held on the 4th of April so that it would give them at least 1 week to gazette everything that they were supposed to gazette, and then even swear in the new National Assembly on the 12th, that is the day after these people, because their term would expire on the 11th, then on the 12th you will have this new National Assembly will just continue. But as it stands, after the 11th, we will not have.
In case of an emergency, the president could always be there and have that, was it 7 days or 14-day period to declare any sort of emergency. It's limited by days. I think it's a 7-day or 14-day period that would still be in play. But let's come to you now, Damfa. Is it a need for a major civic education drive in this country? Do you think the voter is aware enough? Do you think the level of consciousness of the Gambian, as far as representative democracy is concerned, is at that level where we understand issues, where we understand governance, where we understand the rules of the game to play? Or do you think now we need to go on this high-speed chase and just try to inform ourselves as a country, as a people, and bring all of us together in that major fold of an exposed community of people?
I think if you look at the awareness issue in this country, especially the electorates, I think we still have a long way to go, because I'm still looking at our opinion poll, and one of the questions we were looking at is the role of the National Assembly. And interestingly, we put in, an answer which is a distraction as a way to see whether people even understand the role of the National Assembly. And that was to say, whether the National Assembly, it is their role, to bring in development projects, for example. And interestingly, a good number of them, about 76%, indicated that the role of the National Assembly, is to bring in development projects as agents, I mean.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the level of awareness, in terms of the voters on issues is quite limited. So what is needed in this country is an aggressive civic education. So, and that is why, if you look at this National Assembly election, not many of the electorates are aware of the candidates that are contesting. So you can see the gap, in terms of the awareness of people, with regards to, issues that need to be known. And knowing about candidates, that should be something, not too much difficult to do. But if you look at the awareness drive by the civic education and other, CSOs, I think is quite limited. So it will be very important as a nation, the civil society, the National Council for Civic Education, come on board and then ensure that, we organize a massive, awareness campaign to make people aware. In that way, a lot of issues would have been addressed. Otherwise, we will continue to live in a situation where, people will not understand issues. There are a lot of issues that people are not very much clear about. But with an aggressive civic education, it may try to address some of those problems. But I think what we need in this country is an aggressive civic education.
Democracy. Xam-xam, eewute, ak mun a xam lan mooy sa wareef luy sa yelleef boo xamul loolu dafa jafe pour nga mun a tànn ñu laa jiite wala nga xam sa doxali nguur nu moo doxee wala yow mi doomu réew lan moo la war loolu moo tax ma doon laaj ndax jamono jotut ñu xoolaat suñu bopp ñu jàngalaat suñu bopp bu ko defee ñu gën a yaatal suñu xam-xam si doxalin réew naka la réew mi di doxee ku ko doxal buñ taanee ay nit ñu demal ñu si néegi député yi lan moo leen war nooy xamee ne kii fi nga ko teg mu ngay def li ko war wala mu ngay jéggi yoon loolu foog naa ne xam-xam boobu war nañ koo mën a gën a yokk xoolaat ko si réewi Gambie yow loo ci foofu
I mean foog naa ne loolu lu important la parce que xam mooy yóbbu réew si xam-xam lañ ko dee yóbbu da ngaa gis kuy participer tamit foog mu xam lu tax muy def lan la war a def ak yooyu noonu waaye comme Damfa nu mu ko doon waxee foog naa ne there's an inequality or uneven development boo xam ne moo nekk si dëkk bi ñii ñoo gën a am information ñeneen ñi amul information parce que man tamit foofu laa ko dee gisee tey soo demee si dex gi am na yenn issues yu bëri yoo xam ne nit yi dañ dee even ragal pour wax su ñëw even pour laajte seen right si government dañoo jéem a ñaan am na constitution bi nekkuñ di ko jàngale nekkuñ di jàngale yu bëri and foog naa ne tamit tey soo xoolee suñ education curriculum beeg yooyu noonu yëpp ñoo xam ne ñooñu leen war a gën a dooleel because ñooñu la luwaa jox da doole pour ñu mun a jàngal nit yi lan mooy seen axa lan mooy seen yeleef ak lan lañ war a def in terms of responsibility da ngaa gis ne ñooñu still they are underfunded you know and that underfunding da ngaa gis ne it is contributing a lot to the fact ne mënuñoo def lan la gaa yi bëgg a def exactly and that is creating a lot of problems within society so man gëm naa ne civic education dafa important parce que foog naa nit su xamee nit yi dañoo gën a nguur bi sax dafaa gën a noppaleku parce que tey su fekkee ne yaa ngi wax health care yëpp si la bokk parce que tey su fekkee ne you know réew mi parce que at the end of the day luñ munti def rek xaalis dina fa nekk so in that sense su nit yi gën a xamee naka la process bi di demee it will be easy ne dinañ gën a mun a contact seen representative tey su fekkee ne dara daf leen naxari xam nañ yoon boo xam ne boobu lañ war a jaar vision 2050 where it is gonna be green recovery national development plan ndax nit yi dinañ mun a participer in that process ndax dinañ mun a wax ñoom leen mooy seen bugg a ak fan lañ bëgg a yóbbu réew mi foog naa ne ñoo ku xam you know sa rôle within the role si réew mi mooy mun a push that aspect but in most processes like National Assembly bi there is a big gap boo xam ne moo exist in terms of representation ak people yi and loolu dañ ko war a close at the local government tamit there is a gap because man dama day wax ne dañ war a decentralize parce que suñ decentraliser tamit da ngaa gis ne nit yi dinañ gën a mun a am access to information dinañ gën a mun a am access to their government ak service delivery and yooyu noonu yëpp lu des la waaye tamit lu nit yi war a xam la te daal su nit yi xamee rek man dama day foog ne dina gën a yomba kenn du mun a nax kenn tey suñ politique yëpp ay naxaate moo fi dee nekk ak yooyu noonu yëpp dafa war a génn parce que ñun tey ñun ñoo fi nekk as Gambians but tomorrow am na ñeneen ñuy ñëw ñun naka lañ nekk di préparer suñ boppa wala préparer ñeneen ñoo xam ne ñu ngi war a ñëw foog ñu jàngal leen foog ñu wan leen ba pare ànd ak ñoom ñu ensure ne the continuity of the state dina continuer parce que ñun loolu mooy suñu responsibility ak loolu la ñu war a def waaye suñ toogee rek bàyyi nit yi ñu nekk lu leen neex ñu xelaat lu nekk ñu lefeen at the end of the day daf ñoo gën a créatal problème and loolu dañ si war a dugal xaalis dañ si
waaw Haruna waaw I mean man lii ànd naag seet ci li moo wax there is absolutely no doubt ne the level of education in the country léegi-léegi soo ko waxee nag nit ñi ne ñii dañoo jaay jàng bu rëy o naka lañ ko waxati na o angale bu rëy because forget about the people even ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi doon run as National Assembly da nga leen a déglu yow ci sa boppa sax nga ne ñii they have no business being in the National Assembly to make a decision for me because ñoom even in terms of awareness it's very limited. I mean that is our reality. Now when you come to mature democracies America fii nii léegi sax voters yi ak seen level of sophistication léegi sax ñoom they are very unaware. They vote strictly what they consider to be their interest. te suñ gaa yi nekk ci dex gi tamit I mean that's how they function. They vote based on ñoom liñ ko gisee ne kii su nekkee député lan la ma defal Naki fale nama, naki mo ñew ci suma ngénte. Now you might dismiss it, ne kini maybe is unaware, maybe he is not, but I think that with education I think is going to be a key in helping to bring about this this awareness. But at the same time too, like the National Assembly elections, I was even thinking, maybe we need to go back and look at some of these expectations. Really, so if anybody can just run for the National Assembly because you are popular, and you expect that person to sit in the assembly, scrutinize suñ budget si, fan lañ ko spend, naka lañ ko spend, te koko amul the capacity to do that. I mean, you're pretty much, I think that maybe that needs to be looked at again. Now, awareness, mom, is definitely very important. But I can tell you, even in mature democracies, they have similar problems like that. Not all these voters are all sophisticated, really. And look at, for instance, in the US, Dinga gis bena congressman, Unega Congress representing South Georgia for 30 years, being an incumbent. People will just go every election cycle and vote for that same person. They suffer the same problems that you will find, for instance, someone in in Kau. That's just the reality. But again, we need to go back, and I think this is where the Constitution, we need to really scrutinize it and see what do we need to do. One other thing too, for people to feel their rights are protected. If we have institutions like the IEC, that people can look at, respect that institution. If we have it out there that, people's messages can be heard all over the country, I think it would just be a matter of time. People will queue in, and they would definitely continue to vote for what they consider to be their interest. Now, you may say that they have been unsophisticated, but at the end of the day, but I think a combination of education, bringing the institutions, and also freedom of the press.
And an open government. Open government, Tammy.
Open government, yes, definitely.
Look, when it comes to these things, the way I look at it is, we have to go back to the drawing board. Because we don't have any foundation. We just don't, unfortunately. Foundation meaning even our education system hasn't fully provided the right answers for these things. So if you look at it, watch it very closely, you can see that most of the guys, like the well-informed Cyprus folks, people like Sid Mati, Musa Jeng, Coach, Yosomo, humble self. If you look at it, most of what you know about these issues and the institutions and how they operate and how things should be came from, not from within the system of our learning processes like in our primary and secondary school systems, but outside, because they are what they teach you even in our civic classes are just very elementary stuff. I mean, not necessarily getting into the deeper democratic rules and principles.
Can we not change
concepts.
that?
We haven't. And I think that that's where we need to go back to. Because the way these things work is that you have, in our case, because a revolution is what we need. Revolution meaning the curriculum we have in our schools, how we teach those curriculums, what we do about them, how to inculcate this culture, how to revamp the cultural mindset. Because we have a cultural problem. Most of our issues, even in our politics, it's all happening within a cultural context. And that's why politicians can get away with it. Because otherwise, there is no way they can get away with it. Most of our ills are happening within a culture. Even corruption is happening within a cultural context. Somebody does you a favor or does even their job, this is our culture. And we need to go back and revisit all these cultural norms that we literally, that are stifling our ability to progress and do big things. Because for the most part, everything we are doing that is an ill, that is not right, that is stifling us, is not happening just for the heck of it. If you look at it on the surface, it looks so benign, so natural, because it's well within our culture. Most people don't see any problem with it. When you insult an opponent, you are being an aggressive opponent. When you reveal their secrets, when you do all the anti-democratic stuff, we think these are all okay. When in fact, whatever you have said there is undemocratic. But we think this is okay. Again, we gotta go through these things and then go to our school education system, try to start to inculcate this different cultural mindset in our kids, so that when they get to be, and it's just very easy to do. You can change these things within a generation, which is about 10 years. Those who are 8 years old in elementary school, when you inculcate this culture in them, in 10 years, they get to be 18. They are adults. So these things happen in a very, very short period of time. And you have to change whole generation and their mindset as to how these things are done, how they should be done. And then you can begin to build the right institutions, because those guys will have a whole different mindset. Today, Haruna, even good guys, when they get into our institutions, can easily become bad guys. Because they will find a culture that is so hard to attack in the very fabric of our society.
They resist.
They resist it because they see you as a threat to the very fabric, the very foundation of our society, our cultural norms. Another like for a minute and say, hold on. We are public servants. We are not supposed to behave like this. But that's not even their mindset. That's the problem. The whole meaning of a public servant is not even there. These people think they are the masters. They are not the servants. The moment you get to be part in that position, you think you are the man in charge of us, not us in charge of you. It's cultural. Man saya somebody haram domolti. They think we have
haram
domolti.
Nobody says that.
If you are the elder in the room, in the group, it's okay for you to, you know. Yes, we say these things. This is our culture. Believe it or not, this is our culture.
I'm learning.
And our culture, yes.
I'm learning that one now.
Oh yeah, all I'm saying is, our culture is the problem. It is the main problem. It's what's stifling, even that women thing that you are talking about, women's lack of participation. It's a cultural problem. There are people here who believe that women are not supposed to be leaders among men. I'm serious.
Yes.
And they will explain this even religiously. They will use even religion to justify this position.
It's a religious thing.
And this is not just some kind of few people here and there. It's very pervasive. So to change that, you have to go and literally start to build revolutionize this whole thing and come up with a whole new system, starting with our kids in the schools, so that when they come out, then they have a whole different mindset. Otherwise, you and I, Haruna, our generation and going above, I'm sorry. We are a mess. We are a hot mess. Seriously.
Coach, are we a mess?
A hot mess, like they say here.
I want him to be able to say something that I can't say. Coach, are you there? I only want you to come in here.
Yeah, as you guys were talking, as I was hearing Banker rambling all over the place.
He wasn't rambling though.
Sometimes making a lot of sense.
This is why I wanted you to come in.
Yeah, but you see, I unfortunately I have to agree with Banker again. But I think it's a more complex issue. I was sitting here and looking at this education or lack of it, if you want to call that. And I look at a country like Kenya, supposedly a very sophisticated country. You deal with Kenyans, man, they're absolutely very smart people. And when it comes to their politics, it is not quality, for the most part, is 100% tribal.
Yep.
The Kikuyus on one side, the Kisis on one side, the Kilanjis on one. So it's like, and then, they would, in fact, it doesn't matter who you are and how great a person you are. Of course, Moi was there. When Moi was there, he was a minority, was able to use whatever influence to stay in power. But we've seen a more divided Kenya now. But then you look at the Gambia, and when it comes to sophistication of voters, and I've made this argument, the Gambian voter is not any less sophisticated or any more sophisticated than the American voter.
No, I believe that.
I have seen people go to the Trump rallies. There are videos of it. And they would argue that John Kennedy Jr., the guy that died almost 20-something years ago, is going to be the vice president of Donald Trump because Trump is coming back. He's not dead. It is a big conspiracy. He's still alive. So you hear these people, and sometimes they would interview people in the streets and ask them, who is the vice president of the United States?
And they wouldn't know.
They would not know.
Exactly.
But the difference, though, is in America, you don't need the president to run your life. You don't need the vice president to run your life. You don't need the minister or to run your life. You can go about your business not even knowing what those people are doing. In the Gambia, you need, everything revolves around pretty much the central government, what we do. But I think one thing that we really need to teach, and I think Banker alluded to it, this culture, this lack of ethics, if you want to call it, where we accept, bribery and say that it's part of our culture. It's not necessarily part of our culture. It's a convenient way of accepting corruption and making it acceptable. Because at the end of the day, our cultures in the Gambia have been overtaken by these religious edicts. And there is nothing in the religion, everybody is religious now. Everybody you see in the Gambia is either covering their face or wearing those short things that people wear in Saudi Arabia. They have more mosques than they have schools in the Gambia. Every household has a mosque now, anyway. And every teaching is teaching against corruption. So we accept it and make it like, oh, it is a normal teaching culture and all that nonsense. But what I also think needs to be taught in our schools, and Seth alluded to that, I think we need to start at a very young age to teach people governance, representation, responsibilities of the presidency, and all these people, so that we'll move away from this culture of Mansaya, where we see a president or National Assembly member as these demigods or whatever. In fact, I think we need to do away with the nonsense honorable thing, because we have so many honorable people named honorable.
But it's the position, though. It's not the individual. It's the position.
Sir, now, even when you're running for National Assembly, you're called honorable. When you're running for president, you're called HE, His Excellency. Maybe if you start just addressing people like who they are, you don't go, Biden is supposed to be addressed as Honorable Joseph R. Biden. You don't hear people mention honorable. Or honorable, the honorable speaker, you will hear it, but honorable senator? Or honorable congressman?
But they said senator, though. They said senator or congressman or Mr. President.
Let them call a National Assembly member and not honorable National Assembly.
Honorable is easier and it's one word, Coach.
Yeah. So call them any, but or parliamentarian. But what I also want to see is, apart from teaching that, I think we have to, ethics need to be part of our curriculum in that country to inculcate ethical behavior and integrity in our people. Like Banker said, if we started at an early age, we are a lost generation. Our generation, we have lost it. But at least the people that are coming up, these young people, the elementary school, primary schools, if you start teaching them this, of course they will go home, they will go to their communities and deal with people like myself, Banker and Musa Jeng and all these unethical people, and it will be a struggle. But maybe eventually, these young people will come home and teach an elder. Our teacher said, you know what, you're not supposed to steal somebody's corn if they are not looking. If a child tells you that, after a while you'll start listening. But I think we have a lot of work to do, but I don't think we are also as unsophisticated as we make it to be, especially compared to some of these, what they call mature democracy. I have seen people in the United States here. Donald Trump can have 70 million people vote for him or 60 million. Believe me, that just pretty much shattered this notion that they are sophisticated. Musa has been in the United States since 1970, so he might help us.
Let me tell you this joke. Like these Gambians living here in the diaspora, every now and then, you go with your kid somewhere, and you would just easily want to lie about it. The kid's age, for instance, try to get into somewhere. And I said, no, Mama, 12 lam. So Because these kids, they don't lie.
No, they
And
don't.
you're here trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah.
That
We
tells
are
you it has
afraid
a
of
lot
them.
to do with values more than anything else. I mean,
Daddy, that's
these
not
young
true.
people here in the US, they don't lie. They'll tell
That's
you
what I was
straight up
talking
what their age is. They're not gonna lie about it. But
Correct.
as their parents, coming from, like Bunker is saying, a culture that is easy to just say those things and get away with it.
Yeah.
I
Or
mean,
tell,
it's
or
just
you call
something else.
you know, somebody's coming to naka collection debt from you ngane sa dom ji wax ko ne nekuma fi. So you start teaching your kids
They would not lie.
No,
yeah.
my dad said he's not here.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I don't understand though, we used to take physics. I mean, not physics, civics in the
Yes.
Gambia. I mean, that was.
I mean, you know, one thing I like about Western education in this regard is that they already have set an agenda, a goal in mind. And so it's very, very thought-provoking, even in the nature of the conversation. Like, for instance, if they talk about civil rights or Martin Luther King, they didn't just say, oh, there was civil rights movement here, and then they did A, B, C, D. No. They will, in fact, encourage a debate, a conversation about civil rights, what it is all about, and how they see themselves in it, or how it applies to their generation. So they could sit there and tell them, well, currently, how do you tell a white student, so how do you feel being in the same class with blacks? And then get their response as to how they feel about that. The conversation tends to go in that direction. So in other words, they are generating a conversation that encourages the kind of discussion that addresses the very core of the issue.
But the issue with us here is that we teach the book.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we teach the book.
We just say, oh,
Okay,
you know, Martin Luther King was here, he did this, and back in the days, and then afterwards he was shot, and then and we just move on. We don't really encourage a robust conversation about these things. Even Jama time, you wouldn't even do that because you think it might get a little too political. And, and so any topic that tends to kind of touch on government, I wonder how
our days at the UTG.
how were you guys teaching political science, for instance, at UTG during the Jame days? I want to know how that used to go because I'm sure sometimes it will be a little too dicey.
No, like you know, luckily, our generation, I mean, our batch, we were lucky. We had like senior people. They can tell, you know, teach you about Gambia without necessarily mentioning Gambia. You know, my mentor, Dr. Sejata, I've done, you know, the Republic of Lukuman. That's what he was using. You know? But then when Dr. Cisse came, you know, people in Jan commenced to read about real materials that were written by Dr. Cisse, Prof. Sen, you know, then like he was young, maybe fearless, but like, Kuneka access generation time they am those kind of differences.
Right.
And so we did contemporary Gambian politics. People are opening up, you know, we start seeing a lot of things. You know, and I think that really contributed. Particularly man's interest is mostly Gambian politics. Sometimes I'm like, well, Louis House Adunabi, you know, let other people concern about that. Because my concern is Gambia. So most of my research, is, you know, Gambia focused. And I think part of my experience is also to adapt to that. Sometimes I accuse them class to worry because I'm engaged mostly in the in community service at UAU, and that kind of affect, of course, the students living, I mean, class hours at UAU. But I feel there isn't enough material out there. So the is the practical experience. Sometimes I get that back in the class, for instance, and that also help expose students. Why that time and now is totally different. But Nyunsun generation at UTG, today you have people like Nyamasata and a lot of us, we used to debate, we used to talk about, I mean, things. The other day I was looking at, we went to Fatu Network, and it was the Tutapak campaign some time ago, and we were criticizing, I mean, government policies, and that was in 2011. And I was saying, I was asking somebody, on the dictatorship like Nekon, because we were, you know, we were just saying that, well, this is the work, this is what we want to say, and we were doing it. But definitely, when arrested, like a lot of people knew they were not even doing quantitative study, they stopped even doing their qualitative study. Because of the fear law. So there was no academic freedom, and more than one, I believe academic freedom is one aspect boo xam ne mun nañoo gën a expand space bi a lot of people can engage. Or that like you need to link the university to the community, and through that generate the knowledge and then you teach it. But ñun duñ dee teach fii suñ knowledge. If I want to do anything, I'll have to go and look for somebody, Aristotle, that was like, has no connection with my reality. I mean, why would I want to talk about that? I want to talk about things that people are seeing, things that people are feeling, that people want to engage, and through that process need to learn because they see it. It's, you know, things that are visible.
No, but talking about that, Said, you know, people are labeling this Jame dictator, Jame this, Jame that. But I believe occupied a core of our history and our governance structure, that it is worth studying. And that the university and other places, this is where you explore. That opportunity must be created to dissect how could this man from 1994 hold an entire nation to ransom until 2016. How genius was that? You know, forget everything else. I mean, if he got away with 2016, he could have said everybody beds at 70. Now, how did he do that?
That is very true.
So, for academic exercise, these are things that you guys really need to get the new generation of Gambians to understand. Because if you say never again, what are you in fact alluding to?
And definitely, I mean, I totally agree with you. But then I guess one of the biggest problems, even though UTG and now they're trying to solve the issue by giving grant to researchers for pneumonia research, but there's small money. But then you see research is costly. I mean, is require halis. In Europe, nga gis kena ko xamne dañ ko jox 3-year grant bo xamne like 9 million, 10 million euros just to study a particular period. And here we don't want to invest in that because we are not co-creating knowledge, they could generate or even swing local knowledge. But you talk about Jame, Jame was very interesting for me. One, he was the first one, even time we know no university, but he created a university. Creating a university where people were supposed to learn, experience, and but outside the university, you could not use that knowledge. So on one hand, you were given this knowledge, but on the outside, you're not. Man dem na pour time interview for scholarship, and basically I can say that I was one of the first political science students that were given scholarship, because then so we a political science study. These are the things that people were saying, you know, because at the end of the day, people do not understand that. Then for me, like when you study this, you just come and then do whatever you want to do. But I agree, there is a need for you study some history, but not only about Jame, but from Jawara, because the country is evolving, dynamics and a lot of kids stay. So now affair Jawara, but the history of this country has moved, and particularly the way they were making policies. Delo into the policies that were made time with Gambia amute dara. Time with Ngagis Bakili rice, for instance. Manam ko de hall, te den ko wax racist la. But then for him, he wrote at the time, Gambia independence. You know, maybe his opinions are all those things, where he has provided a baseline. Movement. But how much?
But really, have we moved?
I mean, yes.
Because a lot of the arguments, better are challenges the country is facing.
Of course, our biggest problem is nation building. And I think this was one of the things that Jawara prioritized, because I'm a multi-ethnic group where people, I mean, few people are educated, the rest are not, but there's so whole the population. I think a lot of people are getting degrees, they're getting, I mean, some sort of an education, but is that education about nation building as well? To what extent is nation building part of that education also? So at some point, I agree from the basis, primary, nursery, elementary,
go back to
adult literacy as well, because I mean a lot of people now they are adults, and now they cannot. That used to be here. Also.
Yes, probably you remember Wulanko.
No, man,
I remember Serakunda primary being used for night classes, where this non-formal education was a priority for the Jawara government, at least. And that is how. Education cannot remain in the classroom.
No.
We're leaving a majority of Gambians behind by just formalizing this need into a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old will be in primary 1, will be in primary 2. I mean, if I fall on the wayside, how do you bring me back in fold? How? So jàngale bi. du just civic education rek. gis nga nit ki bu eewul loolu du xasta sax waaye li ma miin mooy ne foog nit ki gis mu xam xel dafa dundal te yow foog nga dundal ko sa axal xel boobu ngaa dundal nag loolu ngaa mën a jël nga man doon waxtaan ak kenn fan yële liggéey doole laa def man ko dafa am àppa gis nga boo demee ay ñeent fukki at boo amee ati ñoom bankaay doole bi wàññeeku na te fu mu ne nii moom at bu nekk day gën a wàññeeku rek di dem
ay nga kii ba koro de sa
waaye nag liggéey xel mun ngaa dem ba 75-80 years sa xel maa ngi fa bàyyi xel rek balaa paa bi di naax si koñ bi day yàggat balaa meer bi di naax dafa yàggat
no but Haruna though you see that's a
whole
yeah, but that's a whole different topic there. Here's why. You see, just like we were talking earlier about this revamping our school system and because of the cultural problem we had, and Musa alluded to it, that even if he sees kids, the moment he lies to them, they tell him that you are lying.
Yes.
Because that's how what they've been taught.
To
not, yeah. But you see, you know, in the end, when you look at us, I hope that someday we will really broaden this conversation and even maybe get our conversation to become more like this. Here's why. The moment you talk about the mind, that's where the conversation needs to be. The mind, because think about it. Every good thing, every bad thing, every invention, anything
starts somewhere.
Was conceived in the mind.
Yeah.
Literally.
No,
everything we are seeing here was once conceived in the mind. So that is a very important tool. In fact, it is the most important tool that anybody can possess. So which means with us, we need to go back and look at our education system. How to take that mind and frame it in a way that is going to allow for all these things to sink in. We are molding the mind. We are the mind itself should be our focus. What do we do is just like your physical body. How you want to exercise it, how you want to do this to keep it healthy, put good food, decent food, healthy food inside it. The same thing with the mind. How do you get it to be more proactive? What kind of information do you put in there? Make it a lot much more. How do you train it to really think and conceive and create and da-da-da? This is where our conversation needs to be. Once we figure it out, what we want, then we can go with that kind of agenda to really build and mold the minds of our youths, our kids like that. So that when they grow up, like he is saying, these kids, they have been molded. Their mindset is what has been molded. Because they know that anything they do is going to be conceived in the mind. So they worked with the mind. So that when daddy lies, the kid has no choice but to sit there and tell him, Daddy, you are lying. Because his mind has been trained to really start to challenge information that is inaccurate, that is not right. That challenging part is all to be conceived in the mind. But here, the moment the kid challenges daddy, we don't even encourage the culture of being challenged. And if people cannot challenge anything, then that's the only difference between animals and us. Animals, they do anything subconsciously. They wake up in the morning, their goal is to find food to eat and survive. That's it. And then go to bed at night. That daily routine is all they live for. Us humans, we are different because we're supposed to challenge everything, including our religion, including our culture, including our parents, including our friends. So none of these things have become part of our culture at all. And so we need to really trash everything we know right now. Haruna, what if I tell you everything you know is probably false? It's not true, including the religion you believe. People say, this guy sat down there telling,
Astaghfirullah,
yeah, astaghfirullah, Allah Akbar, la ilaha illallah, keep on believing. No. To even become a good Muslim or a good Christian, you must be able to query and scrutinize Islam itself. So that when you understand it fully, that's when you can truly become a good Muslim. But imagine you're just a Muslim, the praying, you just found the people are praying, boom, you pray too, you do the ablution too, and you da-da-da-da. You don't even understand what the basis of this religion is. What kind of Muslim will you be? Those are the ones that we have all over the place.
No, the kind of Muslim that just listen to lessons and
Exactly.
just obey.
So you have to become conscious. You have to be able to question everything.
Nationalism, patriotism. How do we infuse that? Because Gambians tend to work on the me. We are too individualistic in our minds. We don't think in the collective sense. So perhaps we have your intervention, and we'll throw this to Coach. How do we, if you go to a country like America, you see America first. You go to a country like China, that's what you see, China first. You go to Senegal, Dakarwa. But when you come, let there be Haruna Drame and Sons Limited. The whole country can be anything else. But let me be one in town, single in battles. One. You think one. How do we do this collective thing? How do we become more nationalistic in our thinking? Collective, more patriotic, and think.
The mind.
Beyond the self.
The mind.
To the collective.
The mind.
So perhaps let me get your intervention, and then we go to Coach with that.
Yeah, I just want to, slightly discuss on the point that, Banker was talking about. I mean, and that also could also answer part of the, the knowledge that we are bringing forward. Because when you look at it, especially our educational, setup, normally some of this discussion that we are doing, these ideas, I mean, very good one. Sometimes, people will start a process, try to, get something done around that area. But the problem that I've also discovered is the sustainability issue. And that's where, the, patriotism issue you talk about also come to play. Like, for example, there is a project, it's a UNESCO project that is intergenerational learning classroom. You understand, they could be helping each other, to ensure that, a proper learning take place. Those kind of ideas are very beautiful, in a way, you are making both the parent and the child aware, of, issues, not only within the classroom what you learn, but even within the society itself. But such kind of intervention, they are short-lived. After some time, it fades out and nothing else happens. There are a lot of projects that came on education, for example, but they never last. Sometimes, that kind of on patriotism, I will call, will come into play because some of them are only looking at maybe the financial benefits, if you like. At the end of the day, nobody guarded to ensure that these are national things, and then, at the end of the day, what happened is
individualistic.
Individualistic, yes.
It still comes
So
to that.
they face out, and unless we change our attitude as a nation, most of these good ideas, lofty ones, at the end of the day, will not go far, and we go back to square one. The same complaint continue, the same trend, of problems here and there.
And I really have to give credit where credit to do is where it is due here, especially in my case, in terms of patriotism and nationalism and loving Gambia. Because I was lucky that when I started getting very curious about Gambian politics, I associated with myself with a group of people who have always putting Gambia first. People who were content and believe that, when you are entrusted with public responsibility, it is not to enrich yourself, but to work in the interest of the people. And those are the people of Doi. And I think that really helped me. And also coming to the United States here, because traveling does something to you in that the further away from you are from your country, the greater appreciation you have for it and the greater love that you have for it. And this is where sometimes people make the mistake when they talk about the diasporas, or you know what, you got feeling nearly. But you look at, especially Gambians in the diaspora, our level of commitment to our country is unmatched. You know, you have it everywhere, but like there is nothing greater than being a Gambian when you are away from the Gambia. But once you go back to the country, there is something that happens to you where you become more interested in self, like you said, Haruna, than in country. And I think this is where we also have to start teaching this nationalism and patriotism to our young people at a young age. If there is one thing that America has done very, very well, is that America has convinced itself and all its citizens, anybody who breathes in this country, that America is the greatest thing to happen to the world since sliced bread. You know, the American flag is the greatest thing. You know, the name America cannot be. In fact, it has. You look at it. Even when America is going to war, irrespective of how unpopular the war is, it is seen to be very unpatriotic to even criticize the president or the country when they go to war, because you are expected now. This is not about the president. This is about our troops. This is about our flag. This is about defending our country. We almost rally together, even though they have their differences like hell. So how do we teach our people to love themselves? By understanding that there is one thing that binds us together, and that is a country. And that what you do, because you see, it's all linked to, because patriotism, ethics, and morality will always work, because you cannot be very patriotic if you're not very ethical. Because if you are corrupt, where the people's resources that are entrusted to you for being pillaged by you, that's not patriotic. Because a patriotic person would always make sure that whatever position that person is giving in that country, that the person will guide it and guard it with all his or her might to make sure that at least it benefits the people. In the Gambia, it lacks. You know, and to me, what does Gambia mean to Gambians, if you ask them? What is Gambia to you? And you know, there is nothing that saddens me more. And I tell people, everybody who has the Gambian flag, somebody gave me a Gambian flag. The Gambian flag wanted to give it to me, you know, the scarf. I said no, because the flag was wrong. Most Gambians, you go to Gambia, I've seen national events, and I see the flag that they fly is the wrong flag, is the wrong dimension. Most people do not know that. I had a state minister, confess on one of the radio stations that he never knew that there was this dimension for the flag, that the colors, the sizes of the colors were different. So you cannot value something that you don't understand. You cannot value something that does not mean something to you. The flag may be meaningless to some, but I'm talking about there is a lot more that we can do in teaching our people to love our country. And sometimes, you know, you have to, I don't even know how to say it, but it's like, to me, like I breathe Gambia, and I always want to make sure that wherever I am, there is the red, white, blue, white, green with me, whether it is a car, this key holder, or whatever. It's just something to me. It just makes me feel so good. But I think we have to do a lot more in teaching our people to value our country more than they value self. But at the end of the day, we happen to be a country where we are we have a very socialistic way of life, generally, but a very capitalistic and individualistic way of life in issues that affect our country. Maybe I'm wrong.
Where I kind of, Samba, you kind of gave me a, I started even asking myself, what does it mean to be patriotic? And when I listen to some of you guys are saying, somehow being individualistic and patriotic are mutually exclusive. In other words, if you are individualistic, you cannot be patriotic. Man, I don't even believe we are less patriotic.
I don't think that anybody says that.
No, but I mean, if you, basically there's a lot of talk about people being individualistic. I mean, and the insinuation is like,
in the sense of in the sense of no, hold on.
Let me
No,
go.
we're having a
This is
in terms
what
of
I'm saying is,
okay, go ahead.
man, I don't believe the Gambians are less patriotic than the Senegalese or even the Americans. I haven't heard anything to show me that somehow we are less patriotic. Let's look at us as immigrants compared to other immigrants in the US. One thing that I know, most Gambians, even after they stay in the US for 30 years, they still this thinking that somehow one day I'm going to go home. They'll be building houses. They're always reaching out. Other immigrants, they're totally different. After 15, 20 years, clearly they cut off. They become total Americans, just abandon it. The needs hierarchy. People will always think about, and when you talk about patriotic, there is that sense of belongingness. It's somewhere in the middle of Maslow's needs hierarchy. That you want to take care of your biological needs, you want to take care of your shelter, and somewhere along the line, you will get to sense of belongingness. When Gambia was, all of us were so excited. Automatically, what do you call that? Being nationalistic, we've been patriotic because we're winning. Americans are equally, I am telling you, they are individualistic. They are proud of their country because the country is winning, whether it's socio-economic development, whatever you want to call it. They believe they are the mightiest country on the face of the earth, something that they can align themselves, so they have that sense of belongingness. Ñun tamit, suñ defaree dëkk boo xam ne, every Gambian is going to be proud of it. All right? And we're winning in every aspect.
I get that, but Musa,
socio-economic that starts from what I would.
We're assuming, and we're saying now that process itself is what we are now interrogating. That process is suñ defare. Listen, a Gambian is proud to listen to Senegalese music and enjoy it, but the same may not do the same for Gambian music. Now, that sense of pride is disagree. Sometimes we just have to call a spade a spade. So, in our mind, what's the music we enjoy? What's the clothing we like? What is this? Some of that is a process that we have to develop. The country is not going to be built on. You heard what Damfa was saying. Like a project comes, people enjoy the project because just of the money. The person doesn't even see the knowledge that you're gaining or the value that is adding to you, the person. All you're looking at is that pot of rice for that day and the next day. And you will refuse to learn the third day if the money is not there. When you organize seminars and workshops, people look at the transport refund as opposed to the knowledge you're gaining. I mean, these are some of the little things that are puncturing holes to some of the development agenda and possibility and potential that we could harness as a country. These are the little things that set us behind.
Are you suggesting that those little things, it has something to do with us Gambian? I mean, that's in our nature, that we tend to put emphasis on some of those little things rather than, let's say, youth or the money that I'm going to be paid, more so than what I'm going to garner from the workshop. So you think that is just something that is in us as Gambians and not in other, like Senegalese or the American?
No, but Musa, can I come in here and I would try to answer? We want to be part of it if we are doing great, like we moving our country to where it's supposed to be. We want success stories and all that stuff. And one can simply argue that lack of patriotism is one of the primary reasons why our country has been stagnant for the past 57 years.
I disagree.
Because when people are given a responsibility to do for a country, they are more interested in looking for the bribery that they can have so that they will build their mansions, more so than the correct schools that they are supposed to build for the kids to be able to learn to become better students. So lack of patriotism, like the whole country cannot be unpatriotic. But what we've had so far, my own estimation, I may be wrong, is that for the most part, the people that we've entrusted with leadership, so for the most part, they go to universities, they are educated, they come back, but they are more interested in what is in it for them than to me. And I think there is no greater unpatriotic attitude than for us to succeed and be a winning team. or a country that is on the move where everybody would want to embrace us and be happy, we also have to have people who love the country enough that they would not want to line their pockets before doing the work that they are supposed to do to make sure that we'll have a country that we'll all be proud of.
You know, I mean, UTG days, you know, as students, we used to have this what we call student service learning. And when we went to Basse, because that was the first time that Dr. Sayapal took us as a class because the course was poverty and development. And a lot of us were exposed to the realities of this country at that point, you know, because some of us were from here, we just sit here, I mean, everything was available. But then to show us the realities on the ground, how disconnected this country was. And, you know, we had to go, you know, to Basse. And in that process, we learned, we saw the realities that our people were living in. And we decided to form an organization called Student Service Learning. And our motto then was Basse Before Babylon. And the idea of Basse Before Babylon was, there's a country that was, I mean, our forefathers fought for an independent country. And we own a house, and yet within that house, some were benefiting and others were not benefiting. And the difference is that for us that are educated tend to be the ones that kind of exploit those that are not educated. The very people that pay their taxes, I mean, we forget them, we ignore their realities, we ignore their means. And at some point, we just, you know, focus on this individualistic thing that you're talking about. The classroom was about competition. Instead of Kanmojel Force, Kanmojel Lily, you know, we make our education more about that instead of, you know, what we are learning and how we are giving back. Because for me, I always believe that if you're going to school, if your parents are paying for you, I mean, you are being taught to contribute to society. And this is what we should be doing. You know, for me, sometimes, like there's a difference when you talk about nationalism and patriotism, and people will want to shy away from nationalism. But I mean, you own a nation. Your nation is yours. This is your country. Today, every Gambian will tell you that this country is poor. I don't want to believe that.
Or they can do them.
Well, they can do them. Well,
they can do them.
And even our government.
Gambians are worse in the way we talk about our country. And that's what I don't get. We take pride in talking nice about other countries, about other cultures, about other people. When we talk about them, hey, we are magnets.
Yes.
You attract what you think. You attract what you believe.
The mind, again, huh?
The mind must change.
And the work must
Mentality must change. And we cannot just fixate ourselves to just believing any society that like a balloon water.
Now, let's...
And that's what we say. So if I steal, it's okay. If I take bribe, it's okay. I'm developing myself and I'm going to say one day.
But how do you problem?
That's very, very short-sighted way of looking at issues.
Yeah, so you know the real problem. Can I just
okay.
You know the real problem is that we own a lot of things that we don't even know that we own them. And this is where we think we don't have enough, and people will want to compete over little things and even steal from things that do not belong to them, that belongs to the collective. Today, if we say that we have an 80-kilometer coastline, for instance, and when people tell me like this country is poor, or government even, you know, promoting that, even going out to beg, I say you own your property. You own like 80-kilometer coastline where you have like about 200 nautical miles and even more. You have a property. We are not poor country, but we are made to believe that we are poor. People are dependent on others. You will see in one family where one person would be the one, you know, and everybody else depend on that person. And these are people that are in government. They are selling these properties to anybody that wants to get it. And yet we are impoverishing our own people. And the other problem is that, you know, sometimes like I don't think like, I don't feel like...
Are we deviating?
No, I think we are on the...
No, but even you look at the National Assembly, for example, you know, we also have to ask this question, how patriotic our National Assembly members? You know, we have seen, you know, quite often that very important bills will come and only to be, you know, thrown into the dustbin like that. And interestingly, and I've also observed, if there are extraordinary sittings, you have a full house. And the suspicion is the allowance they are getting.
Yes.
Where is the patriotism? You know, is the $20,000 say they are going to get each day they have that what extra ordinary city, you know, rather than the national interest. So
nobody's late for that.
nobody's late for that. You know, I remember
I'm getting a
2018
little bit confused.
when.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit confused with the way you guys are lining up this patriotism and with these subjective things like how one is going to vote in the National Assembly. I think there's a lot more to patriotism than, you know, those kind of things. Maybe I'm not seeing it the same way, but I think it's much
Musa,
deeper.
let me ask you
It's
this
much
question.
deeper than I think it's much deeper than that.
Let me ask you
that
this question, Musa.
somehow, because then I could really say the same thing with Americans when I watch their debates in the Senate. I'm telling you, these people will vote in a certain way or kind of pursue issues in a certain way that's not even in the interest of the US. One would even question their patriotism. So to me, I think
that's what we're
there's
doing.
a lot more to. There's a lot more to. Now, do I believe we do have problems in the Gambia? Yes, and I think leadership is one of the numero uno. And I hate to drag this Rwanda, analogy that we bring out every now and then. In the 90s, this is a country they were killing each other. I mean, you're talking about people that are less patriotic. I mean, they were much more akin to being a Hutu or being a Tutsi, you know, and they were killing each other. But now, all of a sudden, with a transformational leader, you're looking at Rwanda and you are like, wow, what happened to this country? So our problem, I don't think it has less to do with patriotism, more to do with not having the kind of leadership. Again, said Matijao, you can talk about we are not poor. Believe me, we are poor. When you cannot feed yourself, you are poor. Gambians are very poor. We are one of the poorest countries in the world. Unless and until we admit the problem. Hold on.
Either we are lazy or if am I mean, work is there. Like how can you have like half of your river that is fresh water where you can, you know, grow your own food, yet you want to, I mean, just depend on people, things getting expensive, and people don't want to put the work. Or how can one person be working and 10 people just waiting for that person to bring things in their house? I mean, they depend how to beg.
How do you define poverty? When you cannot feed yourself, when you cannot educate yourself, you don't invent anything, you're not innovative. I mean, can I go on and on and on? How do you define
poverty?
Poverty
Of the mind, poverty of the belly, poverty of the pocket, poverty
exactly.
of the...
Yeah, but
whatever we eat,
we have the potentials.
Yeah, the potential is there. That's what I'm saying. Like you have everything with a coastline.
And we are not innovative. We don't create anything. So we are indeed a poor country. If you want to, now you identify now you're beginning to deal with the problem and trying to come up with solutions. Why should you get nothing bopane? We are not poor,
Musa, I mean, like da nga dem si dex bi nga gis kenn moo xam ne dafa am ay gétti nag gétti béy. Yet tey ñu ne ko kii dafa po. Façon yi questions yooyu laa nekk di wax tey naka la dëkk di amee 80 kilometer coastline.
du lekk ndawal
like sometimes fii laa waxee ne at the end of the day dañoo dem wuri dañoo ñëwaat rek si mindset bi la moo nekk. Because man mënu maa gëm loolu naka nga amee loolu noonu yëpp
gis nga pol yi ñooy am gétti nag duñ lekk ndawal ñaari at saa yi ñoo lekk ndawal rek dafa am nag boo xam ne dafa waaj a dee soog a lekk ndawal. So sometimes it's not the unavailability of resources, it's poverty of the mind. You forget you own it sometimes, but you think you're not deserving of it. So you must sell it to somebody else who probably deserves it more than you do. So waxtaan wi nañ ko gën a yaatal. Well, let's shift gear a little bit. Sun politique bi foog xale yi bokk ci. How do we encourage young people? Because all of the arguments that we are making would require that our democracy needs fresh young minds. We need to shift gears. And to do that, we probably need to bring the younger generation, the university graduates, the educated class, but pass the baton early enough and trust ourselves that we have done a good job, that these kids set nañ loxo and we can now invite them to the dinner table. How do we encourage young people to participate?
Clarify at least some issues first. Now, let's look at the young people and the issue of patriotism that we just from discussing. We also have, a very important factor to look at. How are we as young people? Are we prepared
You are a
to
young
get
person?
deported? Yes, I am.
Yes, he is.
Just to confirm.
Yeah. Are we prepared, for the challenge? Now, this is the question that we should always ask ourselves. You understand? There is some little bit of, mistrust that the young people are not really prepared to take leadership position. Simply because, like I've listened to one guy, he said, the youths of this country, they have nyeti fever. Always we always want to, get riches early. Yes, and two.
And you say you don't speak Wolof. And two.
Two. We are always whatever issue we want it quickly, fasting. Yakamte. At least fast. These are issues young people have, and the other thing is lack of patience. Young people don't have patience. So if we really, as young people, we are truly prepared to get the baton from the old people, we should ensure that we are fully prepared. One, it requires patience. It requires that, things that you cannot get your things on a silver platter. That has to be understood as well, as young people. In that way, Maniko Gafamiyango, say, Iblo Mrokeno. It would be a good time, at least, to get in the leader position. But I think it is also important, especially in our party politics, that youths are also given, let us get them along, prepare them, and then hand over the baton. They have, they have a good role to play, because if you look at it, the population of this country, a good chunk of it are youths. So, and then there are a lot of issues that is affecting them, their lives and other things. So if they take leadership position, I think most of these issues would have been addressed. But the young people must also be prepared for the challenge to ensure that we are prepared for the task and then we can deliver. Otherwise, there's still going to be a problem.
Banka, to avoid you sleeping, please come in.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yes, so
come
in.
Question,
Please come
when
in.
do you guys this thing though? Can you lay header?
Huh?
It's 4:23 now.
4:23.
I think header is still open a little bit.
Hey, you are pushing it.
Banka doesn't need it.
No, we still have time. You are pushing it. Haruna is pushing it big time.
We have not even gone halfway with this results.
It's only 14.
Results is not but that's why we need to go and header. You know what? Come back.
Talk about young people participating in politics, my friend.
Young people participating in politics. No, it brings me to the whole thing. Because for me, it is the mind, the mind. I think we have not, in this country, really looked at the potential of the mind with a view to seeing how we can build the mindset, how we can inculcate a certain cultural mindset into the young, but fully understand first on knowing what do we want, what kind of country we want. And it seems we seem to have the conversation revolve around that all the time. Throughout all this time when we were sitting here talking, we kept referring to what we want. We kept talking about that. What kind of country we want? We talk about patriotism. We talk about
women participation.
Participation, this and that. So that means we literally know what kind of country we want. How to get it is the question. Because our problem has never been identifying our problems. We know our problems. The problem has always been identifying our solution and executing that solution. Even when we identify the solution, we have never executed it. The executions have always almost failed because we never really hunkered down and said, this is what we want to do, and so this is how we want to get there.
And we must see it through.
Exactly. Well, so I've decided you want to go to Jarasoma. Now the goal is, how do I get to Jarasoma? That should be your agenda. And in that mind, when you are dealing with that, you have to have an open mind as to how to get to Jarasoma. It could be that you will grow wings and fly, and don't even sit here and question whether that's possible or not. Because once you do that, you are questioning its very possibility. And now, yes, anything is possible. Just simply because it's not within the realm of your imagination doesn't mean it can't happen. It's easier for you guys here if I just say, oh, we're just going to get in your car and go, because that's within the frame of your mind, your mindset. You've already programmed your mind to believe that's the only way to do this. If I sit here and say, Haruna, we can fly and go to Jarasoma, you'll be sitting there going, this guy, I think he's drunk. You don't even want to entertain that conversation. And that's what I meant.
I think you're drunk with
Yeah,
now.
thank you. So what I'm saying is, we need to really start to go back to our educational institutions. The kids, because I'm sorry to say this, but our generation, I think we are a lost cause. We need to go back to the drawing board and then see how do we build the minds of our kids. Just like Musa rightly said, in America, when you are doing certain things, you are even afraid of your kids more than you are afraid of the government, because you don't know what the kids will go back to the school and tell them about the next day. Anything you do in the house, the next day the kid goes to school and he tells them, because the school already is framing their mind a certain way, and they've come to kind of trust that. So when the kids say, the school says, hey, you know your parents don't have any right to beat you. When you beat that kid, when he goes or she goes to school, he better believe they will tell the teacher, well, you know, my daddy beat me yesterday. Because they have already framed their mind to understand that these are violations of whatever, their rights or their body or whatever you want to consider that. So already they have been framed, their mind is framed to see that for what it is. So when you do it to them, whether you are their parent or what have you, it doesn't even matter. Not to just, you know, we've all been programmed a certain way.
Indeed.
You know, you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth. You know, that's what you've been programmed to do. You wake up in the morning, what do you do first? You know, certain rituals. That's what you've been programmed to do.
I put on my glasses first.
Exactly. Well, whatever you've been programmed to do as a society, that's how we all behave. Nobody ever sits down and says, you know what? I don't think, why are we doing it like this?
You should do it the other way around.
Why can't we do it like this? It's streets.
I'll do one day.
What I'm saying is, have you ever questioned that, why you can't do that? Just because society says you can't, that's it. That's your only reason. You are behaving in a subconscious fashion. You are like an animal that wakes up in the morning and just follows the routine, comes back home. This is what he does. We need to get our kids to question everything. And that's why that kid tells you, Daddy, you are lying. That's not true. No, Daddy, this. They challenge your assumptions or your beliefs. They've been programmed to challenge that. It's the mind that they are working with. So if we cannot question even the basics, we cannot question anything. So that means anytime somebody comes to us and says, our democracy should function like this, I think we should be able to say, but why? And then question it, query it, and have a conversation around it. If somebody says, you know, it can do, you should be able to question why you cannot do that. It shouldn't be just because my parents said so, so that's how you live your life. You don't question. Really? Whose rules? And why are those rules so valid?
Your parents' rules.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, what makes you think those rules are so valid?
Because they come from your parents.
Thank you. That's the problem. You are behaving,
and they're conceived.
And you are behaving in a subconscious fashion.
And you believe them.
You have been programmed to think a certain way and behave a certain way, and that shouldn't be the case. You should be able to question all our assumptions. You should be able to question our culture. We should be able to question even our own religion. We should be able to question everything we've been told. Question it. Scrutinize it. Let's have a conversation around it. But for us, most things are off limits. You can even have a conversation around it. So we need to go back to our schools and teach our kids to question everything, all our assumptions, all our cultures, all our issues. See, the moment they start questioning it, a conversation will now develop about these issues. But because we don't question these things, we have
I don't want you to
cultural problems.
exhaust all the header time.
Yes.
So our folks in the US, perhaps we should take a break now and try to work on header things. Some of us who are doing
No, I
coffee
think
or
you
tea.
need Bankani's guru.
Yeah, we can.
Exactly.
We
We
can
wait for you guys.
Let me
But I want to
land
argue
here.
against this youth thing because I think it's overused.
I argue this because this patriotism thing is driving me bananas.
No, but let me land
bananas.
here with a heart mentality. This is what we found here. This is how it's been done yesterday. This is how we do things. This is how things are in this country. This is how things, and this is how we talk. When you come and you change something in the offices, somebody will tell you, well, you know, this is how we do things.
So my question though,
because for them they've been programmed.
I don't know.
They have to go and header, and then we can.
No,
we can
quick
come
question,
back.
Rick. Quick question, Balama Pate. The fact that Gambians, you know, I mean, obviously everybody wants to go to Europe, Babylon or Barsakha. Do you guys think that has something to do with that we are less patriotic? That's why?
No.
How do you see that?
No, like I said, Musa, what it is about the lack of opportunity.
But the fact remains that the same person who is saying that could be unemployed for 2 years waiting for that opportunity.
Is the reason why people go out for greener pastures, but that doesn't mean that they are not patriotic.
Yeah. Okay, because I'm just trying to understand your definition of patriotism. Because I'm like,
just because you left the Gambia in 1972 doesn't mean that you're unpatriotic.
Gentlemen, I think we should take a break now.
Yes.
Because we believe chairman is really taking his time.
So we
are not even halfway yet. Man, I was assuming we would have been out of here by 2 a.m. It's already getting to 5 a.m. We're still here.
I see they never do anything easy.
We'll take a quick break.
It's the transfer of data from the region.
Regional offices.
Yeah, that's why I'm always promoting new use technology. I mean, it could have been easier. I mean, almost, yeah.
2026 technology is by force. So, gentlemen, let's take a break, and the guys from the vans will play commercials and maybe some of the earlier interviews, and then we'll try to do our quick coffee and doggy timburu and come back later.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself for the benefit of our listeners.
Thank you very much. I am Kemes, aspiring candidate for People Democratic Organization for Independence and Socialism, PDOIS, in Nyame constituency.
Mr. Sani, we understand that you were nominated, and then tell us how is your campaign in Nyame?
Actually, it's going very successful so far since we start when IEC declared the calendars, the itineraries for all the aspirants candidates to go and seek the mandate of the people. I have told my entire Nyamina West constituency, 38 village, and I was well received by the people, and the message that I sent there, absolutely, I think people are listening with it, and they understand that I'm here to change the representation of the people of Nyamina. For far too long they have been misrepresented, and they think that I'm the candidate that will give them a proper representation. And I'm optimistic that when we go to the polls on the 9th, victory is certain.
You understand that President Barrow is also on a tour campaigning for his National Assembly aspirant.
Candidate. Section 222 of the Constitution, subsection 15 is very clear that the president must tour the country once in a year, but the purpose is to familiarize himself with the policies of the government, the farmers, to ask them what and what they are expecting from the government in terms of their farming, and he can do the second one after the harvesting to tell them how they intend to buy their crop. That is the purpose of this. But we can see, what the president is doing. It tells you that the president himself is very ignorant of the very law that he is governing. He's using this as a political platform, campaigning for his National Assembly members, which is very unfair, using taxpayers' money, to do that. This is very unfair, and we are very disappointed from somebody. After 22 years of dictatorship, we said that there is a government that we change now, and dictates of the constitution is abusing the constitution. He is using state resources, for a political campaign for their National Assembly members. And I think when we go to the parliament, this provision must be revisited to know that what is the purpose of the president meeting the people and how the presidents are doing it is totally different. And I think the Gambian people has to look at this provision. The provision section 226 of the constitution, it was for a purpose, but this purpose has been defeated. The presidents are using it to abuse, using this presidential tool as a political tool to campaign for their National Assembly members, which is unfair because all of us, either a UDP or PDYs or any other political parties, their taxpayers' money is funding this tool, which is the president is using it only to campaign for his people, which is very unfair.
Looking at the political atmosphere, are you optimistic of a victory?
Definitely, I know that Gambian people are very conscious and they have seen so far we have given the NPP government almost 5 good years and we are going in 6 that we can show off or we can be proud of. So I'm sure the Gambian people are very conscious enough and they will vote massively and they will vote wisely when we come to the National Assembly election. And I know that they will vote for the competent people that can serve their interests and not just to vote based on political affiliation or any other. And I'm sure the tour of the president will not change anything in terms of the decisions of the people of Nyamina, because we have seen, we are in the campaign trail. You look at the numbers of people that are following other political parties compared to the NPP candidate, that tells you that people are not ready to be full.
I'm looking at DOI is a respected political party since its establishment, but still they have a minor leaders at the parliament. Are you optimistic of another victory where it's in the parliament?
Definitely, people tend to measure Joyce's achievement in terms of the number of seats they win in the National Assembly or the numbers of votes that they have in a presidential election. But one can tell you that Joy has been the only political party that has been guiding this country in terms of how country must move and how we should be governed. And for us, it doesn't about. But if you look at even the 4 candidates that we have in the National Assembly, if you evaluate it among the 31 or the 40s that we have in the National Assembly, the contribution of that 4 candidates of PDOIS is huge than you combine all those National Assembly members. That shows you that there is a guiding party that is guiding it. If you go to the National Assembly and go to the hands out, or you go to the research unit and look at the impact that the leadership of those were in the National Assembly and how many committees they have headed, you will know that we are making an impact. So the number doesn't matter, but how much are you contributing to the nation building? That's the most important thing, and Doi is doing that immensely.
Assuming that you win the parliamentary seat for Nyamina West, how do you intend to represent the people of Nyamina West?
Yeah, for far too long during my campaign, I tell the people of Nyamina that we are paying the same tax like the people of Serakunda are paying, the people of Yuna. And the law is very clear that, your tax must come back to you in a form of a service, in a form of a development. But for far too long, Nyamina it's the only constituency that doesn't even have a hospital, that doesn't have a good feeder road, that doesn't even have an ambulance service, that doesn't even have a police station, that doesn't even have a fire station, that doesn't even have a bus stop, And for 65 years, we have been voting for people to represent us, but we are not represented. So that means that we are not having our fair share national cake, because we are constitute the national budget, but people of Nyamina are even begging for a simple water. People are still drinking from an open well. They came here and dig just an empty borehole and they went, and it was a campaign promise. Just last week they just brought an ambulance, one in Nana and one they took it to Papa, telling people that you must vote for us. That is an insult to the people of Nyamina, because this is our money. We should have it in respective of whether we vote for you or we didn't vote for you. And the Nyamina people are aware of that, and they will definitely, that's why I said I'm going to the National Assembly to make sure that we have our share from the. So I'll be there to be their voice. I'll be there to make sure that we put on all laws, all these draconian laws that are in our constitution. We'll make sure that we amend them to have a constitutional law, to have a law that will speak the language of the Gambian people, not a constitution that will speak only for the incumbent or the president. But people of the Gambia, and that will promote the welfare of the people of the Gambia. And not only that, we'll make sure that we scrutinize the government in terms of our oversight function to make sure that the government, where the public money is going, we scrutinize, we know where the money is going and how it is spent and where it is spent and who is using it. We'll make sure that all those things are done. And we'll make sure that we have a committee that will look at all the public enterprises to make sure that the public enterprise has failed the Gambian people for far too long, that the law is very clear that the public enterprise must create employment for the Gambian people. 2 years or 25 years, the public enterprises are even asking government to bail them out because they are not doing what is expected of them. The president will come and tell NAWEC to sponsor him, will come and tell Gamtel to sponsor him, his campaign and other things. All these things has to stop. And when we go to the parliament, we make sure that these things are stopped and the government is, the public enterprise are paying dividend to the Gambian people.
The president, in almost all his campaign rallies, he keeps saying that voting for the independent candidates and it means voting for backwardness. What will be your response on that?
No, you know, that statement is very false. You know, the president never had a majority in it. He never even have a National Assembly member for the past 5 years. There was only one MP, that was Biram Sow, that was just the last end of 5 years. But all the development that are happening in Woolly was this National Assembly members who voted it in. So that's just a misleading statement from any person who will say that, you know, National Assembly, there will be no single Gambians who will be in the National Assembly. For the development of the Gambia, you rejected that proposal in the National Assembly. But they will definitely reject that. But the answer is before you people. We have the National Assemblyman that consists of UDP, PDOIS, APRC. There is no NPP candidate, but there are Assembly members. There will be no development. That's very false and it's misleading statement from the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
At a meeting in Woolly West, the President said he asked Sidia Jatta, the National Assembly member for Woolly West, to he will resign unwillingly on the 9th of April. And also he noted that the National Assembly member for Woolly have served 2 decades without bringing in any development project to Woolly.
Yeah, you know, that's the same time I will go back to it. It's just about the ignorance of the law, because the IEC has what we call the qualification for somebody to contest for a National Assembly seat. And there's no provision in those qualifications that says that, you know, there's an upper age limit for one to contest for an seat 120 years. The constitution doesn't bar him to stand. So if a president is standing in a rally telling people that Sidia Jatta is aging and he should not contest, based on which law? Presidents should speak on the language of the law. You cannot just speak an opinion. You are just the president of the Republic of, you cannot just speak openly. You must speak based on law. There's no provision that bars Sidia Jatta to contest for an election. He can contest for far too long. So there is no provision that bar him to contest. So the president saying that he is old, that doesn't matter. We need somebody who will represent the people of Woolly, and Sidia Jatta can do how many age he have. If he have the capability and he have the knowledge to serve the people of Woolly, the law has permitted him to represent the people of Woolly. So to say that he's aged, that's why he's not, that's just fallacy, and that's something that we are not expecting from a president of the republic. You should speak based on the law, and there's no provision that he quoted that's why it's left to the people of Woolly, you know, and Sidia Jatta is exercising his constitutional right, and there's no law that bar him. So it's left to the people of Woolly whether they will entrust the other or not, but not the president to dictate for of Woolly. That's dictatorship in the first place. And I'm sure that the people of Woolly will do the right thing, because they want is the parliament that holds government accountable. We should make sure that we have a parliamentarian that will not be a rubber stamp parliamentarian, but this will be parliamentarian that put the national interest ahead. We could see that the draft constitution was thrown out when we spend $160 million, you know, to draft that constitution, because of it doesn't favor the president. There's a term limit. Few individuals decided, you know, to overthrow the constitution and throw it out. So this is why we need a parliamentarian who will see the interests of the Gambia, who will see the needs and the aspirations of the Gambian people, so that when they go to the parliament, they will address the needs and the aspirations of the people. So when we are voting, let's vote on the competent people. Let us not vote on the people that will say yes sir to the parliament. If not, Gambia will doom. And it is only the parliament that's the last hope of the Gambian people to save this country to a destiny that all of us can be proud. So I'm urging all the Gambian people to look at the candidates that are ready to serve the Gambian people and give their votes to, so that they will go and save the Gambian people, because we are heading to a failed state, and all the signs are there that Gambia is looming to a failed state, and we cannot afford to have that after 22 years of dictatorship. So we must look at the candidates that we have. For the Nyamina people, I know that they know what they will do. Already we have spoken to the Nyamina people, and they understand what is at stake. And no, I'm 100% sure that they are going to vote for the competent candidate that will represent them. For 53 years or 56 years, Nyamina has lacked everything that a human being can. Even a water that is human, that is a fundamental human right, they lack him in Nyamina West. People are still drinking from open wells, and WHO is telling that people should not even drink from an open well. So that shows you how neglected the government has neglected from the First Republic to the Second Republic to the Bado administration, and it's time for the people of Nyamina to do something that is good for them, and I'm sure they will do the right thing. I thank you for this.
waa Gambia yëpp di leen dokkale ko si bés bu mag bi mel ni tey di wone ne tey moom tey dafa nekk fierté bu mag ci man mbégte bu mag ndax Gambia mu ngi dem ci kanam suñu démocratie bi tam mu ngi gën a màgg ndànk-ndànk ñu ngi toll foo xam ne fa tabaarakalla war nañoo kontaan ñëpp bépp doomi Gambia nga xam ne tey moom bés bu mag la ci suñu démocratie bi mën nañoo wax ne sax tey moo bés bu gën a am solo ci démocratie bi tey ndax tey la ñu wanew représentative démocratie ñi nga xam ne ñoo war a toog ci néegi député yi war faa nekkal bu askan bi tey lañ leen war a tànn man kontaan naa trop sant yàlla sant suma ñaari waajur sant suma xarit yi suma mbokk yi suma am di jàmm yi suma pota sem si yëpp all over the country especially ñu nekk Wulli West fii suma district chairman bi dem si suma ward chairman si nekk Saringay ward ak Sud Kondi ward suñu président si mobilisers jigéen ñi suñu yut si ñoom ñëpp maa ngi leen di gërëm ndax def wax dëgg neex yàlla ñëpp war nañ cee kontaan waaw te tey moom yaakaar nañu moom bés bi daal
Honorable, can you please tell us what actually motivated you to vie for the for the parliamentary seat?
loolu dafa am solo lool soo ma si laaj naa ci kontaan ndaxte National Assembly mooy bopp réew mi foofu la mooy engine room yi démocratie dëkk bi fii donc su fekkee ne soo bëggee am direct si surtout ñu nekk ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk sa tund bi dafa am solo loolu pour nekk National Assembly parce que dafa bari agency te ñoom ñëpp National Assembly ñoo leen di ci seen performance ndax démocratie audité bi lañ dégg ñu saytu ak seen réew foog léegi di seen ndax def seen liggéey fan la toll ak naka la toll loolu lépp am na solo second bi mooy léegi député dafa nekk néeg boo xam ne
We understand that today you are here to cast your vote. Tell us, what are your expectations from this particular constituency?
My expectation is too high, and I have the support of the people. But unfortunately, I'm very much disappointed with the turnout. This kind of turnout here in my constituency, particularly in my area. But I think we still have time, up to 5 o'clock. But I have the hope and the confidence that people will vote for me.
What do you think is the reason behind it?
Improve.
So, are you optimistic of a victory in this constituency?
Of course.
How?
I have the support of the people. Not in my different party supporters and sympathizers of other political parties and concerned governments are all behind me.
We understand that the National People's Party, they are also contesting in this particular constituency.
They are not contesting. It's only me and APRC and UDP. But NPP, they don't have candidate here. They might support another party, but they don't have candidates. And they don't even have a strong base in this place. People vote for them based on the fear they put in people. That's why they were having these numbers. But if you look at it in 20 APRC to have the base, and the 90% of APRC support are supporting me now.
MC in the parliament, tell us what will be your agenda and how do you want to achieve that agenda?
My interest of every Gambian, and I will also fight for the interest of my constituency and the entire country.
Mr. Cha, when elected into office, what are some of the issues that the people of Jews constituency are facing that you are going to?
Yeah, one problem is the poor road network in my constituency. We need to be addressed at the assembly through the Minister of Works.
Sir, first you will introduce yourself and tell us, after casting your vote, how is the process going on here today?
Yeah, I am Musa Cham. After casting my vote, I think the process went smoothly. And one thing we have to make clear, that is Section 26 gives me a political right and gives any other citizen a political right, regardless to your age, regardless to your gender, religion, or creed. So We are in the spirit of representation through universal adult suffrage. I stand before my community to represent them at the National Assembly level. The turnout is somehow good, and but the process is ongoing, so it's very early to determine.
Understanding that the National Assembly election is very significant. So what are your chances of winning this particular seat?
Yeah, my chances is big. Yeah, why? Because out of the whole lot that is vying for this position, none of them have the position. That indicates that they are just vying for a position. But for me, I am offering myself honesty, integrity. So that's the bottom-top approach, decentralization and devolution of powers, which is decentralization and devolution of powers, which is the fastest way for our communities to develop, as per the dictates of the Local Government Act, Section 1, which says that central government should give subventions, 25% subvention to councils, all the councils. And again, 10% equalization a long time ago. So my stand is, and when I get to the National Assembly, I will try and be a bridge that will connect the local communities.
How do you see the electoral process so far?
Well, I have casted my vote almost 1 hour ago, but the turnout I've seen is very poor. So that's a concern to me. But then nonetheless, we are trying to get into compound to compound and see how best we can convince people to come out and vote.
All right. Now, what do you think in your assessment is responsible for the low voter turnout?
Well, simply, people are very much discouraged about the results of the past presidential election because Gambians thought they voted for a change, and that change had happened. But then all of a sudden, we've seen they've manipulated everything and turned out the results and give the winning to the incumbent, that is Adama Barrow. So I think this is the reason behind the low turnout for voters to come out and vote for the National Assembly election.
All right, but from what you've observed so far since the commencement of the voting process, have confidence in the process?
Well, so far so good. As I've seen, I have had the confidence in the process. I don't have any two-man in the process because I've been talking to my agents, and the response that I am receiving from my agents is very convincing that everything is going fine.
All right. So what will be your message to people out there who are yet to cast their vote?
Well, my message will be very simple. Is for them to come and vote because this parliament is as much important as the past presidential election. So I am urging every Gambian to come and give the vote to the United Democratic Party candidates so that we can have certain things that are being...
In your honest opinion, why do you think
that is very simple because I have made a very good representation during my 5 years, and the people are very much convinced of my representation and the development project that I brought to my constituency. I think these are the reasons that my people should vote me in and make sure that I continue with the good job that I'm doing.
Very lastly, if I should say, in case the result happens otherwise, there is a feeling for you to contest and win an election, but sometimes it will happen otherwise. So in case the result happen otherwise, maybe people vote not in your favor, will you accept it?
In the case of Bakau, the result will be victory for United Democratic Party, and that's going to be me, Honorable Hassan Toure.
You have been campaigning for this constituency. How do you see people who came out to vote? Majority of them are women. And during my campaign, I have seen a lot of support from my fellow women. So I feel if they vote, I'm going to be the winner. And what plans do you have for your people? Perhaps you are being elected up to go to these parliamentary seats. What are the plans you have for your people? First of all, my constituency, they have a water problem. And the constituency I visited, almost, I can say 75% of the population always complain about water. Even women, they want to do gardening, but water is their problem. Some of them want to do animal rearing, the same thing, they complain they don't have water. Even some villages don't even have clean water to drink. Ambition for them is constant for them to get the clean water first.
With all this you have mentioned, perhaps also you are not being elected to go to the parliamentary seats. Will you still continue to see your people get all these things that you have mentioned here?
Yeah, as far as politics is concerned, politics is just national development. So we are also part of it, whether you win or you don't. So if you really want to help your people, you keep on trying because election is win and lose.
So Tida, bidani mani ya kanga sabu mole, muntu ngelo GMC le, ibe GMC le, mune palinda ko ita sound na da mune ka.
Kalau kita mau jadi GMC le, kalau mantara je anymore, so ambil di situ. Ayah politiko man ke dino ti, politiko mu miro le. Bi ini modo la miro sikanya. As time goes on, alla miro si patano, adu nini mola miro patata dron, alto keno la patito patata.
So in essence, ka humula loko alla miro la faling wala sabu ita bra jira da UDP.
No, actually, amanke kompota jele, but I was sacked from the party. So I decided to join United Democratic.
So akomoli momi anonko
we are very hopeful that the NPP will have the majority. Looking at the presidential election, it is a very clear indication that we will have majority in the National Assembly. But I will thank all the parties, independent candidates who have participated in this election. It's unprecedented, the numbers we have for this election. If you look at the independent candidate alone, it's about 85 candidates. It is more than all candidates who were contesting in previous National Assembly elections. That is a clear indication that Gambia have moved on. Our democracy is moving. That means the field is level, and I think that is very good going forward, because it was a transition period. Now the transition is over. We have consolidated ourselves. We have built a strong foundation. Moving forward, it is very, very, very clear. And I will call on the Gambians to come out in their numbers as the way they did in the presidential election. This is as important as the presidential election. So we call on everybody to come out and vote. Vote peacefully. Go home and listen to the results. This is my advice, and we thank the Gambian people, definitely.
Our mandate is to make sure that we conduct free, fair, and transparent election. And this is witnessed by all party agents from beginning to end. So there will be no problem at all whatsoever. I'm happy to say that in Foyi, the IEC conducted a survey headed by the CEO, Mr. Samujang. Throughout all the places we went, there was not a single problem that would deter them from voting. And inshallah, they are there peacefully voting. Well, again, no, most of them have gone back. That's why we cannot deny them from voting. And we cannot stop those auto vote from voting because 2 or 3 people have moved from village to village. So as far as we are concerned, it's being done transparently, freely, and fairly.
Mr. Yeah, during the presidency election, some political leaders claim the figures that the party against them and the figures you announced, it is a bit different.
Well, they can whatever they like. But we are saying, after the counting of the votes, we give each agent a copy of the result of that particular session. So you cannot complain. People can complain whatever they want to complain. As far as I'm concerned, again, this is from the president, because the regions, the areas in the regions are responsible. But then they'll sell the result to me for announcement. But again, not only the result, but I also confirm from them that this is the result, and they confirm that this is the result. So that's why when I do the announcement.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
My priority come from the people because I am people-driven objective that I have. What I did in 2017 was what do you call need assessment. Every community will do their needs assessment and we come together and try to prioritize from them. Because I'm just a servant of them. I cannot decide and say, this is what I want for people. This to be our priority. Go to the government and make sure and push it. Last year, when I was taking it, it's road infrastructure and the health was a problem. Was a lot of problems, but these are the two that were mainly prioritized. And I think I have achieved that. Because health, I am able to lobby, convince government, influence their programs and projects to have at least 3 ambulances in my constituency and 2 new clinics. And I have renovated through my own effort to renovate other health facilities. Road pushed to the government, I have pushed to the government agrees and they surveyed it now and they give me the assurance, come some years to come, those roads will be constructed. So if I get elected again, I'll go back to the people, we sit down, do the assessment and re-prioritize what the community may need. If they still want health to continue, because there are still some, I'm very optimistic because by looking at the condition of the constituency, road infrastructure is a problem. I think it's going to be one of the priorities that I'll push it to them, for them to include it in their priorities to push to the government to make sure that we have a better road connection in my constituency.
What the results are going to be, and I think I've done what is required, I've done what is necessary. I've taught the length and breadth of the constituency, and my campaign was typically grassroots based, and which is the winning way, and I've done that. So obviously standing here, I feel it's just a matter of officializing